SpaceX can achieve it or not, but I think eventually they will try and actually keep the booster on the pad whilst catching the ship at the same time. Um, I mean, we've seen the plans that SpaceX has for the future, where they want to be launching like. Well, I don't know if they'll ever reach this point, but they want to be launching every hour. And to be able to do that kind of thing, you need to be like being able to catch the ships whilst the booster's still on the pad to be able to achieve that super rapid turnaround. Um, it'll be interesting to see how it goes. I'm not sure if SpaceX will ever reach that point, but yeah, it'll be interesting nonetheless.
Indeed. Thanks for being on this one as well, Jake, as well. This longer, elaborate Cape Side chat, which was normal Rapside. But normal Rapside will return on Tuesday. I do believe I have an important meeting, Roger, on Tuesday. So Tuesday's Raptor side, maybe a Roger side, while I try and enjoy myself in Scunthorpe. Thank you, Roger.
Big shoes to fill, but we'll get through it.
Big shoes to fill.
Well, yeah, we'll take it. We'll see what happens on Tuesday. So please join us for the excitement, and we'll do a big reveal about who's hosting.
Yeah, I don't know about big shoes, though. Otherwise, also, Gage, thank you for being on this. And maybe we could do the opportunity now, because we've still got 3 or 4 minutes before we hand over. Let's just talk about and get people back into the focus of SLS during this Artemis 2 Wet Rehearsal 2 test. That's a mouthful, but it's true. Artemis 2 Wet Rehearsal 2. The milestones that we've achieved so far and what's to come.
Yeah, of course. And as we get ready to hand over to our dedicated team, just a quick update for those who are just tuned in to our Artemis 2 live coverage of the wet dress rehearsal. Teams got on station about 2 days ago on Tuesday, February 17th, around 6:30 p.m. At night. And for those who watched our Space Coast live coverage, we watched the countdown clock the very minute that it started, and I believe it's about a 45-hour countdown. So it's a long countdown, and some have asked, like, why is the countdown so incredibly long compared to, like, Falcon 9 and stuff? Well, SLS has a lot more parts that they have to turn on. They have to there's a lot of things they have to verify before they can just like turn it on and load it with propellant, right? Teams powered up the core stage, they powered up the Orion spacecraft, the ICPF, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. That's a long word for the second stage there. They spend multiple hours making sure everything's looking good, the communications are correct, well ahead of before they start loading fuel. So they did all of that Tuesday night and all throughout the day on Wednesday. And then it arrived to today, where the tanking portion of the test, the Charlie Blackwell Thompson, the launch director, has given the go for tanking, and she did that right on cue. In fact, actually, I think earlier than the timeline that that NASA gave us. And so teams got right on it. They started loading liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen in the core stage. And the only issue that we have seen today is teams had a comms issue between the launch control and the vehicle. Luckily, they had a backup so that they don't lose all communications, right? Because that wouldn't be great. But within about an hour of the timeline, they got everything back up, so they're back onto the main communication system, and they were able to resume the fast fill of the liquid hydrogen, and they got the core stage fully tanked. They had presumably no issue getting the ICPS all fueled up, and now here we are at L minus 4 hours, where I believe the T clock is about to resume shortly. They're in a planned 1 hour and 10-minute hold. The white room, the white crew, as you can see on the right-hand side, have arrived at the white room, and they're performing the closeout procedures for the Orion spacecraft like they would do on launch day. And this is our first time that we are seeing this, thanks to NASA for providing this coverage for us, because unlike the last wet dress rehearsal attempt, we didn't have this. So thank you very much for sharing this with us. The white crew there is going to perform as they would do on launch day, except the only difference is there's no astronauts on board today because the vehicle is not launching. I know I've been watching chat. I see a bunch of people going, when's it going to launch? It's not going to launch today. Let me be clear. SLS is not going anywhere today. This is just a wet dress rehearsal with teams familiarizing themselves with fueling the rocket, getting Orion buttoned up and ready to go. And teams will hopefully, the plan is they're going to get into terminal count. They're going to count down to about around the T-minus 33-second mark, and then I think they're going to stop, and then they're going to, recycle the countdown. They're going to do a whole bunch of tests today. The test window opens at about L-minus 3 hours and 59 minutes and is expected to go just past midnight Eastern time. So team's got a lot to do ahead of wet dress today, but that is where we are right now, Chris.
Yeah, it's actually quite interesting. Now, we've not lost any viewers. We've still got thousands of people who have managed to listen to us do this little sideways track from a Raptor side and a Cape side during the SLS stream before we go back into the business stream of business end even of the streaming of this wet dress rehearsal, the business end of the countdown for what is hopefully going to be a successful test that will allow NASA to at least proceed into the data check that will then result in a flight readiness review for a launch date setting for 4 people, 4 humans, to fly around the moon, one of the biggest missions for NASA for decades, which may be just next month. That is bonkers when you think about it, it really is. But that's enough of me rambling. Let's go back to the main commentary stream. I wonder, because I see his name, is Mr. Famous Ryan Caton in chat?
Hello, everybody. I am back. We had a very, interesting press conference there and a very interesting Cape side, Raptor side special chat to follow. But thank you, Chris. Thank you, team. We are going back into our full-on coverage of the Artemis 2 wet dress rehearsal. Now, a little bit of housekeeping very quickly, because as you may know from the previous Artemis wet dress rehearsal live stream we had to do, unfortunately, YouTube has this annoying feature where you can only do a live stream which is 12 hours long. Now, you might notice we're nowhere near 12 hours yet, but because of the length of this test, it's going to be over 12 hours long. Therefore, we're going to have to split the stream up into 2. So, bear with us. You will be automatically redirected to part 2 of Wet Dress Rehearsal 2 for Artemis 2, if that makes sense. So stand by. We'll be right back, and we will be with part 2, so we can continue live streaming well beyond that annoying 12-hour threshold that YouTube has. So we'll be right back. Stay tuned. You should be automatically redirected. See you in a minute.
And here we go. There's the W. Here's ignition.
Roger, roll, Atlantic. Throttling up.
Did it just do a Kerbal?
Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, you know.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, it sure looks like a perfect flow.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
We did have an observation.
Equalize.
343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water tower is
center.
Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No.
Oh my God.
Yikes. You bet. We don't need any more of these.
And we are back. Hello, everybody. Welcome to part 2 of our continued coverage of Wet Dress Rehearsal 2 for Artemis 2, Electric Boogaloo. We are L-3 hours, 53 minutes and counting, and we are currently watching the closeout crew work in the White Room there at Mobile Launcher 1, just by the door of the Launch Escape System and Orion spacecraft. So lots of exciting things to come as we progress through what has been, well, at least compared to the first time around, a pretty much smooth account, I think it's safe to say. And, of course, some extra voices to talk us through the next few hours or so. First of all, EJ is with us. How are you doing, EJ, on this fine Florida afternoon?
It ain't warm where I am, but I'm not in Florida either, Ryan. But I'm doing great. How's everybody doing out there?
And we also have Philip Sloss joining us to provide us with all the insight we could need on this vehicle and this program. How are you doing, Philip?
Good. I hope everybody else is having a good day too. It's not cold here, but wet. I don't know what they did with Los Angeles, but they poured water on it for some reason.
And of course, as a reminder for anybody just joining us at the beginning of part 2 of our coverage, if you have any questions or comments, feel free to tag us in the chat at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF, and we will bring those into the queue. But EJ, first of all, I'm going to ask you, we have gone, essentially the only thing that appears to have gone wrong today so far is the minor communications kind of outage they had momentarily, switching to the backup communications and pausing the fill of the vehicle. But since then, they haven't exceeded their hydrogen leak limit. They've fully fueled the rocket. They've got the closeout crew at the pad on time. What's your take so far on Artemis 2, Wet Dress 2 versus Wet Dress 1?
Well, they clearly been doing their homework. They clearly got those seals seated correctly in the tail service mast umbilical, right? And they were able to get into replenish mode. That's a huge milestone, everybody. Getting this vehicle topped off and ready to go. I mean, obviously you're not going to launch it for a little while, but we still got some time. Well, when we go to Phil, he'll give us the exact time. But yeah, seeing the closeout crew do their thing, pretty much. I mean, I don't know. They're not too far behind planned schedule right now. Probably like 20 minutes behind, which is great. That's great for a rocket this big and a vehicle this complex. This is fantastic. I'm actually really, really happy with what I see thus far.
Yeah, I mean, we are currently at 3 hours and 51 minutes and basically bang on in the timeline where we should be right now. On the launch timeline, White Room closeout is supposed to be complete at 3 hours and 25 minutes, so that's still 25 minutes away. So we'll just have to keep an eye on that one. Philip, from your perspective, how have things been going so far?
Well, I guess I'm gonna be like the full traditional evil media guy. They're definitely going better, but I guess I'm still kind of cheesed off that they're willing to tell us what kind of hydrogen levels they were seeing in the liquid hydrogen tail service mast umbilical cavity. Because if you remember, they were able to completely fuel the vehicle back on Groundhog Day. It took them longer to do that than today. But what happened on Groundhog Day is they were bumping right up to their upper limit of 16%, and when they got into terminal count, they could not baby those seals. They just can't in terminal count, and so they went over the limit and they had to stop early. So I would be more comfortable, or maybe a little more confident, going into these terminal countdown runs tonight if we had a little bit of a better feel for how far underneath the limit they are today. But then, having said that, just like EJ was saying, things have gone much better today than they did 2.5 weeks ago.
And if you were watching part 1 of our coverage, the end of part 1 of our coverage, You would remember seeing the Orion hatch on the left-hand side of the right picture. We can't see that anymore, and the only way we can't see that is because they must have closed the hatch, and it looks like the closeout crew are focusing on that area of the vehicle. So it appears as if the Orion hatch closure is underway. Of course, they'll be checking for leaks and doing the other miscellaneous tasks surrounding closing that hatch. But there are, of course, two hatches on this vehicle. There is the hatch of this spacecraft itself, and a separate hatch, which we can still see as open, for the launch abort system, because, of course, that system shrouds Orion inside. It's basically kind of like a fairing, but that protects Orion from the aerodynamic forces in the event of an abort there. So that's how that system works. That they appear to have sneakily closed that hatch while we were transitioning between part 1 and part 2 of this stream, which is why we didn't see it live. But there you go. Looks like
They
good
would do that,
progress
Ryan.
being made. Of course they would. Of course
they
they
would do that. You know, right when we switch to the new crew, it's like, no, we're just gonna close. It's like, all right, cool, thanks.
And along those lines, we have just gotten a brand new update from NASA on their blog, saying, confirming that NASA teams have closed the Orion crew module hatch inside of the White Room, and this step simulates launch day procedures, ensuring the spacecraft is sealed and ready for launch. The Artemis 2 astronauts are not participating in today's rehearsal, but the closeout crew simulated strapping them into their seats. That might have been a bit awkward. The closeout crew inspects and cleans the hatch seals to maintain airtight integrity, verifies environmental controls inside the crew module, and confirms all mechanical and electrical connections are secure before closure. Closing the hatch is a critical milestone that demonstrates Orion's readiness for flight and validates procedures for the first crewed Artemis mission around the moon. The closeout crew will next close the launch abort system hatch, which is, I believe, what we can see them working on right now. Although they are also working on Orion as well. Speaking of the,
they're going to need to do a leak check of the crew compartment. So they will be pressurizing the crew compartment up above 1 atmosphere, and then watching to make sure that the decay rate is below spec. So that will take a little bit of time all by itself.
Indeed. And we have a question here around, surrounding the closeout crew. SCJDG is asking, please quick recap. And I thought the closeout crew were not supposed to do this wet dress rehearsal. And Philip, that is what we were told by NASA originally, but it seems like they might have changed their mind. Could you explain kind of what's happened since the last wet dress rehearsal and this wet dress rehearsal, and why the closeout crew have kind of gone to the pad after all?
Well, nobody told us why they sort of did 2 180s on this, but I guess I should probably I did want to throw in here that one of the other things that's absolutely better about the coverage of this wet dress rehearsal than today versus on Groundhog Day is NASA has provided several views of the up close views of the vehicle, and then obviously I never asked because I wasn't expecting them to show us the White Room for this one, but we got a lot more views today than we expected to see. They basically sort of left us with the impression we were going to see the same thing that we saw 2.5 weeks ago, but what they said, I'm trying to think. Well, I think that was the curiously timed Super Bowl Sunday in the middle of the second quarter news release, where they said they were going to delete the closeout crew going to the pad and doing the Orion closeout, and also delete the crew access arm retract as a part of the terminal countdown runs. But then I think on Monday during the holiday, when they announced the date for this, they said that they were I don't know if they're reinstituting it, but they basically went back to the plan that they had for the first wet dress rehearsal going into it, which was to do a full dress rehearsal of the Orion closeout. They're going to break the White Room down, the dock seal, and they're going to rotate the hatch panels out so they can fully retract and extend the arm, just like they're going to do on launch day, although they don't want to have to re-extend it. They want to just retract it and send the vehicle on its way. But this should be a full. This would be a full test with the full sequence demonstrated, just like it would be on launch day, except that they're going to stop less than 30 seconds from ignition twice tonight, assuming that we get that far.
Philip, I don't know about you. I'm actually happy that the closeout crew is doing their thing for this attempt. When we heard NASA say, I mean, like I personally, actually, I should speak for myself here. When I heard NASA say they're not going to have the closeout crew go through this next fueling test, I was like, wait, what? Wait a minute. I mean, my dad always told me, you practice lazy, you play lazy. You practice hard, you play hard, right? Not having the closeout crew go out there, especially since they had sealing problems with the hatch during the first wet dress rehearsal. I was sitting there going, no, I don't like that. That's not a good idea. But I'm super happy that they're back out and doing their thing here. And we got views of it, which is even cooler.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think you could certainly make the argument against doing it, that this was the issues that they had with the closeout. Of course, we didn't see any of it, but the issues that were reported were more of protocols, more about just being absolutely meticulous. Maybe they added some extra checks and extra protocols in there to make sure that they, that the steps that they sort of stepped over a couple of weeks ago, that they obviously don't repeat that today. But I do think that there's significant value in doing this again, and I think if they go through this whole procedure and they nail it, I just think that's a really good confidence builder going into the first launch attempt, and hopefully that we're only about 2 weeks away from that.
No, I'm knocking on wood right now, but yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah, and I was talking about this elsewhere, but if you get to launch day and the weather isn't quite as nice as what we're seeing out there today, you could be in a situation, and I'm sure you see this all the time with Falcon, and where it's like, well, it looks like the weather's better at the beginning of the window than the end of the window, and so you don't want to be behind the timeline if that's the case. And so this is, again, it's another rep for them to nail these procedures down and to get this. And every time they do this, they should get more sort of efficient in doing it.
Practice makes perfect, also I've been told.
Exactly.
We have got loads of questions coming in right now. We have where has it gone? Here we go. AC Gypsy, they're asking, separate streams for the Falcon 9 launch, or will it be covered here? Question mark. Well, as you can see in the top left box, we do have a live view of the Falcon 9 rocket that is currently vertical at Space Launch Complex 40. That, of course, is the next Starlink mission. That is Starlink Group 1036, which is going to be the first mission to land back in the Bahamas since the first one, I think it's about a year ago at this point. Jesus, how time flies. But we will be covering that live, and assuming that the wet dress rehearsal is still ongoing at that point in 3 hours and 52 minutes, we will be covering it as part of this stream, so stay tuned for that as well. We will be getting a launch today, just not of SLS. Well, no, I've said that. I've definitely jinxed that it's not going to go ahead. Anyways, swiftly moving on. Sorry, everybody.
Do that, man.
Well, just get carried away sometimes. Talking about something else slightly unrelated, but we did cover it earlier in the stream because it's important news anyways. EJ, I'm sure you're going to have a lot to say about this tomorrow on the Flame Trench, but AK John Doe is asking if you have a take on the Starliner news. I don't know if you want to give a little preview of that Starliner news.
Yeah, I have thoughts. I have thoughts. They're a little spicy. They're little spicy thoughts, but maybe we should save them for the Flame Trench.
We could save them for the Flame Trench.
I don't know if we should. I don't know if we should go off right now. Guys, yeah. The short story is that Starliner, when Barry Wilmore and Sonny Williams were on that Starliner 1 mission, they went up to the space station, and during rendezvous proximity operations and docking, RPOD for short, they lost control of the capsule. Now, that ain't to say that it's Barry Wilmore who was piloting it. It's not his fault. The thrusters cooked themselves, and the system shut down thrusters, and that prevented the thrusters from melting completely, right? So that's called sixth-off lock, 6 degrees of freedom loss of control. That's, yeah, I said it at the time, Ryan, that's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. You cannot have a spacecraft lose control inside of the ISS approach ellipsoid. That is, I mean, they got out of it okay, but that is absurdly bad. And the fact that Rook is taking accountability, Jared Isaacman is taking accountability and addressing this issue is great. That's a huge step for transparency for NASA. That's a huge step towards not having stuff like that happen. And that's a huge step towards, you know, making sure that whoever we send out into space is coming back on the capsule that they went up on. That's a good thing. Overall just that's great. That I really appreciate the accountability. Yeah, really do.
I have to agree with that point on the transparency and accountability there. Anyways, we should probably talk about SLS, because SLS is doing some actually looking on time things, which is, you know, a little bit surprising in my opinion, considering what we saw on Wet Dress Rehearsal 1, but it looks like they've been working through the issues and made good steps of progress on Wet Dress Rehearsal 2. We can see that venting that we've gotten used to at this point continuing, proving this vehicle is alive on the left-hand side. You can also, every now and then, whenever somebody walks up and down the crew access arm, you can actually see them from the top-down view here on the left-hand side. And I just have to say, that's such a cool view. I absolutely love this view, and I'm so glad NASA surprised us with these extra live views from actually on the mobile launcher. It is so very much appreciated, and it's awesome to be able to actually see these things live. On the right-hand side,
great.
On the right-hand side, we are continuing to see the closeout crew work up at the hatch. The Orion hatch has been closed. Next up will be the launch abort system hatch being closed as well. I have no idea what the huge pipe is that Andre Douglas is currently using. Philip, do you know what they're doing right now?
No, but it could be related to getting ready to do the pressurize the crew module to do the leak check.
Mm-hmm.
So then
that would make sense.
Yeah. And so that is Andre Douglas is number 2, the astronaut support person. And again, I don't know if you guys were said, but over on the right, that's Taylor Hose, who's wearing the number 1. He's the OVCC, the Orion vehicle closeout crew. He's the one who's talking to the firing room, probably to the Orion test conductor, and basically going through all of these steps. And so he would be the one on comms. And they basically just reused the shuttle OVCC call sign, and they just replaced orbiter with Orion.
There's a lot of things like that you will find over the various components and roles and different procedures within the Artemis program. A lot of acronyms have been moved over, but the actual words which make up those acronyms have been changed to make them fit the SLS and Orion and Artemis program, which is, that's quite cool. Also a little bit nostalgic to hear those things as well, that we used so often with the shuttle program.
Ryan, did you ever watch a shuttle launch?
What kind of question is that? Yes, of course I did.
Did you see them live? I'm actually asking. I'm not trying to be mean.
I know I watched at least one live on TV. Okay. I can't actually remember it that much. If I do remember it, I probably don't remember it, and it's like something I dreamt or something. But I do know I watched one live on TV because story time with Ryan. This was when I was like 4 years old. So this is not that long ago for you, EJ, but long ago for me.
Call me old?
That's not what I said. But anyways, I was like 4 years old, and we were on holiday on vacation in Florida, and we went out 1 or 2 times, I think, to see see a shuttle launch, and of course, being shuttle, it scrubbed out twice because of various reasons. This is what shuttle did, right? Anyways, we were then actually doing a road trip from Florida to Louisiana, and we had to leave because we were going to Louisiana to meet up with family. And the shuttle launched like when we were halfway between Florida and Louisiana, so we were in a hotel in like Alabama or Mississippi or something. And I know that we watched it live on the telly, and we didn't actually see it live in person because shuttle that does those scrubs. That was Storytime with Ryan. Thanks for attending my TED Talk.
Oh no, it was great. You said the S word though. I don't know. Does that count? Does that count towards a West Dress rehearsal if you say the S word?
I was referencing a previous mission which did, so
yeah, okay.
I'm that way I am legally protected, and I'm not to blame if anything goes wrong from this point.
But I thought we were just blaming hydrogen for everything.
That's true. We are blaming hydrogen for everything, so you can say that word as much as you like, EJ, and it doesn't actually mean anything.
Well, say it right now, then. I dare you.
Sorry, there was my headphones just turned off for a brief second there. I didn't actually hear what you said. I think we should probably move on at this point.
I heard it, Chad. Don't worry.
Let's see what else we've got here. Supersonic Retro Propulsion is asking, after the wet dress is complete, assuming successfully, when are Orion's hatches opened again? I'm going to toss this one over to Philip. I don't know if you know, but that's a good question.
Yeah, in fact, I got lucky and I got a chance to interview Taylor back during rollout, but I did not get to that question. I think because of this extra long window, test window, it's 4 hours instead of a 2-hour long launch window, and there's no flight crew out there that they need to go get out. They will probably just defer the going back out to the pad until after the vehicle's inerted, which will probably be tomorrow, either morning or midday. But if there was a flight crew on board, they would be going out immediately, and so they would have to do all of the stuff that they're doing right now in reverse. It takes a little bit less time to open things up than to close them out for flight, but I think there's the situation's a little different when you're getting the crew out of the vehicle than when you're putting them on board to launch.
And we've gotten some support over the last few minutes as well, which I should obviously read out because support makes things like this happen. We couldn't do what we do without the support, everybody. So, Lords of Random, thank you for your support. We have Jasper on the store. Let's see what they got. Looks like the SLS Assembly Instruction shirt and the Vintage Artemis design, which are our two new designs available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com is what I meant to say. Of course, those were released with the rollout of SLS and the first wet dress rehearsal, respectively. There's one more item which is blurred on the shop, which is to be released come launch day, or the first launch day, dare I say. And, you know, it's kind of a suspiciously diamond-shaped object, so I will let you draw your own conclusions on that one, but it's something to keep an eye out for. I will say that. I'm not going to leak anything. And Joachim2464 with the 119 Norwegian kroner is saying that the outer hatch for the launch escape system looks more complicated than I expected. Well, there you go. It's nice to get an up-close view of it. I mean, EJ, it still has to act as a hatch, right? Just because it's on the launch escape system and not on the Orion spacecraft itself doesn't mean it's any less important.
Yeah, that hatch that we're looking at, I do believe, is part of the launch abort shroud. And the thing is Phil, you correct me if I'm wrong. The area between the launch abort shroud and Orion is inerted, if I'm remembering correctly. So that thing still has to seal, if memory serves me left.
I know they talked about. I mean, there are all sorts of purges going on around, and I think they talked about. For safety reasons, they're purging most of the volumes around these guys with gaseous nitrogen, which is really bad when it doesn't have any oxygen mixed in with it. And in fact, they have oxygen meters all over the place in the vehicle. And so, for those of you who remember shuttle days, they used to have a digital meter that would show the PPO2, and you always want it to be like 20%. But they have something called a purge barrier, and of course they're not showing it. So I don't know if that's because they're shy or we're just talking about just straight up ITAR. But there's like a gold. Maybe we'll see it at some point, but they do talk about there being a purge barrier around the Orion hatch that they will have to remove before they close the LAS hatch. And in terms of the comment from the comment, you can see on here the circular. There's a cover for the hatch window, which is the circle, and then right below it, that is a bumper. And so the launch abort system has mechanisms in it to help open the hatch in an emergency. So what happens is the crew will swing that bar is a bumper. The crew would open the hatch and swing it out, and when the crew module hatch hits that bumper, it will trigger an automatic opening of the hatch, assuming it works. So and it looks like they still have some covers over that in addition to those other red remove before flight tags on it. But yeah, it's more complicated than just a door.
And this may seem like a silly question, but of course we're not flying today, but do they still have to remove the remove before flight tags to close that out even if they're not flying?
Yes. Yeah. In order to, this is a full dress rehearsal, maybe even a little bit more meticulous than your typical wedding dress rehearsal, but yeah, assuming that they're going to practice as they would do on launch day, they will completely close this out for launch.
And if we haven't had enough action today already with the SLS wet dress rehearsal, the Starlink which is getting ready for launch, the Starliner news conference, and Blue Origin doing some, it looks like some kind of testing with their booster simulator at Port Canaveral. SpaceX is also now sending out their drone ship A Shortfall of Gravitas for its next mission, which we can see live in the top middle picture from Port Canaveral. ASOG is currently going for a walk and heading out towards the Atlantic Ocean. So plenty of action going on today at the Space Coast. I can't recall a day this busy for a very long time. So wait for a bus and 10 come at once. This is almost like.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome. I mean, Ryan, we were just talking about, the shuttle days a second ago. And Philip, too, like you'd have to wait a good while, like, and maybe you see the boosters getting towed in through the port. Like maybe you'll see that. Maybe you'll see the Pegasus barge come through with an external tank, and maybe you'll even see a launch every once in a while. We had to wait months. It's like, oh, okay, we got 2 Delta IV Heavy launches this year and 1 shuttle launch all year. Now that we get 3 launches in a week, I mean, look at all the action that's going on here. It's great.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy compared to, even 10 years ago, but
right.
Let alone last, I can remember the whole 20th century thing. And so, yeah, things are completely different now.
It's great. Love it.
Let's see here for some more questions. We have Satoshi Fomonachi, sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly, but they are asking, are the crew in quarantine? Philip, I don't think they are just yet. They have to go into quarantine a couple weeks before launch, if I'm remembering correctly, and they were allowed out of quarantine when the February attempts, rather, were knocked off, right?
Yeah, that's correct. And I was actually asking because, just because of the way things have gone this month in terms of talking about stuff or not talking about stuff, and so the mystery March 3rd launch opportunity that was there and then went away, So tomorrow would be L-14 for the March 6th opportunity, and so I asked PAO would they go back into the quarantine protocol tomorrow, and they said yes, pending the results of today.
Very interesting and exciting. And I do have to actually, whilst we are talking about the crew, I have to offer a correction to what I said earlier, because in part one of our coverage, I said that the crew is currently in Houston, and that is at least partially incorrect, because Reed Wiseman, commander of Artemis 2, has tweeted a video of this closeout crew heading down the crawlerway from the Launch Control Center, which means he's definitely not in Houston if he recorded that video. So at least one member of the crew is currently at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, keeping a close eye on the wet dress rehearsal proceedings as they fully tank this vehicle pretty smoothly so far.
Well, that's interesting.
I found that very interesting as well, because I assumed that they'd be waiting in Houston, excuse me. But obviously not the case, unless somebody else took the video and sent it to Reed and he then posted it. But that would be a rather quick bing, bing, bing to get that out. Anyways, there is the video in question on the bottom right there, posted by Commander Reed Wiseman, showing the distance between the van and SLS. Let's have a look through here. Smolt Cully is asking, when the fueling is complete, what are they doing for the remaining hours? Well, EJ, this is what they're doing for the remaining hours, right? That's what we're watching right now, because they wrapped up fueling a couple of hours ago at this point, so the closeout crew is doing their job. I'm just wondering if you want to walk us through some of the other things that happen between now and launch.
Well, yeah, sure. So the Space Launch System, the rocket, the big orange rocket you see on your screen, NASA is opting for a fuel and then load the crew mission timeline here. There are other providers that do load and go, where they load the crew first. You have crew ingress first, and then the vehicle gets fueled. With a vehicle this size, with the kind of temperamentalness of hydrogen, you want to make sure fuel's loaded and you're in replenish mode before you go and load that crew. So this rocket gets fully fueled, and then people go out to the pad. The reason why you don't want to do, I mean, whether you're your SpaceX or whether you're NASA or whomever, the reason why you don't want to load crew during fueling is because rockets go through transients during fueling. You're changing a lot of things on the vehicle all at once. Vehicle's getting colder, metal is contracting, stuff is expanding, stuff's heating up, stuff's cooling down. There's a lot of things changing, and generally you don't want to be near that. The only place you'd really want to be when that's happening is on top of the rocket with the launch escape system or abort system ready to go. But that's not the case with SLS. SLS, it gets fueled up, and they did fully fuel this thing up. And these guys are working with a fully fueled vehicle here. Now is the time where the crew, well, we've passed that point a little bit, but now's the time where the crew would be getting in, buckling their seatbelts, making sure their tray and seat back is in the upright and locked position. And the closeout crew would be doing the hatch seal checks, which is, I mean, they're going to do that here. And you basically want to make sure from this point out that everything is ready to go. Everything is good. Fueling got done first. Now you figure out everything else. So we still do have some time. We're about 3 hours, 21 minutes out, but this is where you want to make sure your T's are crossed and your I's are dotted. And that's what we see the closeout crew doing here. I don't think I need to explain why having a leak in Orion's hatch on this mission to the moon would be a bad thing. But yeah, that's what they're making sure. They're making sure that that thing stays shut. You gotta think about where that hatch is going. That thing can't leak. So get the vehicle fully fueled here, and then make sure this thing is good to go. There's a lot of ample time in the count. As Philip was saying a little bit earlier, there's ample time here and there where you can, sit there and make sure that everything's good. But yeah, that's what's going on here. The reason why we still see people out at the pad is because the vehicle was fueled, and they're just doing their homework here, making sure they get that A+ grade.
Looks like they're sorting everything out as we continue to watch the closeout crew work in the bottom right picture, and we can see the closeout crew lead working on his iPad as well. Looks like just sorting everything out. Looks like some more connections are being hooked up there. I don't know if this is a PTZ camera, if it can be rotated, but it would be pretty cool to get a closer view up of the patchwork that's ongoing. But NASA does have that tendency to suddenly cut away as soon as the engineering cameras zoom into something interesting. So I'm not gonna stretch my luck on this one. I'm gonna be very thankful for what NASA is providing us today with these cameras on the mobile launcher, which of course we didn't have last time around. So a very welcome change in that regard. We have a question here from Edward, and they are asking, during the downtime between the wet dress rehearsal and the launch, what is done to the rocket to maintain it, and do they have people constantly monitoring every system? Philip, I'm going to throw this one over to you. Do they have people in mission control or launch control while the rocket is just out at the pad, or how is that process sort of managed?
Yeah, no, they're running 3 shifts 7 days a week now, around the clock. They at least will have even at the very least a caretaker crew, keeping an eye on the vehicle. They're constantly trying to keep purges on the vehicle to control temperature and humidity. The big thing that they're going to have to do after this test, assuming that they're still good to go, or that they're going to still press towards the March launch opportunities, is they've got to go inside the boosters and the core stage intertank and do a flight termination system retest. So we saw one of the contingency pad access platforms rolled out there. I'm trying to think if it was on. I think it was on Tuesday, and you can see a crane there staged kind of where the water tower is in the image on the left. Thanks for switching. But they're actually, well, you can kind of see it. It's hard with the sun in the background, but they will lift those platforms into place and do that. Get that set up, open the vehicle up, configure it for test, do the test, configure it back for launch, close the doors, take the platforms out. This will be the first time they've ever done that, hands-on done that. And as we saw with the wet dress rehearsal back on February 2nd, I think one of the reasons that they hinted that they took the March 3rd opportunity off the table was they weren't sure. I think they wanted to give themselves some extra time to do that work and make sure that they didn't, rush it and do something that took the rest of the opportunities off the table. So we'll be watching that to see when those platforms go into place. And then obviously we'll have to hear them talk about the actual testing itself. We won't be able to see that, but we'll be looking to see when those platforms come back down, and if they're going to launch on the 6th, they would need to start the countdown on the 4th. And so that's how much time. And if you think about it, again, the flight crew goes into quarantine at L-14. So if tomorrow's when they would have to do that, they only have 2 weeks to get anything left that they need to get done.
And we have another question here from Mitchell Max, and they're asking, what's the difference between SpaceX and NASA doing it other than the spacesuits? EJ, I'm going to throw that one over to you.
Okay, so we're looking at a completely different rocket. That's actually a good question. I get asked that over on my end a lot, Ryan. Like, well, what is NASA doing here? Don't we have, SpaceX with the Dragon capsule? Well, yeah, but the Dragon capsule is really only designed to go to low Earth orbit. It's really not designed to go much further. By SpaceX's own admission, NASA wanted them to build a capsule to get them to the ISS, and that's what that thing does. Now, that's not to say that Dragon couldn't go further than the ISS. Maybe. It's possible. But Orion is really designed to go that far. And the SLS is designed to, the slang term is throw it that far, right? It's designed to push this thing out into deep space. You need a much bigger rocket than Falcon 9 if you want to get anything near the moon. Falcon 9 can move small payloads to the moon, but it's not moving a capsule that's designed to keep 4 people alive for 3 weeks out to the moon. You need a much bigger rocket to do that. Think about it like 2 different space programs running almost. Like if, Dragon is the Gemini program, right? This is the Apollo program. I mean, even it's the Artemis program, but twin sister of Apollo, right? Like that's the whole reason why they named it Artemis, because it's the sister of Apollo, right? So you're kind of looking at 2 different capsules that do 2 different things. Once again, I'd like to, how I'd like to say is like Orion is like a combine van, right? It is a, not like a full like caravan, like RV, right? But it's a pretty big van that you could take on a pretty big journey. You go on a big road trip with that. Dragon, if we're talking cars, is just a small car that you go to get groceries with. Not that that's a bad thing. That's the car that you need. You use that car the most, right? But this thing is really designed to go way further into space. And going outside of Earth's, magnetic field, so the Van Allen belts, or the Van Halen belts, as I like to call them. No, going outside of the magnetic field is a completely different set of requirements for a human-rated spacecraft. It's a totally different ballgame. Like I said, you're comparing two different vehicles, but that is a good question. We do get asked that a lot here. Why don't they just use Dragon? I don't know if Dragon's going to go that far, unless you want to go, on like a 5,000 kilometer road trip with a smart car or something. You probably want a bigger vehicle to do a road trip in. But, yeah, two different vehicles for two different purposes. Good question.
Good question indeed. Let's have a look through here. Dork Vaydorg D4015. Sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly, but they are asking, is the quick disconnect for the interim cryogenic propulsion stage literally just a delta cryogenic stage quick disconnect? Philip, I'm going to throw this one over to you. Of course, the ICPS is, essentially a delta stage which has been adapted to fly on SLS. Do you know if the quick disconnects are the same or if they're different across those stages?
I think they're pretty close, especially the actual physical connections from the umbilical arm to the stage itself. It really is. They're physically, and in terms of the interfaces, the mechanical interfaces are I don't know if they're not identical, but they're really close. But then I think the differences between that, you get into more differences in terms of a swing arm for the SLS vehicle versus a swing arm for the Delta 4 or Delta 4 Heavy. I think the actual, again, the sort of physical interfaces up to the stage are very similar.
And I would imagine that is to be expected, considering the heritage and the similarities, and the fact that this stage is, it's called the interim cryogenic propulsion stage for a reason. It's an interim solution to fly SLS in the Block 1 configuration before the new exploration upper stage is ready to fly on Block 1B and Block 2 being built by Boeing. So we look through here. We've got a bit more support over the last 10 minutes or so. We've got Robert Howe becoming a PADRAP member. Thank you very much for that, Robert. We have Joseph in the store at shop.nasaspaceflight.com getting the vintage Artemis design shirt there. So we can see a short floor of Gravitas making its way out of Port Canaveral right now. And we have Turtle Sanctuary again with another $5 super chat saying, when will Game Boys and Nintendo Switches be allowed in space? But EJ, there's a genuine point on that, because very recently, literally just for Crew 12, NASA has changed its policy. Astronauts can take phones to space, finally, in 2026.
Yep, that's right. Crew 12 flew with their personal cell phones. They had them in their pocket. Can you believe that? Ryan, what I'm really wondering is if it was on airplane mode or not. Do you have to put your phone into airplane mode when you're on a spaceship? Question? I don't know. Chat, what do you guys think? I don't know. I'd probably put it on airplane mode because, don't want that, screwing up. If the spacecraft, breaks, that's probably not great. I'd put it in airplane mode. I don't know about you guys.
Better to be safe than sorry, Right? I wonder if they had a new switch which turned on the no personal device light in Dragon.
Now, see, the real question is how, if it is, does Dragon have Wi-Fi without the Starlink placer that flew on Polaris Dawn? Because, chat, on the Polaris Dawn mission, they had basically a hot-wired Starlink antenna in Dragon's trunk. Now, Crew 12 didn't have that. So I'm actually kind of wondering, you know, even if you did take your phone into space, does Dragon have like in-flight Wi-Fi that's through the ground station loops, or is it using TDRS? Now I'm really wondering. That was a good question.
We've just got a message from Sawyer, who will be on stream later on, and he says that the phone basically has all of the communication methods disabled, with the exception of the connection to the SpaceX. So, I mean, essentially, it's an airplane mode. Yeah.
All right, cool, sweet. Well, hey, there you go. You learn something every day.
Although I suppose it should be called space flight mode, or just flight mode. I guess flight mode works.
I like flight mode. That's good. Tim Cook, call us.
Dynasty Shipper says, I think they need to add rocket mode onto phones now.
Yeah.
Astro Playground says, do not disturb at a bare minimum. Oh dear. Okay, let's have a look through here. We've got some really good questions coming into chat right now. I'm trying to queue them up so we can bring them on screen. This one from Mike is interesting. Mike is asking, why not take a Dragon to low Earth orbit and dock with Starship after it has been refueled in low Earth orbit, land Starship on the moon, and launch and redock with Dragon in low Earth orbit for the return home? So this is talking about alternative architectures for Artemis. Of course, the one we're looking forward to right now is the Space Launch System architecture, which will be, or the plan is for the next mission is to launch SLS and Orion with its crew to the vicinity of the moon, where it will dock with a Starship landing system vehicle and land on the moon, come back up to Orion, redock, and then fly the crew home. But EJ, I'll start with you. What do you think about a SpaceX entirety architecture with doing the crew rendezvous in low Earth orbit and then using Starship to make it to the moon and then land on the surface before coming home and redocking with Dragon?
I suppose that wouldn't be necessarily a bad way to do things. Honestly, guys, like, it's not a bad idea. I'm really kind of wondering, like, would SpaceX have an extra Dragon for that? But you know, we have the whole fleet. There's a lot of Dragons at this point, which is pretty crazy. I don't know, Chad, do you guys know all the names? I'm pretty sure I know all the names, but now I'm self-conscious about it, so I'm not going to say all the names, but I think I know all the names. But anyway, yeah, that could work. You would really, so what the type of architecture that you're talking about here is what's called EOR in the applications of lunar exploration. You have a couple of different types of things. You have EOR, which is Earth Orbit Rendezvous, and then you have LOR, which is Lunar Orbit Rendezvous. Now, Earth Orbit Rendezvous is, you put everything together in low Earth orbit, and then you send it out to the moon. No one's ever done that. They wanted to do that with the space shuttle, but, all we got is the ISS. Not that that's a bad thing. The ISS is great. They wanted to do that with shuttle, but that ultimately didn't materialize. The only architecture that anybody's ever used to get people out to the moon, the Apollo program, is an LOR. And so they sent everything all at once, and you had your command service module around the moon, and then you had your lunar module that goes down to the surface, comes back up, rendezvous in lunar orbit with the CSM again, command service module, everybody comes home, you ditch the ascent stage from the lunar excursion module, you go, and then you come home. That's the only thing that's ever been attempted and worked 6 times. It would have been 7, but turns out dropping the life support system on the ground and then putting it in the spacecraft like nothing's wrong is probably frowned upon. Should have been 7. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, you could do this with Dragon, sure. But does HLS, like, at that point, you were talking about EOR. The thing is with spaceflight, and this kind of, speaks to how you go about planning missions and how what's called ConOps work. Okay, so say in our proverbial analogy here, we have Dragon. You have a fully fueled HLS. Starship does its thing. They did the in-flight refilling. SpaceX got it down pat. You have a fully fueled HLS ready to go. Okay, you send Dragon up, right? Dragon transfers the crew into Starship in this proverbial, this hypothetical, right? And then Dragon, what does Dragon do from there? it's an honest question. Well, like, what does Dragon do from there? Like, we're talking about the concept of operations, or what's called con ops here. Do you leave Dragon in low Earth orbit? Can Dragon free fly by itself with nobody on board? I'm sure it can. We saw it do it during DM1. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. So when that happens, now you're bound by loiter time here for the Dragon. How long can Dragon free fly? I'm not sure we know the answer to that question, but I think I'd give SpaceX the benefit of the doubt that they could probably get Dragon to sit around in low Earth orbit. Or do you bring it back down? Now, think about it like this. If you bring that sucker back down, do you have any place to go? What if something goes wrong with HLS? You have no way to get home immediately, because that HLS has to come back to low Earth orbit from the moon, Earth orbit rendezvous, re-rendezvous with a capsule, right, and come home. Now, if you look at like the LOR architecture if you look at the lunar orbit rendezvous architecture from the Apollo program, there are periods of time where you really don't have a way to get home, particularly like when you're on the surface. You have to get on the ascent module and then re-rendezvous with the command service module and then come home, right? There's an extra step towards the, oh no, we need to get home right now button, right? With this type of architecture, you still run into that, but it's a little bit of a greater risk here, because you're moving so far away from basically your lifeboat home, right? That's a long time for the HLS just to be sitting up there by itself, like go all the way out to the moon, land on the moon, come all the way back. If anything goes wrong during those transits back and forth, like, heavens forbid, like an Apollo 13 or something, you don't have a way to get exactly home unless HLS is toting this Dragon capsule around with it, But then again, it speaks to what I was saying before. Is Dragon okay to go outside of the Earth's magnetic field? Is it okay to do that? Can it operate in deep space? I'm sure SpaceX could modify it to make it work, or it might just work right now. Who knows? But there's, that architecture could work, but you are introducing a fair amount of risk. Now, whether that risk is more risky or less risky than Apollo, I'll leave that up to the internet. You guys, talk about it. I was going to say have a nice, polite conversation about it, but it is the internet. So it'll probably end in name calling. Don't do that. Don't do that. We have civil discussions here. Ish. Right? But yeah, no, it could work. It's possible. I personally, I don't like the amount of time, like, you leave Dragon just sitting around by itself. Maybe have HLS tote that Dragon all the way out to lunar orbit, in which case you just got LOR again. Like, it's EOR, it's Earth orbit rendezvous, lunar orbit rendezvous. You're doing exactly what the Apollo program, it's the zero sum. Like, you're doing exactly the same thing as the Apollo program, but you're adding extra steps by launching on 2 vehicles instead of 1, right? It's a really interesting conversation, right? It could happen. Like, maybe SpaceX will do it, but there is risk involved with doing something like that. You don't have a way to get back down on the surface for the duration of the mission. Just something to think about when, I don't know about you guys. I like theory crafting out different architectures. Like, oh, we could do this. What if they did this with this? Kit bash architectures. Let's do that. Let's have an Orion rendezvous with Starship, and then Starship move it to Mars or something. Like, I like doing that, but you got to think. Every architecture always, like, going to the ISS or going to the moon, always has a way to get back down onto the ground. Except, obviously the LOR from Apollo, right? Think about that stuff. That's important to think about if you want to design spaceflight missions someday.
Fascinating as always. I have a question that we were talking about on part 1 of the coverage earlier on today. Philip, I'll start with you. Basically, somebody was asking, do you think a lunar landing with Artemis 3 in 2028 is realistic or not? So I'm interested in your thoughts. Do you think 2028 will happen, or do you think it's going to be a little while after that year?
I guess if I had to put money on it, or it's not an over-under, but I would probably put, if you did say over-under, January 20th, 2029, I'd probably go over. That I think there's a better chance of the over than the under. I guess I'd have more confidence if if the two providers had more confidence in their schedule to share it with anybody. And so I do not take the secrecy as a good sign of confidence.
What do you think, EJ? Do you think it's 2028, or do you think we're going to be looking 2029 or beyond?
Ryan, 2028 is a bold goal. It's a bold goal. I'm kind of with Philip on this one. That is a huge undertaking to get that done in time. Now, look, a lot of people are going to sit there and say, like, nah, they're not doing it. It's going to be 2030. They're not doing it. They're going to, look, the Apollo program was bold. President Kennedy proposed the Apollo program when we had just gotten somebody into orbit. John Glenn got into orbit. He said, okay, we got one guy to orbit. Let's go to the moon. And I know that the Apollo program had a blank check. I get it. I understand that. That's a very, it's a very good argument to make. But also at the same time, sorry, that shot of orange rocket is really nice.
I don't blame you. It's very easy to be distracted by the wonderful engineering cameras NASA has been surprising us with today.
Right? Exactly. But, Apollo was a bold goal, but it was a bold goal that challenged us to get stuff done. I think bold goals personally are what NASA needs. And I think it's very easy. It's a very safe opinion to say that, and Philip, I'm not trying to say this about you. If you say it, I believe you, but you also said the silence is deafening for sure. These bold goals are what NASA needs. You need to be challenged without a deadline, without something to do. We get that press conference that we had today with Jared and Amit, and that wasn't did you guys enjoy that? I mean, I didn't really particularly enjoy that. We almost actually stranded astronauts in space. I didn't enjoy hearing that. It was the right thing to do to take ownership of it, but you have to be bold, but you have to be deliberate. Like Blue Origin says, gradatim ferociter, right? Like you have to go step by step ferociously. And a bold goal kind of facilitates that. I think it's doable. I think they can land in 2028. It's doable. I'm wondering about once again, I'm throwing out all the words today, ConOps. What is our concept of operations if, for instance, Blue Origin has their lander ready to go before SpaceX? We know that they have SpaceX and Blue Origin who are on the hook for the two lunar landers, one for the HLS program and the other one for the SLD program, Sustainable Lunar Development. HLS is Human Landing System for the uninitiated, right? We know that they both have landers, and we know that they have proposed revised architectures that could potentially facilitate a 2028 landing. However, we don't know what those architectures are. What is your refined architecture? What are we doing to speed things up? Because both Blue and SpaceX have architectures that, well, one, they require a lot of EOR, like just what I was talking about a second ago. A lot of Earth orbit rendezvous, a lot of refilling. We've heard whispers that Blue might potentially have a way to not do refilling with their Blue Moon Mark 1.5, right? But do we know what that is? I don't know. It's like Philip said, the silence is kind of deafening, and I think he hit the nail on the head there. If we knew what they were, if we knew what their revised architecture was, maybe I'd be able to give you a better answer. But either way, I think it's very easy to be like, nah, they're not going to do that. Yeah, that's a really safe opinion to have. I don't particularly like that. I think spaceflight is inherently an optimistic endeavor, and we need to be that way. If we're not that way, well, it's certainly going to fail. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right? I think Michael Scott said that. Michael Scott, Wayne Gretzky, but you get the idea, right? I think it's doable, Ryan. I think they can do it, but we have to be bold and we have to be deliberate. Now is not the time to be putzing around with hydrogen leaks. This stuff can't happen. And we're going back, tying us back into the wet dress rehearsal. Those seals worked great today. We didn't get an exact, amount of the leak rate, but they did work. Vehicles in replenishment, and we're running like 20 to 30 minutes behind on the overall count, and the planned holds are there to take up that aggregate time. So we're pretty much right on the timeline as far as we can tell. That's a good thing. That's being bold and being deliberate. You know, I get it. It's second wet dress rehearsal, right? But hey, if that's what you got to do to get things done, that's what you got to do. I think it's doable. I think we can do it, Ryan. I really do.
Speaking of the timeline, we did just pass under L-3 hours and counting, so I think it's a good time to do a little check-up on the timeline and see where things currently sit at, as we're at L-2 hours, 54 minutes and 45 seconds. The next event we should be looking for is the hatch closure of that launch abort system, which we can see in the bottom right. That is the next item on the checklist. Well, it's not the next item exactly on their checklist, but on my checklist it is. That is scheduled for 2 hours and 50 minutes. But again, as EJ was saying, don't be too surprised if that does extend a little bit. They have another half-hour hold coming up in the countdown, which begins at L-40 minutes. So that's the next event to look for. And then after that, the next scheduled event would be the closeout crew departing Launch Complex 39B. That's actually an hour later, after the launch abort system hatch closure is scheduled for. So that's the closeout crew departure is scheduled for 1 hour and 45 minutes ago in the countdown. So again, plenty of margin for the crew to get their jobs complete here up in the White Room, preparing Orion and the launch abort system for not flying, but pretending it's going to fly.
Yep. I mean, you know, they might not be going today, but if I was anybody on that closeout crew, anybody that's working this, I would treat it like a launch. Ryan, we were talking about it. You know, practice makes perfect. If you practice lazy, you play lazy. You practice hard, you play hard. I'd be treating this like a launch. I'd be treating it with the seriousness, and not to say that NASA isn't. They absolutely are. You know, treat this like the real thing. You know, you could sit there, no, we're pretending we're not launching it today. That's not the type of feistiness you need to send something into space and not have anything, you know, have unknown unknowns, right? So, yeah, that's good stuff. I'm like, I can't say this enough. I'm happy to see that they're keeping time. It's really, really, really cool to see it.
100%, and it's such a welcome difference from what we saw on Wet Dress Rehearsal 1, because not only did we have those hydrogen leaks first time around, which delayed that tanking operation, but then the closeout crew were also facing difficulties on Wet Dress Rehearsal 1 surrounding closing the hatches and getting that White Room ready for a launch configuration. So, I mean, at least according to this live view, the last update we had from NASA is an hour ago at this point, but the live view we have is showing the closeout crew continuing to work on that hatch closure. So it'll be interesting if we get another written statement from NASA at some point, of course, today. Unfortunately, unlike some of the wet dress rehearsal testing from Artemis 1, NASA isn't doing like live commentary or anything like that. So our only kind of insight into what's happening is what we can see on our cameras, what we can see on NASA's cameras, and what they put on their blog, which we are... I have mine also refreshing once per minute to see when the updates come through. So we will bring them to you as soon as we have them. Looking through some more questions here. We have a question here from Mario. EJ, you're going to love this. What are your thoughts on the heat shield issue? Is the heat shield safe despite the difficulties with Artemis 1? Now, I know we have spoken about this at length across many different live streams, many different flame trenches, many times over the past few years. Yeah, years at this point.
Yep.
Blimey. But, you know, I'm just going to say, based on what I saw today in that Starliner press conference, I have extreme doubts that Jared Isaacman would look at the data and say this spacecraft is safe to fly if it wasn't safe to fly.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm kind of with you. I appreciate Jared Isaacman taking ownership of everything and, you know, the whole Starliner thing. That really instilled a confidence in me that, you know, which I honestly didn't really have before, that he wouldn't send this mission. He wouldn't tell them to go if he wasn't sure. Hey, I don't think he's that type of dude. You know, I really don't. So that, believe it or not, him acknowledging that the Starliner program went a little haywire to, I don't want to undersell it, but yeah, it went a little haywire, and him taking ownership of that, even though he wasn't even NASA administrator, that's very telling. It's a very telling thing. That I'm with you. I don't think he would give the go on this mission, and the buck does stop with him. I don't think he would give the go on this mission if he wasn't sure. With that being said, yeah, I don't personally, not that I've worked on my own capsule's heat shield or anything, guys. Like I don't like that they don't have a datum of nominal behavior for the heat shield. Now, NASA is really good at doing analysis. That's what they live for. So if they can extrapolate analysis based off of the Artemis 1 mission, which was not a nominal thing with the heat shield, there were, observations, as the industry likes calling it now. I don't know why they can't just say anomaly. It was anomaly for a little while. Now it's observation. We had an observation. I don't want to undersell it, right? That heat shield did not do what they wanted to do. And I think that you can try and, connect the dots in your analysis with the heat shield charring and spalling. You can proverbially connect the dots in your analysis. That's doable. And I think NASA, if anybody, would be the best at doing that. However, I can't think of in the back of my mind, every T that you don't cross, every I or J that you do not dot could come back to bite you. And I don't like, I personally don't like the amount of extra risk involved here. I'd personally want a good bench test on that heat shield, but that's what Artemis 1 was supposed to do, right? I think the whole heat shield thing comes from just not flying enough, right? And that was a problem that's not something you're going to fix overnight. But, you kind of, with what Jared Isaacman is doing, you kind of take it as it comes, right? Like, that's the thing about them cowpokes. You take it as it comes, So I don't think he'd send this mission unless if he wasn't confident in it. I really don't. But see, I can't help but think, and I've said this on Flame Trench many times, but I can't help but think in the back of my mind, this is the easiest Artemis mission. The next one is going to be even harder. And the one after that's going to be even more difficult. And the one after that's going to be even more difficult. Every Artemis mission is subsequently more complicated than the previous one. Just something to think about. If we're having wishy-washy problems here with the heat shield for the first crew launch, I trust that, Jared Isaacman and Amit I can't say his name. Chrysila. I'm sorry, Amit. I'm not saying your name right. I apologize. I will get it right. I
think
swear.
it's Kshatriya is my best take on it.
What he said. I trust that they will fix these problems in their tenure. I really do. Like I said, that Starliner conference was very telling. It was very telling. But I would really want to make sure, like, I'd want a good bench test of that heat shield. But yeah, that we don't have that. But also, guys, I think, and this, I just want to end on this before I give it back to you, Ryan. Like, I think it's very important to not put off bad vibes before a launch like this. I don't want to sit here and I don't want to say, oh, the heat shield sucks. Oh, it's terrible. I think it's terrible. I play Kerbal. I know what I'm talking about. No. You don't do that. Don't do that. Especially because we're in the press. I don't think that's a good idea to do. I don't believe in bad vibes before launch. We really want, it's in everybody's best interest that this thing works, and it works great. So Ryan, I kind of said what you said only in a 5-minute spiel, right? But if Jared and Amit think it's good to go, I trust them. I really do. I trust them. He knows what, I think Jared Isaacman of all people knows what's at stake here if something, you get unknown unknowns with this mission. I really do.
Philip, I'll also throw this one to you. We were just talking about the well-discussed heat shield. It has been well discussed by certain people over the past few months and years at this point, but essentially I was saying that with the press conference today about Starliner, I don't think Jared Isaacman would put a crew on Artemis 2 if it wasn't safe to fly. I don't think he would call them to fly the mission if it wasn't safe to fly, but I'm interested in your thoughts on the Artemis 2 heat shield situation surrounding this kind of extra, willing to make the difficult decisions leadership that we've seen today.
Well, the only unfortunate thing is that I haven't read the report, or as much as it's redacted, and I haven't had a chance to listen to their comments and their responses to questions. But I guess because so much of this, and I'd whined about this way back in, what was it, May of 24. That we were only getting some of this information purely through the Inspector General's office or the Government Accounting Office, and that's I'll leave it at disappointing. I could use other adjectives, but the flip side of it is nobody's putting their cards on the table in terms of positioned around their opinion about what to do about this. So I'm trying. Everybody else can root for their teams. To me, I just want to apply the same standard of testing or verifying to whatever claims are made by, put your cards on the table. So if you're arguing your side, if NASA's arguing their side, put your cards on the table. Show me your math. I do think, unfortunately, that all of the teams, and there aren't just two, have other motives involved in the fan boards talking about this. Unfortunately, I think we've reached the point in society where the only way people are just going to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth is under oath. And so, in that sense, I'm not real encouraged about where we are, because I just don't feel like some of these arguments, I think, are coming too much from emotion versus just show me the numbers, show me the math. Hi, buddy.
Interesting indeed. L minus 2 hours and 42 minutes and 30 seconds and counting now. As a reminder, the next event we were looking for was that launch abort system hatch closure, scheduled at L minus 2 hours and 50 minutes. So we're about 8 minutes beyond to that point now. But again, they have hold time. They're running a little bit behind. They have margin. The point of this rehearsal is to test things like this. So nothing too concerning at this point. Especially considering how good of a run SLS has had, so to speak, over the past few hours. Fully fueled without going over their leak margin like they did on Wet Dress Rehearsal 1. So good progress so far. Close-out crew still working to close that hatch, although it has been over an hour at this point, almost an hour and 10 minutes since the last official written update from NASA. So fingers crossed we get another one soon, with an update on how the crew are doing inside of the White Room, which we can see in the bottom right. Very quickly, we have got some more support over the last half hour, so I do need to read those out. L4580 Motions, thank you for your support. We also have Robert Charles with a $20 super chat. No message, but just the $20, so thank you, Robert, for your support. That's really generous of you with no message. Zephyr with the $8 Australian, saying there was Red Dragon. Dragon makes sense with a lunar cycler, a slower boat, a bunch of starships on perpetual Earth-Moon orbit. That's another potential architecture. Aldrin cyclers moving between Earth and the Moon and Earth, and going back and forth and going up and docking with them. I mean, probably requires a little bit more investment than just doing one lander and Orion to get to the Moon. But again, one of those potential future scenarios. Turtle Sanctuary with the $5 super says, I'm confused. This sounds like Flame Trench. We're going to have Flame Trench tomorrow, right? Please tell me there's going to be a Flame Trench tomorrow. I can confirm there will be a Flame Trench tomorrow. Don't you worry. And it will be a spicy Flame Trench, maybe more spicy than normal, because not only do we have the Starliner situation, we also have the Vulcan situation, and we have the SLS situation to talk about. SLS is probably all right this week, let's be fair. But Vulcan and Starliner, there's going to be some interesting discussions to be had over SRBs going pop and Starliner being reclassified as a Type A mishap. And
go on,
Ryan,
EJ. Just real quick, I still can't believe Rook did that. I can't believe he came out and said that. No, it's really good. That's really good. It's a really good thing. I just, it's, okay. At the risk of sounding a little inappropriate, I'll just say it's nice to see an administrator with some stones. That was a ballsy thing to do, but it was the right thing to do. So yeah, sorry, I just didn't mean to interject. That's great, really good.
Mm-hmm. And we have, I'd rather be flying an X-Wing with a $5 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com, saying, after reading the letter from Rook, I'm ready to vote for him for president. Complete confidence. Well, there we go. I mean, I can't have a say on this because I'm not from the United States, so I will leave that to the Americans to discuss. But yeah, thank you very much for your support there. Direct support to us. Not going through any of the other companies who take a cut or anything like that, going straight to NSF. So thank you very much. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing for that tip. It is greatly appreciated, and go straight into the equipment and, the hardware which makes streams like this happen. Bozak crew continuing to work on closing that hatch as the sun sets over SLS in the background there. As it does get darker, that countdown clock at the press site is becoming a little bit easier to read. NASA has been struggling with it a little bit. On the first wet dress rehearsal, there were some pink squares popping up, and then the numbers weren't aligned, and now it's a bit dim. But at least it is still counting down, which is the most important thing.
I was going to ask why they were using that mood lighting on it.
Okay, let's see what more questions we have here. That one WestJet Aviator 13 is asking, what is that orange pipe in the white room close to the hatch? Philip, do you know? Very usefully, and I'm standing in front of it. But there is an orange pipe in the background running from, it looks to be running from the hatch to, like, up high. Is that like a ventilation,
I believe,
I'd assume?
Yeah, I believe that's what that is. It's just a drag-on purge. It's essentially portable air conditioning into the, probably now just into the white room, but the crew might desire a little bit of that before they get hooked into the Orion air conditioning system when they're getting on board. And so, yeah, I think it's basically just it's an air conditioning hose to keep the area relatively comfortable.
Yeah, that hose is used when they have the capsule open. When the capsule's environmental control systems aren't on, there's no air conditioning in there. When the capsule isn't powered on and ready to go. You don't want to turn your environmental control systems on. You don't want to turn on life support when you're still down on the ground, right? So what that is it's maintaining positive pressure. They only use it when the hatch door is open. Now you guys do see a hatch door on the screen, but that is the outer hatch. Orion has a two-piece hatch. There's the hatch that's actually on the capsule, and the hatch that you see there is the one for the launch abort system, or LAS for short. That's the shroud. So that orange tube, because Orion's inner hatch is closed, is not being used right now. But it feels right. It's an air conditioner for when the capsule isn't powered on. Think about like if you're running your car in accessory mode, right? You don't want no air conditioning, right? So they have to provide the air conditioning. And in fact, that whole white room, I see people asking about it in the chat. The room that they're in is at the end of the crew access arm. It is all climate controlled in there. Low humidity and I think it's about 70 Fahrenheit, about 20 C. It's very, very comfortable in there and very dry. You don't want humidity around it, and it is humid in Florida, that's for sure.
Got a wonderful pun here, courtesy of Alex. Does this mean there are two hoses in the room? The orange hose and Tiger hose?
Ah, not you two. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't like puns, then Well, I can only apologise for what's going to be coming in 5 minutes' time. Anyways, let's have a look through here for a couple more questions. Alan Plax is asking, is the Orion capsule flying on Artemis 2 the same capsule that flew on Artemis 1? Philip, I don't think so, but I think there might be some avionics that might be shared over. Am I correct?
That's correct. These first two, or well, like if you count the one for the very first test flight, the exploration flight test 1 back in 2014. So these first 3 crew module units are not planned to be reused in sort of any major way, but they did pull some electronics off of the Artemis 1 unit to reuse on this one, which ended up costing them a little bit of schedule. And so, but they do now have enough money and planned ahead so that they don't have that same dependency between the Artemis 2 and Artemis 3 builds, and then going forward.
So technically, in a roundabout way, SLS is a partially reusable launch system.
The parts that are being reused are shuttle hardware. So they're getting reused one more time.
One final reuse.
Yes.
I don't like that at all. But I suppose if it's for lunar exploration, that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of flight history throughout those those SRB casings we are looking at right now on that bottom left view. Those are all pre-flown. Those have all flown on shuttle flights before. The 3 of the RS-25 engines have flown on shuttle flights before. The 4th was assembled late in the shuttle program, didn't fly as a unit, but has some components which have flown before. And of course, the engine for the Orion service module, the European service module built by Airbus, that uses an engine which previously flew on Space Shuttle Atlantis as part of its orbital maneuvering system. It's flown a few times before. But yeah, plenty of shuttle hardware being reused, just being ditched in the ocean or in the atmosphere once this flight comes to an end, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's bittersweet. You know, the best place for those shuttle components would be to be on a space shuttle flying. But the space shuttle flying means we're not going to the moon, so mixed bag. Brian, it actually looks like they're starting to break down components. They're taking FOD covers off. If you guys look at the bottom right, the closeout crew, they're almost done with taking all the stuff out of there, and they're packing stuff down. Could be seeing that outer hatch close soon.
Yeah, I was just taking a look at that. Very exciting progress indeed. As a reminder, if you are just joining us, we are approaching L-2 hours and 30 minutes towards the simulated launch time tonight. Of course, we're not launching, we're simply doing everything apart from launching and loading the astronauts on the vehicle. So this is a full rehearsal of launch day without launching the rocket to get that data and practice these procedures. And the launch abort system hatch closure is scheduled for L-2 hours and 50 minutes. So at this time, we're about 20 minutes over schedule. But again, we've been a little bit over schedule pretty much all day. It's nothing to be worried about at this point because pretty much apart from that communications backup procedure they had to move to earlier in the countdown, kind of this morning / early afternoon, everything from that point has moved pretty smoothly. So fingers crossed we get this hatch closure coming up momentarily. And yes, EJ, it does appear that they are packing up rather, and getting ready to close that hatch.
I'd like to add, Ryan, that this is actually pretty much on schedule for wet dress rehearsal and launch countdown times. They have till about L-1 hour and 20 minutes to make sure that outer hatch is completely good to go. Yeah, we're pretty much on the timeline here. Maybe a little, just slightly behind, but yeah, they're working right on time, which is great. You don't want hiccups. This is fantastic.
I mean, I say slightly behind, but like it's all relative, right? They've got so much margin in this countdown, and considering the difficulties that they had on Wet Dress Rehearsal 1, Wet Dress Rehearsal 2 has almost gone perfectly compared if you compare them against each other. But yeah, they've definitely got a lot of of that protective covering removed at this point and bagged up. So looking like good progress here. Anyways, as we approach our minus 2 hours and 30 minutes, I've been on for about, well, I got a couple of hours off thanks to that surprise Starliner conference and the Raptorside Cape Side special chat with Chris B and the Starbase Live crew earlier on. But apart from that, I've been on for about 6 hours today, and I would like to rest my voice. Forgive me. But in my place, we have got the pun master himself. Sawyer Rosenstein is coming on stream, everybody. So hello, Sawyer. Thank you for coming on, and I will see you all later.
My pleasure. Good luck catching your voice again there. Thank you, Ryan Caton, for hosting. As mentioned, I am Sawyer Rosenstein. I'm taking over hosting duties here on the Wet Dress Rehearsal Take 2 for Artemis 2. And it's really exciting to see all of those coverings being taken away. They had a protective, looks like almost a case on the ground where they were taking all of those parts that were removed that they used to access the actual hatch itself and stow those away to bring with them, or at least put somewhere safe, because you do not want those things flying around during the actual launch itself. So we'll hopefully then get to that outer hatch closing there. A reminder that the Orion hatch itself is closed. Next up is that launch abort system shroud that is around it, that second hatch that you see on your screen getting closed up and ready to go. So how's everyone doing today?
Sawyer, I'm doing just fine. It's good to hear your voice in here. I'm happy that it's like you just said, this mission is, I mean, obviously they're not launching today, guys, but we're almost, dare I say, like, I feel bad saying it. I feel bad putting it out into the aether, like, but we're almost up on the timeline here. That's really good. This is great. I'm actually really, really happy right now.
Yeah, I know they were trying to get a little bit further ahead on the wet dress rehearsal timeline, but as you pointed out, if this were the official launch day timeline from the Artemis 2 press kit, they would still be well within the timing of this, of getting that hatch closed and getting everything out of the white room there and heading back away from the pad. The closeout crew in the real one would depart from the pad at about 45 minutes. So yeah, they're doing just fine.
Yeah, this is great. Get that shroud abort closed and let's get into the terminal count. I'm ready, man. This is excellent.
I think NASA is also very ready to get into that terminal count again and make
You're
it a
not
little
wrong.
further. Which, a reminder, I believe they're going to try to go for the 2 attempts again today, which was the original plan for the first wet dress rehearsal, where they will get down into the terminal count, and right before all of the main computers would switch over at about T-minus 30 or 29 seconds, there would basically trip a hold, and then they would hold and revert back to the T-minus 10-minute point. They're also planning on doing that hold where they get to the T-minus 3-minute mark, hold for a minute and a half, and then get back to the 10-minute point. So 2 different tests that we expect to see. And again, hopefully we see them actually get, as we were really hoping for last time, into that main portion of the countdown. So a reminder, if you have questions, I know it was the other way around. I'm just saying those were the 2 tests.
Looks like they're removing some of those. Those are, it looks like sort of kneeling panels that fit between the outside of the LAS and the inside of the crew module, so that these are some of those panels in between. Again, another good sign of they're breaking down the these are removed before flight pieces inside the sort of outer mold line of the vehicle. And it does sort of give you the sense that maybe they've finished the leak check of Orion and they're getting ready to focus on this last outer launch abort system ogive hatch.
That's what it seems like at this point. And it's, again, nice to see them actually doing this, and very nice that NASA is providing views this time inside the White Room to be able to watch this, as opposed to the single static view that we had during Wet Dress number 1. So in just full honesty and transparency, a big shout out to NASA for providing more views for this one after some words had been said on social media about the first Wet Dress rehearsal.
They heard words directly. They heard lots
Yeah.
of words directly.
I'm trying to put it nicely. And a reminder, if you have questions, you can tag us at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF, which is a lot easier on mobile, and that will pop up in our queue here, and we will do our best to answer as many of your questions as we can. I do read through the regular chat as well, but it goes quite fast, so this just helps to get some of those questions easier to see. So, starting off here at this point, we were talking about the reusability when I came in here, and I guess the question that Fancy Zach was asking is, why don't they just reuse the SRBs? I mean, that's what they did during the shuttle program. Was the up in the nose cone there, they had a parachute that would pop out. Then there was Freedom Star and Liberty Star that would go out there. They would put a plug in the backside of it, attach it to the boats, and drag it through the locks, bring it back, refurbish, and I believe it was at the ARF it was called at the time, and then get them ready to fly again. Why not just keep doing that? Why are we going to have to build new ones every time, Philip?
Well, I'm sure there are some other less talked about reasons. I think obviously the vendor wants to make new ones, so they want to switch to the composite case and the new design. I think I don't know how much you guys talked about this earlier, but we've mentioned it a few times, I think, in Artemis 1 and even now. But these boosters, there are two of them, but these boosters were designed, the ballistics are for Ares 1 first stage, so single stick. So the ballistics for these boosters were designed to launch Orion to just low Earth orbit. And so they're not optimized for SLS. These are interim solid rocket boosters along with the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, upper stage. And so there's that. But then there are probably some other things that it would be interesting to get some better data on. These are 5-segment boosters. It would be interesting to compare the separation, where these stage and where they go up to, what their peaks are compared to what was the design for Ares 1. But of course, if you remember the infamous Ares 1X flight, it would also be interesting to compare those to the trajectories for these boosters in terms of coming back down with that flight, because I think these would, recovering the 5-segment boosters might probably require a little bit more work than for the shuttle solid rocket boosters, which are 4 segments. And they had it, it wasn't an unsolvable problem, but they did have issues with the parachutes for that one test. And so recovering these is not a complete analog to recovering the solid rocket boosters on shuttle. So it's the same idea, but do you need bigger parachutes, which means they're going to take more space, more mass. So there's that. And then again, I think probably I think it's feasible to recover these, but there is also, again, the vendor wants to move to, and probably the SLS program itself also wants to move to a SLS focused design and a higher optimizing the vehicle. They've basically gone the opposite way of where the industry is going, which is, this vehicle's optimized for single launch. It's optimized for payload through translunar injection in this case. So whereas a lot of the industry is optimizing for cadence and launching more, and they're willing to allocate some performance propellant on the vehicles in order to recover them so they can be rapidly reused.
And the interesting thing, again, EJ and I were just talking in the back channel, didn't realize that was Ares 1 hardware, basically. Not just shuttle repurposed, but Ares 1 repurposed hardware too, which is kind of mind-blowing to me.
Yeah, well, and it's what it is specifically it's the thrust trace. So which is the ballistics for the booster are not optimized for SLS, and so that's one of the things they want to do with this I don't even know how to describe the Bolay design, just because of the whole idea of NASA had planned on starting to fly the new booster design on the 9th SLS flight, and at this point, I think, I don't know what the over under is on number of SLS flights at this point.
Yeah, also a fair thing to consider. Which, by the way, for those who don't know, Bolay is the booster obsolescence and life extension, which
Yes,
is
thank you.
the next type of booster that Northrop Grumman is working on using carbon fiber composite casings, things like that. So it's supposed to be the upgrade. But you may remember the last test that we were out there covering live of the Bolay booster. Um, had something very similar to what we saw with Vulcan, with a booster nozzle kind of deciding to liberate itself during the test. And Sheldon Kurth is asking, are we worried about Bolay with the recent SRB failures on Vulcan alongside the test itself? EJ, I want your thoughts on this one.
Okay. Are we worried about the new boosters with recent SRB failures with Vulcan alongside of the test? I think Northrop Grumman has some homework to do. To say it nicely, I think they got some homework to do. I think that it would be prudent for them to solve these problems sooner rather than later. I do not want nozzles coming off on vehicles that are human rated, and I don't think anybody at NASA does, or ULA for that matter. Not that ULA has a human rated Vulcan, but yeah, I think it would behoove them to fix this sooner rather than later. In terms of worrying about it, well, if anybody here can tell me when Artemis 3 is taking off, well, I'd like to look at your crystal ball, please, because we don't know when that's going to happen. So what I'm trying to tell you is that they got time. They got time to figure this out. It would probably be better to get it, figured out more expediently, but they got the time to fix it. It's not super urgent, Sawyer,
Yeah. And as Phil pointed out there too, potentially not needed until Artemis 9 if Artemis 9 happens and if Artemis 9 happens on SLS. So all of that still to keep in mind. And by the way, we're seeing them do some more work there on the hatch there. It looks like there was a cover on that window there that they removed and placed inside one of those clear plastic bags. Because one of the big things, EJ, when it comes to everything that they do in these clean rooms and everything leading up to the white room and before launch is FOD. Foreign object debris is a huge thing that they have to worry about.
Yep. That I was just about to say, Sawyer, that the cover that they removed from the window is called the FOD cover. If you look, they're actually inspecting the hatch. They're inspecting the outer seal for FOD right now. That's what they're doing. I know what people are going to say. What is a little bit of dust or a little bit of dirt going to change something? Yes, it will. It absolutely will. You don't want you want to try to minimize foreign object debris inside of the capsule, inside of any moving part. Where this thing goes, the flight regime that it goes through is a very violent flight regime, and then you're up into space and dust floating around inside of the capsule, inside of the shrouds, whatever during flight it could find something and something bad could happen. It's just playing the FOD game, we'll say, of making sure that you're not contaminating anything is tantamount to like mission success. If you can prevent it as much as possible, you're good. You're going to have less unknown unknowns during your mission. Yeah, it's critical. That is a critical thing. Foreign object debris can really doom missions. That's not that I would want it to doom this one. I think they're doing a great job there. Like I said, that's what I mean about Sawyer. That's what I mean about bad vibes. I don't like putting bad vibes out. I think they're doing the inspection and they're doing it right.
Yep, and that's why you see everyone out there wearing the suits, wearing the gloves, wearing the face masks, wearing hats. Some of them that have their glasses that have it around their neck. All of that is FOD prevention to avoid, even excess of skin cells, hairs getting into it. There was a Dragon mission that they almost had to delay, but were able to get it off in time because they couldn't get the hatch to fully seal, and the reason was human hair. There was a hair in the seal that was preventing a perfect seal. So that is why it is so absolutely critical that they stay, FOD ready. And sure, there may not be crew on it for this one, but you want to, like you said, you want to go through and practice how you'll do it on launch day, do it as you would on launch day. Plus, you don't want any FOD getting on there now that maybe you forget about or sits in the hatch until the next attempt and, causes problems.
Yep. It's the tolerances on this stuff, Sawyer, is not to be trifled with. You said it the best. A human hair can be the difference between its sealing and not. They're very, very, very precise precision machine parts. So, in the mechanical world, that's called, very low tolerances here, or very high tolerances, excuse me. I got it backwards. Yeah, you got to be very careful. You want to minimize it as much as possible.
Yeah, in terms of a good seal, like say on an airplane, if there's a pressurization issue, they can drop down to 10,000 feet and then they're still breathing air. So even if there is a small leak, a small hatch that's kind of open a little bit, then it's not a problem. Space, you don't have that. So that's why it's super important. And it looks like now
there we go.
They are getting ready to close the hatch atop the launch abort system shroud, the ogive there. And this is a major milestone. So the inside hatch to Orion itself had already been closed, and now this is the next major step for the closeout crew, is closing up that outer hatch, sealing it tight, making sure everything is sealed and checked, and then once that is done, the closeout crew will then leave the pad and return back to their kind of stationary waiting point, which is actually right near the Launch Complex 39 press site and near a major office building called OSB 2. But so far, looking good there. And again, you can see on the left, the rocket at this point still fully fueled into replenish mode. So basically just topping off the tanks all the way through the countdown. Amazing at 100% liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen on both the first and second stages. That was a major event earlier. So, Philip, I don't know if you can kind of go into it more. Is there a special procedure for the outside hatch that's different from the inside hatch? What do they do to get this hatch secured?
I mean, I don't think they don't have the same level of, this system is going to be jettisoned about 3 minutes after liftoff, and so they just need to I think one of the things they were talking about, and I can't remember if it was the Orion hatch or whether it was both of the hatches, is just getting these physically. You can sort of see it looks like it takes a little bit of work because the hatch, and it may be related to the fact that the hatch has systems that help open it in an emergency case, but you're having to sort of work. You're having to work to get the hatch closed. But then I'm not sure about what happens in terms of what checkouts they need to do after the hatch is closed, because you wouldn't necessarily do a leak check, for instance, in that volume between the ogive panels and the outer mold line of Orion.
Right. It's less critical as the hatch that will need to keep the crew alive for 10 days versus protect the capsule from the forces on the way up and be able to pull it away for those first 3 minutes of flight. So a little bit different there.
So yeah, one of the things that I'm kind of curious about here is how quickly they get into breaking down the white room. So I do think they did talk about I have to go look at my notes, but they did talk about there being some work in terms of just verifying that the hatch is properly closed, the LAS hatch is properly closed. So but before they leave, they'll have to, even this hose, the way it's connected up right now, they'll have to do some of that. They'll have to break that down and take that away too, and some other things that they'll need to do. But it'll be interesting to see when we get to the how much more work they have to do here at this point before they get into that final phase of work there, which is just breaking down the panels in the white room, deflating the dock seal between the white room and the outer mold line of the launch abort system.
Exactly. And to kind of clarify, by the way, we're talking about the last, that is the launch abort system, which is the pointy bit on the top of the rocket and those fairings that surround the capsule, which are the ogive panels, OGIVE, despite being pronounced ogive. There are 4 of them that encapsulate Orion for that ride uphill. And again, in the event that they do need to use the launch abort system, will help pull the capsule away safely. And it looks like we have an update now from NASA's website here on the latest on the wet dress rehearsal. And to read through what it says here, NASA teams have closed the launch abort system hatch during the Artemis 2 wet dress rehearsal, simulating final launch day procedures. The launch abort system hatch provides access to the Orion crew module through the abort tower and must be securely sealed, to ensure crew safety during ascent. Closing the launch abort system hatch is a critical milestone that confirms the spacecraft is fully configured for flight. The hatch is designed to protect astronauts in the event of emergency during launch, and proper hatch integrity ensures the system can perform as intended. With the hatch secured, the closeout crew validates mechanical seals, verifies environmental conditions, perform leak checks, and confirms readiness for the next steps in the countdown sequence. Next up, the closeout crew will depart the launch pad once that work is complete. So there we go. That is the official update from NASA and everything proceeding as pointing out there as planned. So that also kind of gives a good rundown of what we still expect to see happening here with the validating the seals, verifying environmental conditions, and final leak checks. But that is what we like to see, getting that much closer to tonight's wet dress rehearsal test here, which again, if all goes well, the plan is once we get under T-minus 10 minutes, then the ground launch sequencer will initiate that terminal count. And once we enter the terminal count, the first test, I'll have to correct myself a little bit from earlier, is that it will then go down to 90 seconds, all the way through till 90 seconds. That's when the core stage would switch to internal power. They will hold at that point for 3 minutes, up to 3 minutes, at which point they would then reset to the T-minus 10-minute and holding mark, which again is right before the ground launch sequencer would begin the terminal count. If all goes well with that, they will then try it again, go through resuming the count at that point, taking it all the way down to essentially where the ground launch sequencer would give the go for the automated launch sequencer to start, which is the final 30 seconds. However, that automated launch sequencer will instantly, if all goes well, notice, hey, we are not configured for flight. They will call the abort at that point, and that would be a successful wet dress rehearsal test, if all goes according to plan. So while they're closing out the white room there and finishing everything up, let me acknowledge some super chats that we got here. D. Lucy gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much for that. Turtle Sanctuary, you said Sawyer will be rolling in soon. I can only hope he spares a pun token for your saying shrubbery earlier. I mean, it was pretty good. Also, I love Monty Python references.
Shrubbery.
Anyway, I'm going to keep reading. I'm not going to... This isn't the Flame Trench.
Yeah, no, yeah, we should be professional here. Go.
You're funny. Jizoy, thank you for giving a bad rap member. Rossi with a 10-pound tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com saying, doing a great job, guys, but I don't think that EJ has discussed heat shields enough. I also believe that NASA should launch from the Farne Islands, I think that is, northeast UK, as we have loads of spare seals here.
Rossi. Come on.
That was good. Yeah, as we're saying, let's be serious here. We get that.
Rossi. Why?
I mean,
they've been doing those. They've been doing seal jokes since like the Marx Brothers. Actually, probably before them.
Oh no.
Well, if you want to launch something from the UK, I heard that Orbex has some hardware that they're showing off now.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, because they're totally not going under. Yeah, they've got hardware. Anyway. And Andrew R90 with the $10 saying, will the Orion spacecraft engine be powerful enough to go 25,000 miles per hour, or will it be slower since they're not going into lunar orbit? That's an interesting question. I don't know who wants to take that one.
Philip, you want this one?
Well, I guess the question is relative to what? So, yeah, I mean, let's see, 25.
That's
yeah, it's
TEI.
relative to what? But yeah, it's going to be sent most of the way by the ICPS. So when it comes around at perigee, before it finishes TLI, it'll have a lot of that energy right there. So, and I don't know, because I mean, again, maybe EJ can speak to this better, but unfortunately, NASA's really only giving us approximate numbers, and so we don't know which frame of references they're using with the numbers that they give us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and assume that Andre's saying 25,000 miles an hour, so that would be trans-Earth injection speeds. So coming back from the moon, you'll get somewhere in that ballpark if you were indeed talking about coming from what's called TEI. That's trans-Earth injection, meaning that's a really cool way of saying you're coming back from somewhere that's not Earth. So as Philip said, the upper stage is going to put the capsule into a medium Earth orbit, and then from there, they're going to do rendezvous proximity operations with the upper stage. They basically separate Orion, turn it around, go towards the capsule, or go towards the stage, back off, turn 90 degrees, go towards it again, back off, just to make sure that Orion's thrusters work. And then once they're ready to go from there, the Orion Surface Propulsion System will push it to full translunar injection. Now, the ICPS is going to do a lot of the quote-unquote bulk lifting to get Orion out of Earth's grav well, like into the medium Earth orbit. So because of this, the SPS, the Surface Propulsion System, should be able to push you far enough. And by should, I mean yes, it does. Now, keep in mind, they are not circularizing around the moon. This is what's called a free return mission. A free return mission is a type of Earth lunar mission architecture where once you go for what's called translunar injection, meaning you're burning fast enough to speed up to get near the moon's grav well, when Orion gets there, it's going to put itself into a position where its ejection angle is basically right back towards Earth. It's kind of like what's called a retrograde gravity assist. If we really want to get into like super complicated orbital mechanics, I'm not sure how much you guys want to get into the weeds here. But they basically loop around the moon, and they use the moon's gravity to throw the capsule right back towards Earth. And because of that, because they're throwing it right back towards Earth, you're going to hit those speeds. It's going to be going fast. Believe it or not, I think because, okay, more nerd terms coming here, because Paraloon is very, very, very high during this free return trajectory. They will be hitting the atmosphere going the fastest that any person has ever gone. The current record right now is Apollo 13, and then Apollo 10 right after that. If I'm remembering correctly, the closest point to the moon is on this mission is somewhere, I think it's 5,000 miles. It's not low lunar orbit. It's somewhere up. It's up there. It's way higher. Now, the reason why I bring it up, like, what are you talking about? Closest point to the moon. What does that have to do with anything? Well, okay, you can use the moon's gravity to shoot you back towards Earth, but if you're higher on the far side of the moon, right? If the paralunar lowest point in your pass, like closest point of pass, is higher, the plain English way to say this would be you're getting thrown back from a higher quote unquote altitude. So think about, going all the way to the moon and then stacking that, close pass on the far side of the moon on top of that. You're falling from there back towards Earth because it's free return. And that will make this capsule see speeds that I don't think anybody's ever seen before. It's going to go fast. Does it have enough? Yes, absolutely.
Exactly. And we're seeing there a lot of things being taken out of the White Room, the hose that we've been seeing for kind of air conditioning, so to speak, for the astronauts when they would be inside Orion prior to that hatch closing, has been stowed. That's one of those things they would even just kind of leave it in there in shuttle and stow it so that you don't want that coming loose during launch. And now they are harnessing themselves in. So it's very likely at this point now, with no direct access to the hatch anymore, this is a way for them to stay safe inside the White Room as they get ready to exit and make their way out of the area around 39B. So the closeout crew nearly complete. You saw them all doing their final look arounds, still doing their final look arounds, make sure everything is good. Then checking all their safety harnesses here, make sure those are secured as we now pass under 2 hours to go until the simulated T0 of the first wet dress rehearsal test this evening. But everything there looks spectacular. This is, I have to say, a lot. I won't say beyond this point, but to this point, this has been a lot smoother than what we saw during the first wet dress rehearsal, where crews apparently accidentally hit a vent they weren't supposed to while they were working between the two hatches. So this is nice to see.
And I think these are the two guys, considering that they're wearing the safety harnesses, they're the two guys who are going to do that are going to swing the White Room, the access panel that's docked up against the LAS ogive away. So when they do that, they're going to be, if they want to look down, they're going to be looking down at open space, all the way down to the mobile launcher deck. So that's why they're wearing those.
Sorry about that. That was our side here. The those communication issues they had earlier with Orion. Apparently, we're having our own version of that right now. So thank you everyone for sticking with us. Hopefully, we get the 5x5s in chat that you can still hear us. There we go. I'm seeing a lot of 5x5s. AOS acquisition of signal. There we go. Awesome. Glad it's back. So I apologize for interrupting you there. I don't know how much of that answer that chat heard, Philip. So do you mind just kind of going over what those two people in the harnesses are actually doing at this point?
Right. So they're already, you can see that they've already sort of started the Velcro or set up the Velcro ties to hold that inflatable dock seal that keeps, that sort of keeps the air conditioning working in the White Room when they're doing all the work inside of Orion and inside the LAS hatch. So now they've deflated that. You can sort of see a little bit of the light inside the White Room now shining in the left view. So you can see they haven't quite tied those off, but they're going around the entire, not circumference, but the entire, around the whole thing, and getting ready to tie those off. And then that panel itself will then swing. I'm not sure which direction it swings, but I think you can see hinges over there, so maybe it swings in towards the camera, but they will swing that away from the launch abort system hatch. And so you can sort of see on the left now. You can see a little bit more. It's not daylight, it's light, but you can see a little bit of that light from inside the White Room now shining on part of the launch abort system ogive fairing.
Very obvious there now with the move over on the screen. Now that also chat can see what we're talking about too. Sorry about that. There it is. So that is back lifting up those handrails.
And so here we go. So I think okay, so it just slides then. Again, this is like the first time we've ever gotten to see this. So, but it looks like it is and so they're moving some of these rails back. So I think what Taylor said was they have to temporarily move the rails out for a minute in order to get this window or get this panel completely. And of course they took the picture away. But they have to do this first. And again, they're wearing those safety harnesses now to be careful that they're sliding that. So it slides instead of swinging. But then they will put the safety rails, at least some of the safety rails, back in place. Because in an emergency, the crew's going to have to be able to make it across there on their own. I'm not exactly sure how they do that, but it is doable, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it still looks like they're doing things with the floor paneling there. They lifted it up, and it looks like it's going back down there. But as you pointed out, that direct attachment that goes around the sort of launch abort system panels is
right. He was, I think, talking about flip up, so that might be what those floor panels are, and so that'll get them close enough when the arm's close enough to the crew module for them to get out.
Yeah, and in the actual timeline, the crew access arm retracts at T-minus 8 minutes. But a reminder, as we saw with the shuttle days, and they did have to swing it back a few times during some of those shuttle on-pad aborts, is that it can go back within a matter of seconds. It can swing very quickly. Of course, you'll see it move slowly away, but in the event of emergency, it's just a couple seconds. It can be right back into place. And I think all of us are kind of nerding out because we have not seen this ever for Artemis.
Yep.
So we're all watching with you. We're all learning with you. We're all seeing how they do it. We know basic procedures, but to see them all in detail, this is spectacular. So if we go quiet, I apologize. We're just staring.
This is giving me shuttle vibes. Just remembering these last steps for the closeout crew to break the White Room down when they were leaving the pad for shuttle.
Exactly.
Like to add that you can see the launch umbilical tower and you can see their slide wire baskets out the White Room camera. It's in the background over there.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you can.
So cool.
Yeah.
I'm nerding out.
Yeah, the thing looks almost like a cab to a construction truck. That area over there is what we're talking about. And then there are wires that go from there all the way down away from the pad to the base of Launch Complex 39B, where there's basically a giant system to arrest it once they get down. And then there are usually armored vehicles waiting to take them and move them away from the pad in the event of some kind of serious problem before the launch abort system would need to be used. And that is so cool to be able to see from up here. I know we've had some videos of the actual test of those slide wire baskets going down. They go ridiculously fast. We're talking, I believe I've heard as fast as 50 miles an hour in some cases. So it's not slow. And I love being able to also see on the left now that shot you were talking about, Philip, with the reference of that crew access arm in relation to what we're seeing on the right. That kind of upward view looking almost inside the White Room as they do their final closeouts here. Oh, man.
Sawyer, they just switched back to the top-down shot where we can see down into the White Room. You can see it, left side of your screen.
Talking about.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go for it. I was just mentioning it. You go into detail.
All right. So, guys, you can see the foot plates that are on the right-hand screen. You look at the bottom, they got the foot plate that they flip up to go into Orion. You can see them if you look real close. left side of the screen at the very top of the rocket where, you got the cone launch abort shroud, you could see the foot plates in the left-hand camera shot, which is super cool. And if any of the closeout crew goes out onto those foot plates, you could see them moving around in there. I don't know. It's just shots like this that I think are really, really awesome. Oh, like that. Oh, that's cool.
You can see them.
I'm nerding out, man.
So
Yeah,
I
you
think
see
maybe
those
they're getting
wings.
close.
Yep.
I think they're almost done.
Yeah, looking down, it looks like at that point, again, final checks, you still don't
maybe you'll
want
see
any
him.
FOD.
We see him. I'm wondering if we can see him stick his head out there on the left view or not.
Man, that's a long way down.
I saw a hand. Yeah, you can see him a little bit
Yep.
there.
Yeah, you see the shadow of him.
Yeah.
And there he goes. That is, oh my goodness.
Wild.
Oh, I
Yeah,
hope
that
we
must
get
be
this
some
on.
view.
Right?
I wish they had like a helmet hammer on him. That would be a crazy view.
I
Yes.
mean, Philip, if you were there with the harness, would you peek over? I'd peek over and look down at the rocket.
I'd make sure I was gripping the rail.
Yeah, right.
I would do that.
I would absolutely look over. Yeah, please, NASA, if you're listening, if you want to give one of them a GoPro to put on their head and just upload
Right.
that later, please. That would be so cool. I'm just very grateful we have this view again. I know I mentioned that before. Shout out to NASA for upping their game on this second wet dress rehearsal with views. Have to give credit where credit is due.
Well,
like
and I think they were talking about doing this for launch day for sure, and so, but I think the added benefit for NSF and others is that if they give you these feeds individually, then you guys will be able to take different feeds at different times, and so that'll be really cool.
Oh yeah. Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm just enjoying this, and this is quite the change. I know you were talking about this earlier, but EJ, I know you were very adamant, and you and I had conversations about it's kind of ridiculous that they weren't going to have the closeout crew go out and do testing again, especially after on that first wet dress rehearsal they accidentally bumped a valve that delayed them by about an hour. It is so nice to see them actually doing this as well. I feel like it's, I don't know, just more reassuring to see that they're sticking with the full timeline.
Yeah. I've said it probably 3 or 4 times now on the stream, but if you practice lazy, you play lazy. You practice hard, you play hard. I mean, that's a saying that I picked up from my dad playing American Hand Egg, right? But the same rules apply here. This is a team sport. Every astronaut says that. It is relevant. You do this the way that if it's a full wet dress rehearsal. Well, if we're running a play here, right? Like if it was a dress rehearsal to play, you just perform the entire play, but no audience, right?
Mm-hmm.
The audience being the astronauts in this analogy, right? You do everything like you do it during the launch. I like that. I was not happy when they said, "No, we don't need to do that." No. Get out there and have that team close that hatch. Let's go,
Yeah, exactly. And a reminder, I see people asking this as part of the wet dress rehearsal. They do not have the crew on board. The crew has previously gone through something called a dry dress rehearsal as part of their countdown demonstration test that they do, which is basically kind of similar where they run through all the procedures. They go up the elevator, across the walkway into their capsule. They get to go inside, see what it's actually like, feel what it's like, flip the actual switches, and run through everything. But again, no propellant is loaded, and obviously they're not launching as a result of that. But it's a way for them to get acclimated with their actual capsule, which the crew was talking about afterwards, the fact that they were noticing things when they went in the real capsule, like, oh, that's a little different from what we had in the simulator. So it's that benefit of getting that pre-test to be inside your actual spacecraft and flip the real switches.
I'm kind of hoping that we get to see this camera when they start the crew access arm retract now too.
Oh,
that'll
Or
give
maybe
off some
another
shuttle
one.
vibes.
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
very much did that during shuttle. The best was it would move away and then it would almost like pause for a couple of seconds right in front of the window where the crew was and the name of the orbiter.
Yep.
Oh, that was brilliant.
Dude, those views are burned into my memory. Like I'm never gonna unsee that. It's
Yep.
so cool.
Same. In case you can't tell, you have 3 really big shuttle fans on right now, so there's gonna be a lot of comparisons.
Yeah.
Oh man, I almost like earlier when they were talking about how you could still see the tracks from the RSS, the rotating service structure. I wanted to get on so bad and just go all shuttle nerd about it, because the tracks are still there from where the rotating service structure rotated, the kind of train tracks at the base of the pad there. Obviously, the fixed service structure is gone, but the tracks where the RSS would go is still there. Which I guess that's a interesting question for this is, why don't they have a protective cover then for any other part of the rocket? Because for those who remember, the rotating service structure was this big giant interface that kind of encapsulated the orbiter, and it usually stayed all the way around the vehicle until a day or so before launch, if they weren't doing any, static fires or anything like that, as sort of a protective cover, and also a way for crews to access the payload bay to work on inserting or adding anything payload-wise inside the giant payload capacity that the shuttle had. Why don't they do something like that for Orion to kind of protect it in the elements?
Phil, do you want this one, or do you want me to take this one?
Well, I can take a stab at it.
Go for it.
I mean, Orion is mostly, almost completely encapsulated, like other payloads, from the elements. The only things that the only part of the outer mode line that's actually sticking out right now on the pad are the outboard walls of the crew module adapter. But the crew module is completely encapsulated inside the launch abort system. The European service module is completely encapsulated inside those, what do they call them, spacecraft adapter jettisoned panels, SAJ panels. And so the vehicle, and again, if you remember shuttle, the boosters and the external tank didn't have anything to cover them up. The orbiter thermal protection system, though, needed to be encapsulated as long as it could be before launch, but then when it had to be, it was fully exposed for launch. As you know, if you think about it, there's one of the things that happened during the shuttle program is because it was fully exposed.
Yeah, that's a good point. And also, when you think about the way that the RSS worked, it covered the back of the orbiter itself. So again, where the payload bay would open and close inside that area, which that's a whole nother thing of not really being able to open those doors easily in 1G. But the other side, which had the orange external tank, was exposed the whole time, which, some creatures decided to have fun with. It totally wasn't one where a bunch of holes were pecked into the side of the foam so bad to the point that they actually had to roll it back and fix it. That did happen. So, not as big of a deal with the orange foam, though. Let's see. And Christopher wondering, what are they waiting for now to leave? So, any idea why they just haven't gone, okay, we're good now, peace out?
Well,
I mean,
go ahead,
it's a
Phil.
good question. I don't know. I'm kind of curious myself.
Well,
I
as
don't
you
know
say
if you
that.
had anything else to add, EJ.
No, I was just about to say, as you're saying that, they're undoing the harnesses. So I think they were just, guys, if I had to guess, they were probably just communicating that they're all set, ready to go, and working with the launch control center. They're just radioing them in, telling them they're good to go, and when they say all right, leave, that's what they're doing,
Right.
and that's what I think we see happening, because it's not about like, okay, we got the step done, and then okay, we got it done, all right, we're good, we're leaving. No, like I said, this is a team sport. It absolutely is. You know, every step of the way, and this is the guy that has the number 1 on his jersey, I guess we'll say. He's the one that's communicating with the launch control center. Philip, that's Taylor, if I'm remembering correctly, right?
Yeah.
He's talking with the launch control center. He's talking with the teams over there, making sure that every step is communicated to make sure that, so the launch control center knows that they're up on the timeline. He's basically the radio man. So he's going to communicate it, and if there's nothing else that the launch control center needs from the closeout crew, the launch control center team will tell them to leave, and then they'll leave which is kind of what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, and they have other cameras in and around the White Room that they can do. They can do basically an over-the-shoulder survey from the firing room just to get just to do a double check, and that may be even part of the checklist is to somebody in the firing room is either going through the checklist with somebody else in the firing room or going through the checklist with Taylor to say, okay, make sure you got this, and this. It's like okay, now you guys are good to go. And you can see the yellow brick road, so to speak. That's that emergency access thing for an emergency evacuation. Those chevrons tell you the direction of the slide wire baskets, because in an emergency situation, they would be showering that whole thing with fire with the fire extinguishing water. So you wouldn't really be able to see anything except the floor anyway.
Exactly. So that was so great. We got those views from them. And again, when you're talking about Taylor, by the way, that's Taylor Hose, who is the wearing number 1 and is basically in charge of the closeout crew there. It's a bunch of different members on it, including the 2 backup astronauts for this mission. So you've got Jenny Gibbons as well as Andre Douglas.
Andre Douglas, yeah.
Yeah. So both of them are part of that closeout crew as well. All right, let's get back to some more questions now. And we'll, of course, keep an eye out on the actual walkway there on the left to see if we could see the crew walking down it as they leave. And keep an eye out for more updates from NASA on this. Let's see. Lynn Brown asking, EJ, I'll throw this one to you. While we're talking about shuttle hardware, they're asking, does the crawler stay during launch or does it leave? The crawler that rolled this all the way out here at the beginning of February, I believe, or at the beginning of, or was that January? When was that?
When it rolled out.
Yeah, then.
Yeah, so no, the crawler is not underneath it. The reason why is because if SLS went to fire with the crawler underneath it, we would lose a crawler and an SLS. We don't want to do that. Those are very expensive. So this picture is actually really good. If you look down at the very bottom of the pad, so you could see some gaseous oxygen coming out of the very bottom underneath the pad deck surface. If you look, there's some triangles down there. Those are flame deflectors to make sure that the SRB exhaust gets channeled into the flame trench. The crawler, the center, there's a center channel on the pad, and the crawler actually drives up and over the flame trench here, and the tracks for the crawler are on either side of the flame trench. If the crawler was there, the rocket's exhaust wouldn't be able to go into the flame trench. Well, you kind of need that. You don't want the crawler getting in the way. So the crawler actually set the whole launch pad, the entire launch pad and rocket, set it down on the pad, and it backed up, and they moved those flame deflectors, the little triangles at the very bottom of the screen. They moved those into position to make sure that all the exhaust gases from the rocket go into the flame trench and out the flame ducts. Believe it or not, it goes underneath the launch umbilical tower, and it kind of is on the far side of the rocket from this view. Now, Sawyer, I'm not 100% sure if the crawler transporter is still sitting out there, if they brought it all the way back. I know that during the shuttle missions, they would leave it out there just in case they had to roll back, but I'm pretty sure it's further back now.
My understanding is, again, it's staying in a kind of a stationed area, but away from the pad. So not like right at the pad gate, but I believe they have a parking area for it. It may be the same one that they used during shuttle era. I'm not sure, Phil, if you know if that was the same spot.
I don't know. If I had to guess, I mean, they could bring it all the way back to the crawler yard, but I would guess that they would have just left it out at the Apollo mobile service structure park site out there, but where the LC-39 observation gantry is, so at the crawlerway split, there's a little park place for the crawler and some of the old shuttle mobile launcher platforms. So, but I mean, I guess in theory usually they would leave it closer, especially like in the summertime and hurricane season, they leave it a little closer. But they usually they'll drop it off at the pad. They'll stop at the gate for a couple of days just to make sure everything's cool, and then they usually will roll back farther away from the pad surface.
Yeah, I believe this one is over at the gantry area, so very similar to what we're used to seeing there. Again, as we saw during the Apollo days.
Sawyer, look at the and Philip, look at the shot that we just got. There's the business end of this thing. So that thing in the center is the MPS, the main propulsion system, and the 2 solid rocket boosters on either side. Oh.
And you can see the engine, the tips of the engine there looking frosty already too. That's frost on there, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, everything very cold there. Do they? I guess they also have to thermally condition those engines, just like we see for Falcon, just like we see for basically every rocket at this point.
You remember the engine 3 thing?
Oh
gosh,
that's what that was.
Yep.
Yeah, I think there's still a command for that in chat too. But at this point, again, we have a fully fueled SLS out at the pad. A reminder, tonight is not a launch, it is a wet dress rehearsal. I see a bunch of people confused about the clocks. So let me take a moment and let's go over the clocks and what they all mean here. So basically, they are targeting a simulated T0. So they're pretending that in 1 hour, 34 minutes, and 40 seconds, this rocket should be lifting off. But it will not lift off. It is designed to not launch. So instead, the plan is once they get to about a minute and a half to go until what would be a launch time, they will initiate a hold. They can hold there for about 3 minutes, at which point they will recycle the count. As if, maybe something happened during the beginning of the count when they were trying it for real, and they needed to reset back to the holding point, which is T-minus 10 minutes and holding. They're going to try it again. Again, let's say in the real world, okay, we tested it, we had to hold, but we think we know what the issue is, so let's keep going. At that point, that is when they will do the same countdown again, except instead of stopping at the T-minus 1 minute 30 second mark, they are going to proceed all the way until the automated launch sequencer would take over, which is about T-minus 30 seconds. At that point, the automated launch sequencer will, if all goes well, realize we are nowhere close to a launch configuration. I am calling off the launch at this point and aborting it. Then that will be a successful wet dress rehearsal. If both of those tests go all the way to that point, then it is a perfect rehearsal. So just keeping that in mind as we go through, that is what we're talking about here with the clocks. And then
they're not showing the T-minus clock. They were yet, or was it on Tuesday when they picked up the clock? But then now they've moved back to the L- clock. But at least if I have my math right, the countdown clock will reach T-minus 10 minutes and holding at 7:50 p.m. Eastern.
Yep, and from what I saw from inside the press room that they have, the clock in there does have the holds built in. It has an S clock, and then when it's in a hold, it says SH. So apparently in the press site, they're still doing those official clocks, but the one on the outside that we're watching is the L- clock. So again, a T- clock has built-in holds. The L- clock counts straight through, ignoring those holds. So of course the holds will still happen. It's just this clock doesn't care about them. But we do care about the time of the people that are with us here today. So Philip Sloss has been amazing to have you back, as always, the go-to for all things Artemis. Philip, thank you so much for being on today.
Thanks for having me on. It was fun to be here. I think this is the first time that I've been on a stream with EJ, so it was really cool to do that for the first time.
Really?
Hey, pleasure's all on this side of the screen, Philip.
Yeah, let's do it again sometime.
Absolutely.
Yes, please. And so with Philip heading out, we of course need another voice to join us. And someone saying earlier, man, this feels a lot like the Flame Trench. How about we have the whole crew of the Flame Trench here? Joining us as well now is Max Evans from the field. How's it going, Max?
Hello, everybody. It is going rather well. SLS is proceeding in the countdown far better than maybe perhaps a lot of us may have expected for this evening, but that has been nothing short of a pleasant surprise. So hoping that trend continues as the countdown continues.
Exactly. Let's hope that continues. As you pointed out there, everything looking good. Counting down to the simulated T0 here for SLS, but there's another clock as well, Max, and counting down, because just to the pad nearby, over on the Space Force side of things, there is a Falcon 9 that I already saw venting from as they get ready to load propellants into that, hopefully in the next hour or so. Bideford was wondering, is SpaceX allowed to launch tonight at 8:41 Eastern, since the wet dress rehearsal isn't scheduled to end until after that time?
Well, as far as I'm aware, and as far as things look to be proceeding now, they are allowed to operate simultaneously. I mean, of course, SLS is not launching tonight; otherwise, it would have a clear range priority. But also, from what we've seen, Falcon 9 is progressing toward its current T0 1 p.m. local.
I think Max's
So they
comms
have
are
much
getting a little jumpy here.
other than
He's turning into a robot.
Oh,
no.
NASA heard him and is sending out rays to scramble his comms. No,
Yep.
it happens. He's out in the field.
Am
So
I any better now? How do you
now
hear
we
me?
gotcha.
Copy all. Go for it, buddy. What were you saying? Dude, of course that happens. Why wouldn't it?
Right. The moment that we say you're good, it cuts out again, Max. We'll have to figure that out. But yeah, as you pointed out, it's over on the pad next door. Artemis will have priority of the range, I think it's safe to say, given that they have a very strict window of when they can launch and the fact that it is a human launch. That usually takes priority in the range over, say, a Starlink. So if on launch day, that would not happen. For today's test, that is very possible to happen because it's really not taking up any range over there with SLS. And it'll be cool to have a Frosty Falcon and a, well, technically Frosty SLS, albeit covered in spray-on foam insulation, at the same time.
Sawyer, how do you have me? Do I sound any better?
You sound better, but the second we said that last time, you went back to talking, it got out.
Yeah, I know. That's just how things work sometimes, I guess. But I did actually reach out to SLD45 to try and get a comment on whether the operations for Falcon 9 and SLS can operate at the same time. And I unfortunately never did hear back from them for an official answer. But it apparently seems that they have been able to proceed at the same time. But it also looks like the closeout crew van is about to depart LC-39B.
Oh, you could see it there driving away in the middle of the screen right near the flare stack. See those flashing lights going by. So they are now clearing out from the pad, and they will go back to their stationing point, which, as we were pointing out, is actually kind of near the Launch Complex 39 press site. So basically across the road from the VAB, there's another NASA building right next door called OSB2. And so that is typically where they will station themselves in the event that they need to go back out to the pad on launch day. Of course, today there wouldn't be a need for them to go back out to the pad given that they're not actually launching, but practice as you would actually do on launch day. So hopefully we'll see them passing by the VAB again in a little bit. As we're now under an hour and a half until the simulated T0 for a SLS launch, which will actually just be the end of the first portion of the wet dress rehearsal. Let me thank some people here. Daniel Reed saying, is anyone else bothered by the lightning towers on the Falcon pad where one strobe is not facing toward the camera like the other three? I mean, it makes it difficult to talk about the four towers and people like, I only see three, but I don't know if that doesn't necessarily bother me. It irks, I think, is maybe more of a word, not annoys.
There are also only 3 towers over at LC-39B, so I understand it's not quite this. Isn't the same thing, obviously, with it being a different launch pad. But the 4 towers are there, even though the lights may not be oriented, I guess, for the best of us who are, or I shouldn't say the best of us, but those who are OCD oriented.
And do I dare bring it up? You know what? Might as well, because there's a lot of people in here who don't join us for launches regularly. We talk about 4 towers over at SpaceX's pad, and the 3 towers here at 39B. Those are part of the lightning protection system, but it may not work exactly how you think. EJ, you want to kind of talk about how the lightning protection system works here at 39B and very similarly over at SpaceX's pad?
Yeah, so on the right side of your screen, guys, you see a triangular structure. Those are lightning arrestor towers. In Florida, there's a lot of lightning. I mean, Sawyer, Max, you guys can attest to this.
There is?
Yeah, there's a
No.
lot of lightning, right? So I'll be very candid about this. That orange thing on the screen is very expensive. Is it heavy? So it's expensive. Yeah, right? And I think that's a good modus operandi here, right? You don't want that thing getting hit by lightning. NASA tried that once in the 60s. It didn't work too well. So what those towers actually do is at the top there's basically lightning rods on the towers, and the lightning rods are all connected with wires. And if lightning hits one, it'll arrest to the other rods, and then it'll ground it out on the pad perimeter. So electricity has no opportunity of arcing towards the rocket and frying some electrical component. Now, I said NASA tried this once. What I'm talking about is the Apollo 12 mission. Apollo 12, the mission after Apollo 11, the next mission to go to the moon, and it was late 1969. They took off, but they put the rocket into a position where it became a lightning rod. This is why we have what's called the surface electric field rule now for launch commit criteria with the modern day range. Lightning hit that Saturn V on the way up, arced down the rocket's plume, and ground it out on the launch umbilical tower. And it almost fried the computer. It was actually specifically more the power sources for the signal condition electronics. And if you're a spaceflight history nut like I am, there's the famous phrase ECOM try SCE to auxiliary. They basically switched the signal condition electronics to the secondary power systems, the auxiliary power systems, and fixed it. But yeah, it almost fried the Saturn V's computers on the way up. So, during any type of launch campaign, even tonight, we're not going to see a launch tonight. It's just a full dress rehearsal, right? You don't want to mess around when the spacecraft's powered on. Like I said, they tried that once, almost ended poorly. Like Apollo 12 got real lucky that John Aaron was on the ECOM console that day and had seen that pattern before, and he knew exactly what to do in the event of lightning striking the vehicle. If you put your mind there, I don't know if I need to say how stressful that might be. You're on the biggest, most powerful man-made rocket ever, going to the moon, and the computer looks like a strobe. It looks like you're at a club with all the strobe lights going off. All the lights are going off on the console. You flip one switch, it fixes everything. I've never heard nervous laughter on ascent, but yeah, watched that replay many times. You can hear Al Bean and company on that rocket going, well, we almost just died. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. And there is that closeout crew on the way back. We saw them leaving the pad just a moment ago. And yeah, to point out, those towers have catenary wires attached to them. That's part of what helps ground it away from the pad there. But yes, as the crew moves away from the pad on the way back, love seeing their little van go by. And it actually does say closeout crew on the side of it. It's a little harder to see at night, but you see the Artemis logo there, and it does say closeout crew. The team tracking it there right now. They are flooring it. Yeah, I think that's above the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit in that part, just saying.
Well, they got flashing lights, Sawyer, so, it's okay.
Fair enough. And speaking of that, we actually have an update regarding that from NASA on their official blog, saying that NASA's Artemis II closeout crew has completed its critical tasks and departed NASA Kennedy's Launch Complex 39B during the Artemis II wet dress rehearsal. The departure of the closeout crew marks the transition to the final countdown phase of the test, ensuring the launch pad is clear and safe for simulated liftoff procedures. Their work validates launch day protocols and confirms Orion and the SLS rockets are configured for flight readiness. With the pad secured, teams will continue monitoring fueling operations and prepare for wet dress rehearsal terminal count, the final 10 minutes of the countdown. There is the official update on that. And again, we're talking about the timeline. On the test for today, they were kind of expecting it to be done by about L minus 1 hour 45 minutes, which they were pretty darn close to that. And going by the Artemis 2 press kit for the official launch day procedures of when they would hope to get things done, the plan was to have the crew out of the area by no later than 40 minutes before launch, L minus 40. And they are already back and in their kind of waiting position now at 1 hour and 20 minutes before the simulated T0. So, I mean, we were talking about concerns of they were a little bit behind maybe earlier. They have absolutely made up for that time and then some. Love seeing
100%.
that.
Especially in stark contrast to how the first wet dress attempt went about 2.5 weeks ago. Maybe this is going smoother than a lot of us thought would be possible, given what obviously we have become used to with the TSMU and just the nature of hydrogen itself. But to see everything progressing so smooth as it has so far tonight has been a very pleasant surprise.
It really has. I don't want to jinx it for what's about to come, though. So up to this point,
yes,
it has been going well. Here's an interesting question from Awesome Guy. And Max, I'll throw this one to you since we're over at the Cape a lot. Is there any chance SpaceX will build a Starship pad at 39B so SLS and Starship can launch next to each other?
I don't think NASA would be quite a big fan of that. As it stands, they would need either the lease or special permission from NASA to build anything within the grounds of Launch Complex 39B. The reason why they were able to build so extensively over at LC-39A is because they don't own the pad, but they have a 20-year lease. I think that went into effect in around 2000. Oh goodness, what was it? 2015. Thank you, EJ. So a little over 10 years. So they're a little over halfway through that lease, but I'm sure that they will be more than happy to re-sign it once their time is up. But they are also going to be building or are building future Starship facilities over at Launch Complex or Space Launch Complex 37 on the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, which is maybe 7 miles south of LC-39A. So they will build future Starship towers, but I don't think LC-39B is going to be in the future for the Starship program. Unless SLS goes defunct, they can't fly anymore. They can't find any lessee to occupy the space there. Although we would not be complaining if SpaceX wanted to build special Starship stuff there over at the pad for us to see. So, but as things are, I don't believe so.
I mean, they're already next door, so to speak, anyway, with the pad work over at Launch Complex 39A, their Starship stuff. And then on top of that, they already have 2 more towers to launch from in the works. That'll be over at Space Launch Complex 37 over at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station side, where we've now seen some of those tower segments already start to roll out there. So that's, I believe, 3 or potentially 4 towers at least to be able to launch SLS from, not including catch towers. So
you mean Starship, not SLS?
Thank you. Starship, yeah. That would be cool to see them catch SLS. But
4 separate towers to launch SLS from. That would be quite the cadence.
To launch Starship from, yes.
Can I just, Sawyer, I know you misspoke. I get it. We all knew what you were saying, but also at the same time, NASA 4 SLS pads when, please? I mean,
that would be sick.
Complex 39 was supposed to be a 5-pad launch complex. That's all I'm saying.
It was.
So, I mean, if anybody out there at NASA, wants to do that, you should do that. That'd be cool.
But even if just completely hypothetically, if they wanted to expand southward or even more north, past 39A or B, kind of where 39C could have been, or where the proposed launch complex 49 may or may not go at some point in the future, depending on what the environmental review is. That means that they would have to construct a new crawlerway over that way as well. And we're never gonna say no to that.
Yeah, we should do that. It's a good idea.
We should do that.
Fun fact, there is part of the crawlerway going to Launch Complex 39C already built.
True.
There's a very teeny tiny amount of it. So there is the crawlerway and it splits to LC-39A and 39B, although the crawlerway to 39A is not used because SpaceX's horizontal integration facility is basically built right on top of it. So they kind of can't. But there
Not
is a
with that attitude.
little piece of the crawlerway that starts to cut out if you're going towards 39B, and that was going to be the path towards 39C, which obviously never got built. So there's a little bit of 39C history still there. If you ever take the bus tour and happen to go by at the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex, keep an eye out for it. Let's see. Raptor Thrust asking, any reason why wet dress rehearsal is called a wet dress rehearsal? So to break that down a little bit, of course, the wet means that they are loaded with propellants. So for dry dress with the crew, they don't load any of the propellants in at wet dress rehearsal because you have the propellants, even though, I mean, you could argue what state it's in, given the temperatures and whatnot, it is considered wet. The dress rehearsal part, from my understanding, is kind of what just you're used to seeing, even like if you go into the theater days, right before they do the actual full production of a show, they have what's called a dress rehearsal, in that all of the characters are in costume. They go through everything with all of the scenery. So since all the actors are dressed for the actual show, even if there's no audience, it is a dress rehearsal. Same kind of thing here, except instead of putting on, outfits for a show and starting to blast out musicals, it is putting in propellant and eventually blasting out large amounts of exhaust from the SRBs and the RS-25s. Hopefully that's a good comparison answer. Here's one, not Greg. Oh, EJ, as we see those RS-25 engines at the base on that shot, this is perfect timing.
Nice.
They're asking, could they theoretically do smart reuse with SLS and save the RS-25s? For those who don't know, smart reuse is something ULA is considering, where they would jettison their BE-4 engines on Vulcan, have them come back with an inflatable heat shield, parachute down, recover them, and then refly the engines, albeit not the stage it flew on.
Greg, I want to say yes, but I don't know. We're not even sure how many times this rocket is going to fly. With that being said, if it was me, oh yeah, I'd do that. I'd jettison the entire MPS. Let's go. But see, here's the thing: we're trying to get back to the moon, right? We're trying to get back to the moon. We're trying to get there before everybody else. So, as much as I hate saying this, it irks me to say it because as a shuttle guy, but expendability is the way to get stuff done if you're going to be expedient. NASA has a bold goal to do here, to get back to the moon by 2028, and that favors expendable architecture. I don't like saying that, and I don't like admitting that, especially since this thing has shuttle engines on it. Those are actually shuttle engines. 3 of them are shuttle engines that flew in the shuttle program. It kills me.
It's like a dagger to the heart, almost.
Right. But guys, we got, for lunar exploration, I wouldn't trade shuttle engines for much. I'll trade it for lunar exploration. That's fine. But I would smart reuse SLS would be awesome. That would be so cool.
Yeah, I mean, it would. Here's the thing. I mean, with expendable, I know you're going to get into the argument of, well, SpaceX has done reusability. They've brought back boosters 300-400 times at this point. That took a lot of development and a lot of work. And you could say, well, SLS has been in the works for so many years since, Constellation program and then canceling and then restarting as Artemis. Yeah, but with the goal of getting to lunar production and things like that, I could see why they went away from it. So for the quick goal now, yes, for long-term sustainability for lunar missions, expendability is going to become a problem. But for the current goals of getting the first bunch of Artemis missions up quickly, then, I mean, it kind of makes sense. And also worth noting, EJ, that the engines that we see here are, I believe these are RS-25Ds, and there is in the works the RS-25E.
Yep. The RS-25E is the engine that's going to fly on SLS in the 1B and 2, Block 1B and Block 2 configurations. The RS-25Es are newly minted engines. They're there for when they run out of shuttle motors. Because RS-25Ds are the designation for any X space shuttle main engines. We're gonna throw acronyms at you. So the RS-25Ds are all X SSMEs, and the RS-25E is the engine that is going to replace it. The E is a lot lighter because it took all the stuff off of these motors that are designed to make them reusable. They're a lot, I want to, dare I say simpler, but it's a shuttle engine, so it's not, or it's a shuttle derived engine, so it's not entirely simple. Yeah, those are the engines that are up and coming. NASA has been testing them at Stennis. There was a test a couple of weeks ago. They seem to be performing really, really well. That'll push SLS's core stage to 109% of rated thrust. So they're really getting into the red line with these RS-25Es. They're really, really good motors. They should be on a shuttle. Did that?
I believe actually the RS-25Es are going to be rated for 111% power, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. 109 is the current one. You're right. That's correct.
Yep, it was 104.5% for shuttle after they realized that they could get extra performance out of them. Artemis is 109%, and yeah, RS-25E is 111% of rated thrust, which, can you kind of break that down? Because for me, it's always been confusing. If we're talking about maximum rated thrust, well then how can it be 109% of the maximum rated thrust? Doesn't that mean that the maximum rated thrust is just wrong and we should just call it a higher number?
Max, do you want this one?
I mean, I can tackle a little bit. I'm not the most familiar, but what I believe is the case is that is the performance figure relative to when the RS-25 first went into service back on STS-1. So it's 111% thrust compared to what it was making back in 1981 for STS-1. Somebody correct me on that if I'm wrong.
No, that's right. It's your baseline. It's your baseline thrust. Yep.
Gotcha. So it's just, it's always irked me at that point of, I mean, it's always cool to hear, engine throttling up to 104% of their maximum rated thrust. But that was always like, wait a minute, then that's more than, they're rated for more than that. It's just the rating of the original RS-25s.
It also just sounds cool, to be honest.
It does. Let's see, everyone crank it up to 11, or in this case, 111.
I mean, for Artemis 5 and beyond, yeah, crank it up to 111.
Oh, Spinal Tap 3 is going to have to make some changes. Let me thank some people here really quick. Bridget Clark, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Capcom gets access to the NSF Discord. So hopefully we'll see you in there for all the different conversations about spaceflight. We've got ones for each individual launch provider in there. We've got ones for food, for gaming, and of course we get some member photos in there too. So go ahead and check that out. Rosebud with a $20 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com saying, took way too long to navigate you this as a tip, but we appreciate you doing that, I'll just say. Probably a major senior operation malfunction. I just want to formally express appreciation for how Jared's response reached both space scientists / engineers and us space enthusiasts. Yes, that was, I have so much to say about that. I'm going to save it for tomorrow. For those who don't know, the Flame Trench is our weekly news show where we go over discussions with you guys. So we have some topics and we get to interact with you in chat. Of course, we'll also have a full official breakdown on everything you need to know about it coming up on This Week in Spaceflight, also coming out shortly after. So keep an eye out for both of those.
Tomorrow's show is going to be a spicy one. I think that's fair to say, given the topics. I don't want to spoil too much, but tomorrow is certainly going to be an episode.
I mean, I think you can all kind of guess what the topics are going to be at this point.
I mean, we only had 2 real topics until that sudden press release came out today, and we suddenly have a pretty good third one. So,
yeah, I may or may not have come up with the title for the stream, which you can already hit notify me on to remind you when it goes live. It says Volcant launch.
I mean, it did launch though.
Well, now it can't though after that anomaly.
So it's essentially, hang on, I had notes on this. Bear with me one second.
No.
I think so. I listed the topics for tomorrow in TFT as Starliner Nozzleant, or I guess that could be Volcant, and then also Leakant, at least so far, based on what we've seen with the wet dress rehearsal. I know EJ was. I was hoping to impress EJ with those topics, but
it's good.
Yep, and you're listening to the 3 people, by the way. Spoiler alert, that will be on tomorrow's show, and there may or may not be one more person coming on. You'll have to see who it is. I'm very happy with who it is. Telstar86 saying there are 4 quote-unquote strobe lights. J-Volt saying, EJ, did you know that Apollo was staged? I'll see myself out.
Oh,
3 stages.
Yeah.
Got him.
Got him.
Yeah. I sent already a meme to everyone that I knew about that recently. Did you know the moon landing was staged? And it shows the pictures of the Saturn V's different staging.
Well, yeah,
Check
of
your
course.
staging.
A single stage to orbit application for lunar exploration is not the right architecture. That would be crazy. I mean, I'm kind of here for it, but if somebody wants to do that, but that would be nah.
Brendan
Yeah.
von Braun is rolling in his grave at that
that would make
phrase.
him. He would cry. He'd be like, "Nein, Achtung, Liebe, nein."
If only they had developed a full single stage to orbit vehicle, that could have been really nice, and started working on it, building infrastructure for it, gave it a name like Venture Star. If only they had come up with something like that.
Ouch.
Yeah, and that probably would have been a good idea. You could even do like a subscale demonstrator, to prove the tech out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then use carbon composite tanks like Rocket Lab, or Firefly. They, those work. Because that's actually almost like that was a good idea.
Almost like it was a good idea. Almost like they started a whole project about it and canceled it. We're not bitter. And Bob Fillmore earlier gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much for doing that. If you got one of those gifted, definitely thank them. And you'll get some of the awesome perks coming up then for Artemis launches with a whole bunch of multi-views and awesome perks leading up to that Artemis 2 launch. So love to have you all with us through that. JP Gaming asking, Max, we've been seeing that fire popping up on the screen. What is that fire, for those who don't know?
So that is the hydrogen flare stack that you are seeing on the right-hand side of your screen. I get that seeing a fire off of the launch pad can look kind of alarming to those who don't understand what it is, but that is completely normal. Since SLS is currently in is being topped off, that is where the excess hydrogen is going to be burned off. That's why we see a fire flames coming out of that one flare stack, because of course with how cold hydrogen is, it is in a constant state of boil off. So you are constantly topping off your tanks, and all that hydrogen has to go somewhere if it doesn't go in the tank. And it's not easily recyclable, especially when your tank is already full. So that is where it gets burned off and vented out into the atmosphere, already fizzled away. So it isn't exactly the exhaust byproduct there isn't exactly harmful. So that is what that is. We see it at other launch pads all the time. There's multiple at Slick 41 for both methane and hydrogen. There is one over at Launch Complex 36 for LNG and hydrogen for New Glenn. We also see them over at McGregor as well. So it's not uncommon to see those. It is just part of the practice, but it all depends on what fuels the LSPs or the launch service providers are using for their launch vehicle.
Exactly. It all depends on that. And we've seen it with a bunch of other launch providers. And in fact, it's better to see this flame away from the rocket than it is under the rocket or around it at this point. Because if you have excess gases around the vehicle when you ignite it, that could be a bad day in spaceflight. So we don't like that.
Well, I always say, Sawyer, hydrogen gas is, in the industry, it's called haz gas or hazardous gas. If you don't give it a place to burn off, it'll find a place to burn off. That's why they were worried about the leak rates with the TSMU. You don't give it you don't give it that purge flame, it'll make a purge flame. Think Hindenburg. We do not want that. That would be bad.
No, we don't. So that's why it's okay to see that happening. And you'll see that with other propellants besides the hydrogen. You also see it a lot for LNG or methane rockets, which you don't normally see it for Starship launch itself. But if you ever watch our McGregor 24/7 streams where they do the testing, you will see they do have flare stacks there for when they test over at the Raptor stands. Here's one from Gameplay Warrior with an interesting question. Of course, Saturn V had the 5 engines. Why does SLS not have 5 engines like we did with Saturn V? And I guess, EJ, maybe I'll throw that one to you.
That's I mean, how much time do you got? Let me put it to you like that.
Not much.
We got about an hour? Like, no. So the Saturn V there's a lot of different reasons. I'll pick one. The Saturn V was using kerosene and liquid oxygen in its first stage. It's not kerosene, it's called RP1, which is a highly refined version of kerosene. Rocket Propellant 1. It's the same propellant that Falcon 9 uses, believe it or not. When you're using that type of propellant, it's very energetic, so more engines would be better, especially if you're going to, lift up the S2, the S4B, the LEM, and the CSM with 3 meat bags on it, right? Like, that's a lot of upgoer capacity needed. Yes, upgoer. That's an XKCD reference, just in case anybody's wondering. It's the Saturn V. So with that type of propellant, more engines are favorable. Like how Falcon 9 has 9 engines. Same idea. Now, the thing about SLS is that this is the other big one. So SLS is using hydrogen. So it has more energy, but it's more efficient. Like, you're not going to get as much of a boom with hydrogen. It's going to be a nice, slow, and efficient burn, right? So it's better, like the Saturn V, to use for a second stage, right? The Saturn V's second and third stages both used hydrogen. So you look at the core stage, right? It has 4 engines in it, right? But the SLS core stage is kind of your second stage in this architecture. It kind of is, but it kind of isn't. The SRBs are doing about 80% of the liftoff work here. So I would call the SRBs the first stage. I mean, I don't know. SLS, you could call it like a stage and a half to orbit, right? But that core stage, because it's hydrogen, right? And hydrogen is, because it's very efficient, is better for upper stages, right? You don't need as many engines. Now, the Saturn V in the second stage did have 5 J2s in the S2 and a single J2 in the S4B, right? But with this particular design, with the core stage, you only really need 4. Those SRBs are going to pack a big punch. I mean, I could sit here and talk to you guys about propellant density and, overall characteristic energy of propellants, or the benefits of Kerolox versus Hydrolox or versus Methalox, like with Starship in the mix. Like I said, how much time do you have? Long story short, yeah, exactly. Long story short, it's because it's kind of the second stage, but kind of isn't. So you don't really need as many engines. And the shuttle engines are not nearly as powerful as the Saturn V's first stage engines. The SRBs, though, are way more powerful than an F1 engine. One of those SRBs, the 5 segments, are putting out 14,000 kilonewtons of thrust. I believe it's 2.5 million pounds of thrust per SRB, which that packs a good punch. But that's kind of your first stage here. Core stage is kind of your second stage. So yeah, you don't need as many engines.
Yeah, that's for sure. Speaking of numbers, we are under 1 hour to go until the simulated T0 for the first half of the wet dress rehearsal test for today. So here's what we are expecting to still happen. Right now, you have the L- clock on the screen, which does not stop. However, in the real test that they're doing, they have a T- clock with built-in holds. The next major thing is the final built-in hold for the normal launch countdown. That happens at L- 40 minutes, and that is a 30-minute long hold. And if all goes well in the briefings beforehand and they give the go to continue all the way down, then the ground launch sequencer will begin the terminal count at T- 10 minutes. At that point, that's when the crew access arm retracts. That is when everything goes to internal power. All of the propellants stop topping off and close off. Everything pressurizes to flight levels in all of the tanks. And then for the wet dress rehearsal portion of things, just as the core stage would be about to switch to internal power, they will call a hold. They will hold for 3 minutes to verify that the core stage is all good to hold for that long. Then they will reset the clock again to that T- 10-minute hold, get everything back to a normal kind of scenario. This is simulating, hey, we experienced something in the last part of the countdown. We couldn't fix it in that 3-minute hold. Let's just go back to T- 10 and see if we can fix things. They have nothing to fix. That's just part of the test. Then they will do it all again. which point, hopefully, they will take it down to when the automated launch sequencer would take over, which is right at about T minus 30-ish seconds. So by T minus 29 seconds, then the automated part of the countdown of that automated launch sequencer will realize we are not in a situation to launch. It will call a hold, and that will end the testing for this evening, if all goes according to plan. Again, so many things have to happen there. You can see them all there on the part of your screen. But yeah, the next big thing to keep an eye out for is the T minus 10-minute hold, which again is at L minus 40 minutes. The other thing to keep an eye out for is the fact that 2 of our 3 merch items over at shop.nasaspaceflight.com are unlocked as part of our SLS merch selection over there. So we have the 2 shirts. We have the one which is the SLS assembly shirt, basically how to build a rocket and send it out to the moon. Then we have our retro design, which was released relatively recently. I love how it's got like the crew at the base of the rocket there. It's got the swoosh that goes to the moon that looks like an A that also looks like a 2. And then one more that will be revealed closer to launch. I do love this current retro design there. It is really cool. And you can see it on all different things, sweatshirts, you see it there, notebooks, lots of things that you could check out with that design on. It's still one of my favorite designs, just saying. All the different designs for tees, men's, women's, and then we also have the assembly as well. And there's also some metal prints in there too. The team, we've all been out there taking some shots of the rocket as it goes along. So if you go to the bottom of that page there, you can see some of those SLS prints, all from our team. You can get them as posters or metal prints. And a reminder that a portion of all of those print sales go to the photographer that took them as well. So go ahead and check all of that out, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. We appreciate you doing it. That allows us to have all of these cameras that you see on your screen out there to pull in all of the fiber feeds and feeds that NASA is providing to us, to have all of these people bringing you the commentary, all of the expertise that we've gained just from covering it over the years. That's how we're able to do it. So thank you all for the support. All right, let's get back to some of the questions here now. I do want to hit this one from Smish, who was saying, my 9-year-old is asking, how tall is the SLS? So the whole space launch system itself, everything fully stacked, including the little pointy bit at the top, all of that is 322 feet tall. That's about 100 meters tall. We're talking close to Statue of Liberty size with the base of it at that point. So it is a very tall rocket. Just the orange portion itself, the main core stage, so not the little, kind of triangle-y adapter part. That orange core stage itself is 212 feet tall. That's 65 meters tall. That is a big rocket. Of course, we talk about things like Starship and all of that, which are pretty wide and whatnot, but compared to what we're used to seeing with Falcon 9 and normal quote-unquote rockets that we see launching, this thing is a beast, Max.
Yeah, it still is. It is about as tall as New Glenn, if not actually the exact same height. But if you put the two next to each other, they look so much different compared to each other. It's kind of insane. So you would never really guess that one is, or that they are the same size, because SLS is a lot wider, especially with those two SRBs on either side of the orange core stage. But New Glenn looks a little bit taller because it is a lot skinnier and there's nothing attached to its sides apart from its strakes and also its flaps that it uses to help orient itself upon atmospheric reentry, which is cool in itself. But also they use much different engine configurations and engine types. Of course, obviously, SLS uses the 4 RS-25s, which burn a mixture of oxygen and hydrogen. And then, of course, in tandem with the two solid rocket boosters, and then New Glenn using the 7BE4 engines in its current configuration, otherwise known as the 7x2. So, also, they are much different in terms of how old the rockets are in their technology. SLS has parts on the vehicle that have been around since, what was it, STS 9, STS 11, something like that, at least in terms of the steel sleeves on the SRBs. So, and New Glenn didn't fly for the first time until just over a year ago now. So again, like the rockets could not be more different, but they are exactly the same height.
Exactly. I mean, you point out there are pieces on this vehicle that first flew in the early 1980s. We're not talking like late 80s. We're talking some of these pieces flew in the early 1980s at the beginning of the shuttle program. Of course,
we're
there's also
talking
pieces that
we're
have a
talking
lot
like
more.
45 years ago now at this point almost.
Oh no, the 80s were 20 years ago, guys. You're crazy.
Oh God, I'm sorry, AJ. You're right.
How could you screw that up?
Yeah, dude, my birthday was yesterday.
Silly
Thanks for
me.
making me feel even older.
Oh, happy birthday.
Thank you. Anyway, that was not the point of saying that. It's just to feel old.
I refuse to acknowledge you are not old. The 80s were 20 years ago, and I reject your reality and substitute my own.
Thank you, Adam Savage. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We need to get him on at some point. Anyway, let's see here. This is a kind of not so much a serious question, but one that I do think of. Viber is saying, why doesn't NASA give rockets cool names anymore? From Saturn V and even Space Shuttle to Space Launch System.
Well, the Space Launch System is based. It's a shuttle-derived name. The Space Shuttle program was called the Space Transportation System, or STS for short. Now, whether I mean, we didn't name external tanks and boosters, right? We just named the orbiters that were flying on the shuttle stacks, right? And in this case, Orion has a name. It's Integrity. So it's kind of following a very similar naming convention, right? But yeah, the shuttle stack was colloquially referred to as STS, or Space Transportation System. So it's kind of following the same naming convention, and the only part of it that comes back has a name. So with that being said, I personally think that SLS is a Delta rocket. I personally think it's Delta 5.
Oh no.
If you really want my honest opinion, it's got a Delta upper stage in it. If the upper stage was enough to keep the Delta nameplate going from Delta 3 to Delta 4, well, guess what? That has a Delta 4 upper stage on it, or a Delta 4 derived upper stage. SLS is Delta 5, and you're not changing my mind.
Oh God, that's a rabbit hole that we don't really need to go down. But honestly, I don't disagree with you, EJ. But it's just so cursed. It's such a cursed topic that it barely bears conversation.
No, we're calling it Delta 5, chat. Let's make it a thing. If we wish it enough, it'll into existence. It'll happen.
Yeah, but then you talk about one of the upper stage engines is a former shuttle OMS engine, orbital maneuvering system. So,
which was ironically used on the Delta 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, there it is.
Fair enough.
There it is.
Forgot about that. Well, anyway, I'm with you though. I think it would be, from a public standpoint, it would be better to have a cool name. Because again, STS may have been the official name, but we all just called it the Space Shuttle. Because that was the goal of it, was to shuttle things and people to and from space quickly. Whether it achieved that goal, well, not really. It got some of the way there. But anyway, that's a whole nother rabbit hole we could go down. For now, it is SLS. I mean, I will say, though, for... as much as I dislike the rocket design itself for Ares 1, Ares was pretty cool to have Ares 1 and Ares 5.
Ares 5 would have been rad. Ares 1 is an abomination.
I disagree.
I'm glad we're on the
fine,
same
but
page.
you're still wrong, EJ.
No.
Exactly.
No, I told you I was rejecting your reality, Ayers. I
reject your reality and substitute my own.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I reverse Uno carded you. It's fine. No, I think that Ares 1 would have been a really, really good vehicle. There is some things that they probably should have worked out with before putting people on board, but that's what Ares 1X and what the Ares, that's what the Ares 1Y test flights were supposed to be. And I don't know, guys, the SLS program kind of has been on the books since 2013, and we're seeing the second launch of it in 2026. It's almost like if you had something else that was testing these components like 5-segment boosters and, J2X derived upper stages for, high energy lunar missions, maybe this would have came to fruition a little bit earlier. I don't know. Just putting it out there.
I mean, that's, again, whole nother argument. This is something for the flame trench that we can talk about. For people wondering what the flame trench is like, it's like that.
Yep. It was just a preview.
There you go.
And
And you may
aperitif,
notice,
maybe.
yeah, you may notice, by the way, there's a second clock up in the top left of your screen there. Of course, there is the simulated T0 for the wet dress rehearsal, but you'll see Starlink 10-36, and that is the vehicle on the left side of your screen now. That is a Falcon 9 rocket over at Space Launch Complex 40 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida, getting ready to launch a batch of Starlink V2 mini satellites and what will be hopefully the second successful landing of a Falcon 9 booster on a drone ship in the Bahamas. It'll actually be within the Bahamas as opposed to kind of around them or near them as part of an agreement that was made with SpaceX and the government there. It was the only one before, so it'll be nice to have this be the second. The booster that you see on your screen is B1077. That is on its 26th flight. So that is still to come tonight. And for those wondering, I mean, it seems like they're going to proceed while they do the wet dress rehearsal. Because again, a reminder, the rocket on the right side of your screen, Artemis, is not launching tonight. This is just a dress rehearsal. The one on the left side of your screen, which is not yet fueled, is set to launch tonight. And in fact, the Brevard Emergency Operations Center has already activated their launch operations team, which they do usually 1 hour before to support the Falcon 9 launch. So they're going for it.
There is going to be one weird feeling maybe for those inside the LCC on console tonight, having the windows shake and hearing the rumble of a rocket, but it's not their own vehicle. Like, especially this close to terminal count and their on purpose holds and resets. So it's going to be an interesting night to say the least.
That is for sure. So we're going to be keeping an eye, of course, on all of that tonight as things go along. Let me thank some people here while we have a moment. Doug J. with a $20 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com asking, what's the history of this launch pad compared to other pads, i.e. Shuttle, Saturn V, etc.? I mean, EJ, I think people don't realize how far back 39B goes, even though it really didn't get a lot of shuttle action until, its first shuttle launch was, unfortunately, STS-51L.
Yep. So Complex 39B, 39B was built as a backup to 39A. 39A saw the majority of the Apollo missions. The only Apollo mission that went out to the moon that launched from 39B was Apollo 10. And that's just because they were trying to up the launch cadence on the Saturn V. Now, that isn't to say that 39B did not see any more Apollo missions. They just weren't going to the moon. The missions that it saw were Skylab, the Skylab missions, and then the final Saturn-derived or Apollo-ish launch from 39B was the Apollo-Soyuz test project in July of 1975. Now, after that, from 1975 to 1986, the pad was being retooled from the Saturn program for the space shuttle. Now, the reason why the Skylab mission and then Skylab 1, 2, and 3, or Skylab 1, 2, and 3 and the Apollo-Soyuz test project all took off from 39B, it's that because 39A was being retooled for the space shuttle. And then after that, they started retooling it kind of staggered, right? So 39B came online, yet like Sawyer said, for 51L. That was the first mission out of 39B, which, yeah, not the best, but it did see a good amount of shuttle launches. I would love to be able to say that I know every single shuttle launch that went off that pad, but I don't, fellas. I'm sorry. I'm good, but I'm not that good.
I think that actually the very first mission to fly from Pad B was Apollo 10. Somebody correct me on that if I'm wrong, but that I think is also the only Apollo mission, true Apollo mission, to fly from this very launch pad. So it's seen the launch of Apollo 10. It supported Skylab. It supported Apollo-Soyuz. It saw the one and only launch of the abominable Ares 1X. And of course has seen the launch of Artemis 1 and hopefully soon the launch of Artemis 2. But during shuttle, not only was it serving as a sort of a quote-unquote backup launch pad, after Columbia and for every single space shuttle mission that was not going to the space station, i.e. Hubble repair missions, they had a secondary space shuttle vertical on the pad ready to go in the event that the orbiter in flight was having an issue and the crew needed rescuing. So there was a secondary shuttle poised on it, ready to go at a moment's notice, almost if the need was there. So a rather interesting history that this pad has. It's nowhere near as deep in lore as 39A, but it still has it's still pretty incredible.
It really is. And again, when
Yep.
we keep talking about 51L, unfortunately, for those who don't know, that is the Space Shuttle Challenger mission that you're probably thinking of. But it flew. It flew for quite a while, at least, with Shuttle until they retrofitted it for everything to go with the Ares program, which, of course, never really happened there. But yeah, so I believe I'm trying to recall when the last actual launch from that pad was over at B. If it was, I think 116 was the last one, STS 116 in 06. So, yeah.
Yep. And then, yeah, Ares 1X was it launched in 2009, and then they were retooling it for the Constellation program, and then they weren't. And then they retooled it for SLS after that. And yeah, that's the last. Oh, geez. The last
Here we
three
are
launches.
today.
Yeah, the last 3 launches for this pad were the Space Shuttle, Ares 1X, and Artemis 1. Okay.
All spread over how many years? Was that 15 years or more?
06 was STS 116.
Oh, goodness. So 20 years. Oh, this launch pad has seen 3 launches in 20 years. That's kind of sad.
Yeah, but what's not sad, though, is that we are officially at T-minus 10 minutes and holding. You'll notice the clock on the screen is going to keep counting. Like, wait a minute, I thought they were in a hold. Why is it still going? That is the L- clock. So the L- clock is the time until launch. There are no holds in it. It's just a continuous clock, like you were doing a stopwatch. A T-minus clock is the official clock that they use inside the Launch Control Center there. They have built-in holds during their countdown. So this is a 30-minute hold at T-minus 10. So that means 10 minutes plus the 30-minute hold is L- 40 minutes. I saw someone asking, but wait a minute, why then does Starlink have a T-minus clock? That's because there are no built-in holds in that countdown. So at this point, it is a T-minus clock all the way down. Once the countdown resumes for Artemis, that technically then becomes a T-minus clock. So the L- 38, whatever, once it gets under 10 minutes, that technically is synced up with the T-minus clock as well. Hopefully that makes sense, because it can get very confusing with the L-, T-, holding, not holding, the fact that we have literally an L and a T clock for 2 different missions up on the screen. And a reminder, that second one, Starlink 1036, that's that top left box on the screen. That is Space Launch Complex 40, the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, which is also in Florida. I saw people saying, wait, where is that one? That is about 6 miles south of Launch Complex 39B. So there's LC-39B and 39A, which are a part of the Kennedy Space Center. Then you get into the Space Force launch pads. You get to Slick 41, which is for ULA, and then Slick 40, which is what you see there with Falcon 9 on it for SpaceX. It is the busiest launch pad in the world. And also, if you hear us saying Slick, that's just Space Launch Complex. It's easier to say and more fun to call it Slick. If you have any questions, by the way, if you have any questions about that, tag us. I know it can be confusing. Let me hit some support then in the meantime, then we'll get back to more questions. Space Pope with a happy birthday message. Thank you, Space Pope. I appreciate it. ODST Moody saying, thanks for the stream, fellas. It's not leaking hydrogen this time because I swapped the LH2 with Dr. Pepper. It's more efficient. Trust me. Science.
I mean,
I believe you.
I mean, as far as we're aware, there aren't any leaks. I'm not trying to be the bearer of like bad news or like trying to be a Debbie Downer. But if there is a leak of sorts somewhere in the TSMU or the tail service mast umbilical, so far it has been well below the threshold set by launch director Charlie Blackwell Thompson, and of course they have proceeded through prop load all the way through it without any sort of halting of any kind, which was a very, very nice thing to see. So there might be an occasional leak here or there. That is just the nature of this very, very pesky and not dense molecule. But from what we have seen, it is well below the threshold to call an abort or hold of any kind, which is good.
Exactly. And it's worth noting, hydrogen's going to leak always.
Yeah.
Some of it will get its atomic element number 1 is very tiny, likes to find all the leaks. It will leak. It's not a question of can it or if it will. It is probably leaking as we speak, but there is a threshold. As long as they keep it underneath the threshold that they have set, it is not a problem. Because if it's a tiny little leak, they don't really care.
And if it's so in this case, I shouldn't say in this case, for Artemis 1, that threshold was a 4% concentration in the area of the TSMU umbilical. For Artemis 2, it was raised to 16%. And during the first wet dress rehearsal attempt, they saw around 10 to 12%. And that's why they halted prop load a couple of times to let the seals around the TSMU warm up and let that rubber get back to its normal state before resuming propellant load. And that is why they stopped a couple of times, but they managed to fill both the ICPS and the core stage completely. But when they got to LH2 tank pressurization in the final minutes of the count, that is when they saw the leak spike above 16%, and that is why the hold was called and thus aborting the rest of the test. We have seen nothing of the sort like that today. The updates from NASA have not been telling of any sort of indication that they are working any major leaks of any sort. It has been a very clean and quiet countdown so far.
And it's worth noting, during that first wet dress rehearsal, once they entered the terminal count, part of the reason that the test ended early, as they said in a press conference afterwards, was because the hydrogen leak went above that threshold. So that is going to be interesting to see here as well, is once we get into that terminal count, right before they were to pressurize or work on the core stage, I believe it was about the 6-minute mark or so, we'll see if they proceed beyond that or if the leak pops up again at that point. So these are all things that we're going to have to keep an eye out for, and that's why we're here, and that's why we're covering it, and that's why we're watching it so closely. Lords of Random saying somehow Delta returned. Isn't that the truth?
Yes! Delta forever!
I'm waiting for the
Artemis
bagpipe
100!
Now. Oh no, that's Scotland forever. Jasbert, happy birthday, Sawyer. Have a beer on me. Thank you. I appreciate it. Scott, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Jeff, thank you for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Very much appreciate that. And then Mark Bukowski becoming a Pad Rat member. Appreciate all of the support, everyone. And then I'd rather be flying an X-Wing with a $10 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. I'm going to modify this slightly. They say Discovery, Meatball, Aries 5 good, West Coast, Best Coast. Glad we can all disagree, I'm going to say. Moving on.
I mean, there's a lot there that we can agree on. Discovery, yes. Meatball,
no.
Aries 5 good, it's all right. West Coast, Best Coast, leave.
Yeah, I'm going to go Endeavor, Meatball, Aries bad, East Coast, Best Coast. Well, Aries 5 would probably be cool. I'll say that. Aries 1, anyway. We got some really good questions coming in here. This is one from ResistoJet. They have 2 good questions here. I'll start with this one first, though. EJ, they're asking, are there any cameras inside the tanks for monitoring what's happening, or is that impossible due to the harsh environment?
Oh, no. Well, obviously not inside of the solid fuel, the boosters, no. But inside of the core stage and the ICPS, yes, absolutely. Uh-huh. There's cameras in there. There's engineering cameras, and they have them, but they're not going to show us. I mean, even SpaceX doesn't like showing that. Sometimes they do by accident, but yeah. I also I've been looking at chat, Sawyer, and I also just want to mention that viewer in chat saying that their 5-year-old son Cal has entered his name to be launched on Orion and is listening in. Could you please make his day and mention that astronaut Cal is ready to launch on Orion? I will. It's good to hear that astronaut Cal is go. Us here at NSF are go as well, and we're looking for a launch here. Hopefully, not tonight.
Well,
sometime
tonight,
in the future,
but not Artemis.
Yes, that's right. That's a good point. Maybe we'll get some action out on the range tonight. Let's go.
Yes, Artemis will hopefully stay on the ground. Falcon 9 will hopefully not stay on the ground, except the first stage, which will then land on a drone ship in the Bahamas. Anyway, complex stuff. But yeah, if you've ever seen it, you can actually probably find it on YouTube. During the early streams, they would show some of the cameras inside the propellant tanks. And then there were people that, as they were launching and sending video back, they send it unencrypted at that point. So people were able to basically take the video feed that was coming down, interpolate it themselves, and get actual video from inside the propellant tanks. That's when SpaceX realized we should probably protect this stuff better, and they haven't shown it since. But it is a thing, and I think maybe we saw it at one point during Starship as well. I'm trying to remember if that was during one of the tests that we saw inside a tank, but they do happen, just not all the time. And then here's one also from them, and Max, I'll throw this one to you. They're saying, given that they're replenishing the hydrogen and oxygen, I'm assuming they can't hold indefinitely because they are bound by how much propellant they've stored on site, correct?
That is one of the factors at play, but it is worth noting that they do have the ability to hold for hours at a time. The core stage has been fully loaded for about 5 and a bit hours now. So they do have the ability to fill and top off for quite a long time. In comparison to rockets like Falcon 9 and Starship, where they load propellant as late as possible because both rockets do not have the insulation required to hold propellants at at their desired temperatures for a launch window. So we should be coming up actually on the go for prop load here in the next about 3.5 minutes for Starlink and Falcon 9. So speaking of prop load, there we go. Hopefully we'll see or hear more. But yes, they do have the ability to hold for a long time, but of course their supply of propellant on site is limited. That being said, though, they did also install a new hydrogen tank to increase their capacity to hold H2 over at 39B. So they do now have the ability to conduct 24-hour turnaround instead of 48 or longer, like they had to do with Artemis 1. The teams have actually made a lot of improvements, both with the vehicle and the surrounding infrastructure compared to Artemis 1, like the ability to service the FTS batteries at the pad instead of having to roll back to High Bay 3 in the vehicle assembly building and have the work platforms extended to do the work. So there's a lot more that they can do compared to Artemis 1 now, and there have been a lot of improvements made. God, I love this camera angle, dude. Oh my goodness.
Yep.
I love it. I love it so much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and this is just one of the engineering cameras. There are so many more that they have out at the pad, and hopefully during the actual launch stream we'll get to see some of those as well. See that number there in the top right, 813. That's how you know this is an engineering camera. Hopefully, I think it was camera 071 was the one during the shuttle program that looked directly at the engines, and that's where we would typically see the ROFIs, the sort of igniters that happen, and then the actual ignition portion. That was camera 071. And yes, I'm a nerd enough to remember the camera numbers from shuttle. But yeah, hopefully we get to see more of those. And sometimes they release them afterwards as well. So all this is stuff that hopefully we'll get. And so the wet dress rehearsal, the simulated T0 time is now less than 30 minutes away. And Falcon 9 is now less than 40 minutes away. That's the 2 clocks up there. So hopefully in the next 18 minutes, they will pick up the simulated count toward the launch. And that is when they will enter the terminal count side of things here. So all of that still to come. And we'll see how things go. Should mention then, at least for Falcon 9, that we should be coming up right now on their poll in their control room doing the go, no go for prop load. If so, propellant load begins on Falcon 9 at T-minus 35 minutes, and Falcon 9 uses RP1, which is kerosene and liquid oxygen, and that is compared to this big orange rocket on the right side of the screen that uses liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. So cool to compare and see the two. Also cool with this Falcon 9, by the way, is that they had rolled the fairing back away from the pad and then just brought it out, I believe around 4 or 5 a.m. this morning.
Yep.
Rolled it back out to the pad, attached it to the booster, rolled it out, raised it vertical in what's very likely record turnaround time.
Yeah, that's honestly kind of nutty how they were able to dismount the fairing assembly, roll it back this morning, and get the rocket assembled in vertical for launch this evening. That has to be a record of sorts. We have never seen a fairing roll by the morning of the launch window and then them actually stand the rocket up the same day for a launch on the same day. So very, very impressive to see from both vehicles tonight so far.
Absolutely. So we'll keep an eye on both of these vehicles still. Let's see. Here's a good question from Alan talking about that ability to hold in the propellants. EJ, I'll throw this one to you. Do they drain and reuse the propellant that they used during the wet dress rehearsal?
No, that propellant gets boiled off. These cryogenic propellants don't like staying liquids. They'll just let it boil off. The hydrogen, they'll just let it burn off on the purge flame, and the oxygen will boil off, turn to what's called GOX, or gaseous oxygen. And if you look at that shot, that's what that vent line is. About 2/3 of the way up the vehicle, you see some condensation coming. They let it boil off. The solid rocket boosters are fueled, and they stay fueled. So yes, they will be using those, but not the liquid propellants on board, guys. They let it boil off. It's just easier to keep the rocket in a stable state doing that. I mean, keep in mind, it's not like they're gonna get through the wet dress rehearsal and then, all right, everybody go home, shut the lights off. The wet dress rehearsal is also here to test the detanking process as well. To test the rocket's safing procedures is what it's called, in the event of future flight them not pushing the launch button on a future launch attempt. So the wet dress rehearsal isn't just all the way down to the T0, or well, not T0, but getting close in, well into the terminal count and then stopping. And it's like, okay, we're good. It's all there to test the safing procedures. That's really important. That's just as important as making sure the rocket can go.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they try to actually recoup as much of the liquid hydrogen as they possibly can and have that recycled into its tanks. They still lose a bit in that process because of the obvious boil-off factor. I think Charlie Blackwell Thompson quoted the figure in the last press conference following the last wet dress at around... Oh gosh, I think it was somewhere between 30 and 40%. Maybe I'm off on that figure a bit. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. But they do lose a lot to boil off, but they do also try to reclaim at least as much of the H2 as they possibly can, because you don't want to be venting that into the atmosphere, because it is very flammable, and the last thing you want to have happen is that gaseous hydrogen to find a spark and ignite and cause a very, very bad day for a bunch of people.
I believe there was some amount of drain back, but it wasn't huge, significant like we see with Starship, where
no,
just reclaim a lot of it.
They try to, but the nature of boil off and the laws of thermodynamics are very strict.
Yeah. Also, Starship gonna Starship, hydrogen gonna hydrogen.
Ain't that the truth?
By the way, as we continue to watch Artemis and take your Artemis questions, Falcon 9 at this point, if they are go for prop load, should begin fueling now. And we'll hopefully keep an eye out in the next 4 or 5 minutes to see if that starts getting frosty. Which you could see here, Artemis very frosty at this point. You can even see some of that kind of vapors near the middle top of the rocket there, right by the nose cone and the SRBs in that sort of interstage adapter area. That is all just how frosty the tanks are underneath that spray-on foam insulation. That is the orange stuff called Sophie. So if your name is Sophie, you have great thermal insulation. Speaking of thermal insulation, we were seeing some pictures earlier from the base of the engines. I love when NASA cuts back to that shot. The real old punker was asking, what are the fabric bits that are covered on that engine shot? I don't know if EJ, you want to try tackling that one.
Well, okay, so there is some fabric stuff around things in that shot. The 813 shot is what I believe is what's being referred to. There is some fabric that covers the kind of the throat of the RS-25s on the main propulsion system. But if you're talking about the pad side, it looks like there's two white inflated trash bags on either side of the core stage that attach to the SRBs. That's your aft skirt SRB umbilical. It's mostly used for N2 purging inside of the aft skirt to make sure that there's no reactive gases inside of the skirt of the SRB. That's the conic structure down at the bottom of the solids. The aft SRB skirt has the thrust vector control systems for the SRBs, and those umbilicals are there to provide purging gases to make sure that there's nothing gets screwy inside of those aft skirts. That's your proverbial steering wheel during liftoff all the way to booster engine cutoff. Those things are what's doing all the steering. I mean, you could do stuff. You could move the RS-25s, but those are the ones doing majority of the work. You really want to make sure that is not subject to FOD, Sawyer. So we already know what that is, don't we?
Yeah, foreign object debris, baby.
That's right.
The stuff we were talking about earlier. So that is a very good question, though, about some of the materials on it. Because people don't realize, it looks all orange and white and shiny. Even the SRBs have their own sort of thermal protection on the outside. They have this kind of, it's almost cork-like. It's a very rough surface, actually. As smooth as it looks on camera, the material on the outside of the SRBs is very rough when you touch it. And that's part of the thermal protection that they have with it. Let's continue on here. So hopefully in the next 5 minutes or so, they will do that poll to go, no-go for the terminal count. And if so, then the count will switch from an L- clock to a T- clock in about 10 minutes from now. Because again, I see confusion with the L- T- clock. My test channel, please, saying, if you're going to have both, the SpaceX one should say L-/T- or something to clarify. We're going by the official timing here. So L- is also the clock that NASA is providing on their big countdown clock outside, on all of their official feeds that they're providing us, has all of the L- clock. Starlink is a T- clock. Once we get to that 10-minute point, if they proceed with the terminal count, that L- clock becomes a T- clock, because in the real, if you were actually counting down to a launch, there is no more planned holds. This is a wet dress rehearsal, so we know there's a planned hold coming at T-minus 90 seconds. But if it were a real launch day, there wouldn't be a hold. So that's why it's the L-, T-. And on the left side of your screen, it's not just the Sophie that's got that kind of sort of venting coming out of it. Falcon 9 on the left side of your screen also venting, meaning propellant load has started. Now, unlike Artemis, which loads its propellant hours and hours before, starting, I believe, at T-minus 6 hours, and it then holds and replenishes, Falcon 9 uses something called load and go. That means that they start loading up propellants as late as possible, and then within 90 seconds, or within 2 minutes, of all of the propellants being fully loaded on the vehicle, they will give the go for launch. So once they start fueling Falcon 9, it cannot hold anymore. I don't know if, Max, you kind of want to explain a little bit better of how that load and go procedure works.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially a variation of what we just talked about with SLS being able to hold for hours on end because of its insulation and the amount of propellant that they have on site to be able to constantly top it off. Falcon 9 does not have any sort of insulation of any kind on either of its tank surfaces for Stage 1 or Stage 2. And of course, with it using very, very super chilled cryogenic fluids like liquid oxygen to cool down to almost its triple point, and super chilled RP1 to increase to increase densities of both propellants to fit more into the same size tanks, it is critical that the propellants stay as cold as possible in that time to get the most amount of performance out of those tank sizes and the engines as possible. So those two factors in combination with each other and the lack of insulation is why they load the rocket as late as possible. So now they don't have much longer in the window to slip into anyway if they had to, because the window only goes until 9 p.m. local time. but now propellant load is underway for Falcon 9, which is very, very promising to see, and it will be very interesting to see liftoff with SLS also being very frosty and in a very, very critical point of its terminal countdown and wet dress rehearsal tonight.
Exactly. It's very interesting to see the dual dynamics on screen at the same time too. So that is the difference, and that's why Artemis will be able to hold for, I believe, 2 hours, whereas not SLS, Falcon 9 is not able to hold at all once they begin the fueling. So rather than holding with full tanks, they hold with empty tanks and wait until they're absolutely sure that they can go, and that's when they start their propellant load. Let me thank a couple people here as we get right into the nitty-gritty business count of things here, hopefully coming up very shortly. Rocket Scientist saying, hello, Rex. Thank you for your MGL dedication with a $50 super chat. That is McGregor Live, our 24/7 cameras of SpaceX's engine testing site. They test boosters, they test second stage engines of Falcons, and of course, the Raptor engines for Starship. So thank you so much for the generosity. Almost like there was a moo. Almost like you overhear those over at MGL, huh?
Yep. Anytime an engine goes off, we play the cow mooing. If you know, you know.
Oh yeah. By the way, there are cows in frame, and yes, they are chill with the engines at this point. They've been doing it long enough. D. Hersfeld, thank you for becoming a PadRat member and then immediately upgrading to Launch Director, one of the highest levels of support here at NSF. Thank you for that. In addition to all of the regular perks, you also get access to the Discord, and you get your name at the end of the Flame Trench and all of our NSF lives. So thank you for that. Gameplay Warrior becoming a PadRat member. Jimmy James saying, great coverage. What effects does the weather have on the rocket after sitting on the pad for months? It's a good question. I mean, the main thing really is that the orange foam gets darker from the UV lights from the sun. But in terms of the actual rocket sitting out there, it's not as big of a deal, EJ, is it?
No. Yeah, the spray-on foam insulation, yeah, like you said, it gets cracked a little bit, or it changes color from the sun, and it can crack a little bit. But, yeah, you can keep that out there for a good amount of time. But here's the thing. They're not just going to leave it there and be like, it's fine. It's been out there for a little while. You check. You check. Just go out and look at it. You're doing work on it. Check some things from time to time, like they're checking the batteries on the flight termination system, right? Philip Sloss was on here a little while ago. He's telling us about that. It's like the way I look at it is like if you have an airplane, right, that you're not flying, it's on the ground. You're still gonna go out and check it. Before you go to fly it, you're gonna do pre-flight checks, right? You're gonna make sure everything's good. So yeah, I mean, they can leave it out there for a pretty good while. It's not that big of a deal. A lot of the like the upper stage and capsule is using RTV, room temperature vulcanization, to kind of seal it all up to make sure that like a bug doesn't crawl in there or something. It's all sealed up. So it could stay out there for a good while.
And we've seen them stay out there for quite a while, even for Artemis 1. The main reason for the rollback was because of a hurricane, and while they were rolling back, they used that as an excuse to work on the flight termination system batteries that they had to change. So, yeah. Doug with the $10 tip saying, how big are the black and white squares on the rocket? Just curious from a point of size reference, i.e. how many bananas?
Oh.
I don't actually know that one. That's a good question.
I don't know. Surely there's some paperwork out there or some documentation that shows it, but if you have to eyeball it, I would say probably in the neighborhood of about 5 feet on either side, maybe. I guess with the whole square, with both black boxes there and the white ones as well, maybe 5 feet squared. I'm not sure, but there has to be some sort of paperwork out there that shows it. But I'm just eyeballing it. That's a complete guess.
Very interesting. And by the way, EJ, for those who don't know, what's the point of all those squares that you see? Like in the top right view, you can see the 2 black squares over there. What are the point of those?
Those checkerboards are there for camera imaging. They're there to be able to see when the rocket is moving around, and you can, because you have multiple kind of points multiple checkerboards on different spots of the vehicle, you can also use that to see where the vehicle is straining or how it's moving. So for instance, say SLS goes to launch, you have that checkerboard at the top right of your screen that's on the upper stage, and then you have a checkerboard on top of the core stage, right? Right at liftoff, there's going to be a certain amount of distance between those points, right? As you get further and further to the flight, the engineering cameras are going to watch it. They're going to see the vehicle roll, and then they'll actually use it. I mean, that's the thing about engineering cameras. You're actually going to use them for engineering. They'll actually look at those points on the replay and see if the vehicle's actually moving around. So that's why they're all over it. It's just for configuring your video, and for actually, that's like one of the things that engineering cameras are used for. It's actually used for seeing if the vehicle's moving around in ways that you potentially didn't see. It's not going to be a lot of movement, right? But it's still, it's going to have them to be able to see how different components on the vehicle are interacting with other components. Yeah, that's the reason why the whole Saturn V was painted like a checkerboard. Now, the shuttle.
I'll interrupt you here really quick. Sorry, EJ.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to say that because we are getting right into the nitty-gritty part of the countdown here. In the next 50 seconds or so, this is when we will either see the clock hold or we will see them continue on into the main portion of today's wet dress rehearsal. If all goes well, starting at L minus 10 minutes, that will also be T minus 10 minutes, that is when the countdown will officially begin. That is when we get into the good stuff here, starting with at T minus 10 minutes, the ground launch sequencer taking control and initiating the terminal count. So let's keep an eye out in the next 10 seconds here and see what happens. And then as it does, we'll talk through what we can expect in these next minutes here. And a reminder, they're not actually launching in 10 minutes. There is set to be a hold at 90 seconds. Let's see. And 10 minutes
there's a
and
hold.
holding.
Oh gosh, it's like it's like your gut wrenches until you see T minus 10 or L minus 10 at that point still, and you're like, like, is it gonna go? Is it not gonna go? And then obviously they're holding at T minus 10.
Yep.
So they might be seeing something that's a little off nominal. They might be seeing something that's built in. I don't know. But it's not the end of the world as far as we are aware yet.
Right, and we should say that it is a planned 30-minute hold. They can, of course, extend that hold if needed, if there's still some things they are working on or want to check.
Correct.
So, as of right now, they are at T minus 10 minutes and holding. When they will resume the clock, we're not sure, so we're going to be keeping a very close eye on the clock, both on screen there, as well as we have a team inside the NASA press building over at the Launch Complex 39 press site, where they have a clock that is an actual T-minus clock, and that still says SH 10 minus. So in other words, that is the time left, and the H means they are still holding. Meanwhile, Falcon 9, by the way, continuing as that gets to the 20-minute, 20-second vent on the top left of your screen there. So that is indication that RP1 load is complete on stage 2, and they're now chilling down the lines for liquid oxygen load on stage 2. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I was just going to say that on NASA's feed, the clock actually switched from L minus to 10 minus. So there's that going for us. But we are currently out of all planned holds tonight, so they obviously are looking at something that requires a bit more attention. But again, I wish we had more information on this, but they have time to work the problem. They have, I think, until, oh gosh, hopefully we don't manifest this, but I think they have until 12:30 a.m. tonight for their test window.
Max,
what?
Don't do that.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
I mean, we have to say it because it's, factual and to inform the people, but
it is. Yeah, I'm not saying they're going to use it. I don't believe they're going to use it based off of what the things we have seen tonight, and things have gone rather smoothly to this point. Oh god, Chris is yelling at me in all caps. Oh no, what have I done? Oh no.
Put that evil on us, man.
I'm sorry. But
Anyway.
again, I wish we had more info, and the last blog update from NASA was at 7:02 p.m., so about an hour and 20 minutes ago. But again, they could just be looking at something that requires a few minutes of attention, but hopefully we will know more soon.
Exactly. And it's worth pointing out, by the way, that The clock will likely just resume. They have not given us audio feeds into their countdown net. So we are just going to be watching the official clock, which has switched to the T minus clock. So keep that in mind. And we just had the poll finish up, by the way, of which is the best clock, L minus or T minus. T minus winning with a landslide, 71 to 29%.
Can I just say for a second, though, like how rad it is to have two separate launch vehicles venting at exactly the same time from the world's premier spaceport here in Florida? Like, these are the times that we have been living for and waiting for so long. And to see two rockets, one getting ready for launch and one prepping for launch at some point in the near future to bring us back to the moon is quite the sight to see.
Exactly. And they're both kind of venting in different directions based on where they're located and where these cameras are. So you have the one on the right venting towards the right, the one on the left venting towards the left. But again, you can see there NASA has officially switched everything as well to the T minus clock. T minus clocks are the ones that have the built-in holds. And that is why we are still at T minus 10 minutes and holding. This was supposed to be a 30-minute hold. They are continuing beyond that point. Meanwhile, on the left side of your screen, that is the second clock. That is the Starlink 10-36 mission. That is about 6 miles away over at Space Launch Complex 40 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. Both of these are in Florida. One is at the Kennedy Space Center side. The other is at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station side. So they are close to each other. The one on the left side of the screen will hopefully be launching in 17 minutes from now. The one on the right side of the screen will not launch tonight. That is part of the wet dress rehearsal, and if all goes well, could be launching as soon as March 3rd, most likely as soon as March 6th. Just want to point that out there. So if I interrupt very quickly to anybody, I do apologize. It's just watching that clock with all of you as well.
And as for the reason why the SLS is in a hold right now, we're not really sure, but as soon as we get an update from NASA, we'll let you guys know.
And I think we have to ask it. Max, you've pointing it out in the back channel here as well. I think we have to bring it up. Could they potentially be waiting for the Starlink mission to launch?
Oh,
honestly, like I just asked the question just to put it out there and spur some conversation, but like, what could the people in the LCC want to gather from this? Maybe because the pads are about, what was it, 6 miles away from each other, Sawyer?
I believe it's about 6 miles.
So maybe they want some data on how the vibrations from Falcon 9 interfere or affect their rocket when it's fully fueled. SLS has seen plenty of launches as from its neighboring pads before, but none when it was fully fueled with propellant. So just tossing it out to the wind, complete speculation. Maybe they're waiting for SpaceX to gather some more data or look at something else. I don't know. That is complete speculation, tossing that out to the wind. We'll have to wait and see, but I don't know.
Exactly. Again, we do not have any audio loops provided from NASA for this, so we cannot hear into the Launch Control Center onto a countdown net of any kind. So all we have is the clock located on the lawn at the press site, as well as the clock that is more official inside one of the press buildings at Launch Complex 39 press site, which is where we have our team, Jerry, Julia, Max, D, all out there, or Max, excuse me, all out there. So all of that, keeping an eye on as we get to this point. And again, they are in the hold, which was supposed to be 30 minutes, but it can be extended. Essentially, when we talk about a planned hold, that is a minimum amount of time for that hold. So that was a minimum 30-minute hold. And of course, they are extending it, as we've all seen with the hold on the screen and the clock still holding at T-minus 10. Once that clock starts counting, that is the first of 2 times that they will go underneath the T-minus 10-minute mark if all goes according to plan. A reminder that the actual wet dress rehearsal test, what will happen is it will get down all the way, if all goes well, to T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds, at which point they will call a hold. They will then hold in that configuration for up to 3 minutes with everything pressurized and all set to go. Once they get to that point, after the 3 minutes, they will then reset back to the point we are at right now, which is the T-minus 10-minute hold, where the tanks aren't fully pressurized. You still see the crew access arm in place, things like that. They will then, if all goes well with that first test, do the same thing again. Except this time, instead of stopping at T minus 90 seconds, they will go all the way down to the automated launch sequencer start, which is about the T minus 30-second mark. At which point, the automatic launch sequencer will realize we are not in a launch configuration right now. There is something that is not set properly and will automatically call the launch at that point and call an abort. If that works as planned, then that will be a successful wet dress rehearsal of both countdown attempts. Hopefully that makes sense.
I mean, to this point, we have no reason to really suspect any issue because NASA has been quiet on any issues at the pad, whether it be with the vehicle or anything on the ground. And the actual procedure for prop load continued or happened as smoothly as it almost possibly could have, minus that minor communications issue they had with ground systems before then, which had nothing to do with the actual vehicle itself. So things have gone smooth tonight so far. I don't want to jinx it. I'll be knocking on wood right now just for good luck. But we, as far as we can tell, and from what what we've seen and also what we've read from NASA, we're not sure what's up at this point.
Yep, so this is all things we're watching with you in real time. That's why if we're kind of hemming and hawing and beating around the bush a bit, that's because we're all with you at this moment trying to figure it out as we go. So now also coming up on about 12 minutes to go as well until the Falcon 9 launch on the left side of your screen, which is a very interesting mission as well, as this is only the second Falcon 9 mission ever to land within the Bahamas. This will... We have breaking news. We have an update finally on the NASA blog saying the launch director has extended the T-minus 10-minute hold to allow for time to complete final preparations for the terminal countdown of today's wet dress rehearsal, including bringing the core stage engine section temperature into the necessary range for launch. It is currently just shy of the temperature that would be required if SLS were planning to launch, but engineers expect it to rise shortly. A new simulated T0 time will be set once the temperature has risen into the correct range. EJ, you want to try and help break that down a bit?
Sawyer, I generally have a pretty good fundamental understanding of like cryogenics, but I think this is actually the first time I'm ever seeing something being too cold.
Yeah.
Like in terms of a cryogenic management system, it seems like the MPS, which is the white section on the core stage at the very bottom of the rocket, is a little bit too cold. Now there are heaters. Yeah, I know. That's very surprising. It's a very interesting observation to have, I guess.
You don't want any observations tonight, EJ.
Yeah, that's right. We don't.
Careful now.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's too cold. The engine section's too cold. They just got to warm it up. Now, like I said, there's heaters all over this thing. You know, something that they really don't talk about too much is that there are heater and temperature control systems. They can heat up and, cool down different components, like the seals for the TSMU. But yeah, I've never seen that. Not even during the shuttle. That's I'm wondering why it got so cold.
I mean, the propellant is almost doing too good of a job at making sure that the RS-25s are chilled. I don't know. That was a rather chilling update.
Oh.
Sorry, I completely stole that from Alex in the back channel. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Which, by the way, Max, you're out there. What is the actual temperature outside? Because obviously, the super chill there, but it's not really cold air out there in Florida.
No, I think weather here is about what it should be for this time of year on average. It's currently 71 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm not sure what that translates into in Celsius. I'm sorry. But a very, very pleasant night to be out nonetheless. There is a little bit of a breeze going out, but nothing that'll be anywhere near close to a showstopper, to be honest. It is a lovely night to be outside in perfect conditions to launch a rocket in, honestly. So I think weather being a factor here in any of the materials on the launch vehicle or on the ground misbehaving, I don't think is in the cards or a cause of error so far. But again, like this, the engine section being a bit too cold, that doesn't sound anywhere near like the end of the world. Like that seems minor, honestly. And with them saying that they expect,
Oh, it's counting. It's counting.
Oh, it's going. Oh my God.
There we go.
Seriously?
Yeah, T-minus 9 minutes 50 seconds and counting on the clock out at the pad there. Meanwhile, that is about a minute and a half after the Starlink mission is set to launch.
Oh my
So
God.
the hold,
Oh my God.
the 90-second hold is set to happen almost at the exact same time as the Starlink launch.
This would happen.
All right,
Yeah, this
so
would exactly.
Of course. The next event to keep an eye out for on the Artemis side of things here is going to be the crew access arm retracting. That is the long weight structure that is normally used to get the crew on board. A reminder, the crew is not on board this capsule during this test tonight. We did see the closeout crew go out there and do all of this exact procedures they would do if there were people on board, including closing Orion's hatch as well as the hatch on the launch abort system exterior. So the team has been up there and was working on that. So now that crew access arm should retract about 50 seconds from now. In terms of other major things that we should expect to see during this part of the countdown, then we will see hopefully the core stage tank start to pressurize to flight levels at the T-minus 6 minute mark, as well as the Orion capsule going on to internal power, and then officially finishing the liquid hydrogen load on the core stage. All of those happen at about T-minus 6 minutes. So all of that are the next events that we should see coming up. Of course, the crew access arm retraction is the main point to see right now. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Again, it does go away very slowly. A reminder, there is no crew on it. But if there were an emergency that happened during a test with the crew there, they could swing the arm back very quickly. They also do have the launch abort system on top of the vehicle if it got to a point where they needed to do that as well. So now under, and there you go. You can see the arm retracting. If you look, especially on that top middle view. There we go.
Come on, NASA, give us the crew access arm shot, please, please.
It doesn't seem like they are, but still.
Please. Sorry.
There we go. Crew access arm retracting. Meanwhile, the engines are chilling down over on Falcon 9. Those 9 Merlin 1D engines are chilled down now that the 4 RS-25 engines on Artemis are at the proper chill temperature, and that countdown continues. So next up, as pointed out, will be those events happening pretty quickly together with the ground launch sequencer giving the go for the core stage tank to pressurize flight levels, and Orion going to internal power, and then replenishing the liquid hydrogen on the core stage. This is the point during the first wet dress rehearsal where they had a hold because they saw the levels go a bit too high in that tail surface mast umbilical with liquid hydrogen. So that's going to be an important milestone as we get to that point. Following that, the core stage auxiliary power unit will start, and that is also when the core stage liquid oxygen replenish will finish. That's at T-minus 4 minutes. So all of that's still to come. This is getting exciting.
Oh yeah, I'm liking what I see here. We got orange rocket testing, Falcon 9 flying. This is great.
There's the crew access arm view.
Yes, thank you, NASA. You guys rock. No, come back.
All right, this is the important feed here coming up now at T-minus 6 minutes. This was about the time where we saw the hold during the first wet dress rehearsal due to hydrogen leak numbers being too high in that tail surface mast umbilical. So hopefully that clock will continue to count down. Meanwhile, Falcon 9, 4.5 minutes to go until the rocket on the left side of your screen launches. Their strongback is also about to begin retracting as the crew access arm is fully retracted over on Artemis. There's a lot to keep up with, folks. I'm doing the best I can to have 2 eyes on 2 rockets here.
You're doing great, buddy.
Thank you. So again, next up for SLS clock on that side will hopefully be in about a minute from now. the core stage auxiliary power unit starting, and then finishing replenishing of the liquid oxygen on the core stage. Meanwhile, the liquid oxygen on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, so the upper stage there, will finish its replenish at T-minus 3 minutes, 30 seconds. And then following that should be the go for what's known as Purge Sequence 4, purging out some of the lines. We have now officially passed the point during the last wet dress rehearsal when the clock stopped. So we have made it further so far already than the first wet dress rehearsal.
So that means we're at good pressurization on the core stage, which is a big milestone. The core stage is pressing for flight. We're obviously not going to fly today, but that's a good sign.
Yep. So again, there you can see 4.5 minutes to go, coming up on those topping off and replenishment of the liquid oxygen on both the core stage and the upper stage, the ICPS, and of course the auxiliary power unit also should be starting up in about 10 seconds from now.
Yep, we're going to get CAPU start. Those are H2 actuated power auxiliary power units in the core stage. There's 4 redundant ones for each engine.
And a reminder, that T-minus clock there on your screen is expected to hold at T-minus 90 seconds. So that's 1 minute and 30 seconds. That is a planned point where they will hold there for 3 minutes. Meanwhile, Falcon 9 up in the top left is just about fully fueled for flight as well. So right as Artemis hits that hold point is when Falcon 9 should launch. Goodness gracious.
What a night. What a night this is turning into.
So next is the go for Purge Sequence 4. Alex in the back channel saying that that is when they switch purging from nitrogen to helium.
Yep, they're going to utilize helium because of the lower mass properties. It's better for flight.
And then at T-minus 2 minutes, that is when the upper stage and the booster both switch to internal battery power, no longer reliant on the ground power provided from all of the lines going up that launch tower that you see there. Meanwhile, under 2 minutes to go for Falcon 9. Should be coming up on the gas closeout purge momentarily on that side. And then that will pressurize its tanks to flight level at the T-minus 1 minute mark, and then onboard computers will take over that count at go for at startup. So far, exciting here. Again, keeping in mind that after we have the booster and upper stage switch to internal battery power, the core stage will switch to internal battery power at 90 seconds, and that is when the Artemis countdown clock will enter a planned hold. So now, keeping an eye on both sides of the screen here. 1 minute to go for the Falcon 9 launch. That is when they will, again, pressurize the tank's flight level and hopefully start the onboard computers of Falcon 9 taking control of the count.
Falcon 9 has entered startup. There was the call, Sawyer.
Yep. The countdown still continuing right now for Artemis, coming up close to that 90-second point where they will hold for 3 minutes in their flight configuration. And that was a go for launch over on the left side of your screen for Falcon 9. Goodness gracious, I don't know how we're going to do this with the audio and the video. We'll figure this out as we go.
T-minus 30
And we should be coming up now. 30, there we go. T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds, and holding as planned. At this point now, Artemis will hold in this configuration with all the onboard batteries controlling everything. It will hold there for 3 minutes before resetting to T-minus 10. In the meantime, right now, we should be seeing
10,
engine ignition
9,
here on
8,
Falcon 9.
7,
we have
6,
ignition
5, 4, 3,
and liftoff of Starlink 10-36 set for the second
Starlink,
ever booster
go
landing
Falcon.
in the Bahamas. Holy smokes.
Had a good liftoff and pitch over from Falcon 9 there.
And we should be able to hopefully hear some of that. We'll have to see if we end up picking up the sound. There it is. Let's listen to it.
Good call on power telemetry on Falcon 9.
There we go. Just letting everyone listening to that sound as Falcon 9 passes through max Q, maximum aerodynamic forces against the rocket. And in the meantime, they're still in that planned hold at the 90-second mark for Artemis in its near-flight configuration. At this point, 90 seconds into flight for Falcon 9. It's got about a minute left until we have 3 events in rapid succession, starting with Miko, which will be main engine cutoff. Then that will be followed by first and second stage separation, followed shortly after that by SES-1, second engine start 1, which is when the onboard Merlin vacuum engine on stage 2 will ignite and begin propelling those satellites all the way over towards their planned orbit. And a reminder that this booster, as I was alluding to, will be the second ever landing inside the Bahamas. So there is a drone ship located within the area of the Bahamas, and B-1077, which is the one on your screen right now, will hopefully make that landing attempt.
Okay, so we're up about 2 minutes, 30 seconds. We should have main engine cut off, as you said, Sawyer. There it is.
There's Miko. So next up will be first and second stage separation.
Stage separation confirmed.
There we go.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful
And
shot of the Floridian Peninsula there.
There we go. That's startup of the Merlin vacuum engine on stage 2. Everything looking beautiful. Now the grid fins coming out. Look at the glow on them tonight. Oh my goodness, that's gorgeous.
It's the all Central Florida in the background there. That's pretty crazy.
Yes. And again, this one is not landing back on land. It's not doing the boost back burn like we saw with the last crew mission. This one is going to continue downrange. And there is the clock continuing, by the way, now for Artemis. As they get ready to separate the payload fairing halves on Falcon 9, they are resuming that count now, and that will stop at the T-minus 33-second mark.
So right now the core stage is switched back over to full internal power as they resume the count. LH2 replenish should be happening right around now.
Yep, and now at that point, the last thing would be the go from the automated launch sequencer at T-minus 33 seconds, at which point it should automatically trigger an abort, realizing that the rocket is not in its full launch configuration. So there we go, T-minus 33 seconds and holding exactly as planned.
Great.
So far, that looks like a perfect first rundown of this wet dress rehearsal.
What a turnaround. I'm proud of NASA, Sawyer. I really am. That's fantastic. Great.
And again, at this point, the plan is that hopefully they will be able to recycle the count to T-minus 10 minutes and do it all again.
Yep. Meanwhile, Falcon 9 still doing its ascent thing. We're T plus 4 minutes and 25 seconds into the mission. Should be coming up here on an entry burn in another couple of minutes as the second stage ascends up into space.
Yep, those fairing halves, by the way, separating away in terms of recovering those. We have the fairing recovery ship Bob located downrange, set to recover them. Meanwhile, the goal is for this booster again to land on the drone ship. Just read the instructions located within the islands of the Bahamas, which was a agreement that SpaceX reached with the Bahamian government. Sorry, I'm trying to catch my breath through all of this here, too.
Yep.
Meanwhile, as they get ready to reset the clock back, we should be seeing in the next likely couple minutes the crew access arm going back into place up against Orion and SLS. There we go. You can see that hold exactly as planned right there. So they did those 3 minutes of holding at the 1 minute 30-second mark, took it down to 33 seconds when the automated launch sequencer initiated the cutoff, and now they will hopefully plan to recycle that. Coming up now as well for Falcon 9, as you pointed out, is that entry burn. It starts off with a single engine, then it goes up to 3 total engines on the Falcon 9 first stage to help slow it down and fight fire with fire. Go ahead and say it. EJ, I know you love the term. What's it called?
This is my favorite part. It's supersonic retropropulsion.
Oh, yeah.
When Falcon 9's going to fire its engines to slow
There it
down,
goes.
but yep, there it is, and also envelop the vehicle in a cooler column of gas. The rocket exhaust that's coming out of Falcon 9 right now is actually pushing accumulated plasma away from the vehicle. It is fighting fire with plasma, or fire as well, to make sure that the Falcon 9 first stage doesn't burn up. It actually comes in fast enough where it is required. Now, you should see some plasma accumulation on the grid fins right there. Yeah, but the grid fins are made out of titanium. They can tank the heat indefinitely. Titanium is a great conductor of heat. So, oh, look at that. This is my favorite part, man. You see some plasma just accumulating right there on the grid fins.
Oh,
Re-entry, live to your screen.
Those grid fins, by the way, those are what help steer Falcon 9 as it gets into the thicker parts of the atmosphere. So something we'll see more as it eyes that drone ship. And again, all that plasma and sparking you see expected. So now the next thing will be, once it sees that drone ship, it will just ignite one single Merlin engine. And once it does that, it will then steer itself towards the drone ship. So right now it's actually aimed away from the drone ship. You can see that little light pixel kind of in the left side of the screen there. That's the drone ship, actually. Once it realizes that the engine ignited and all is well, it will then steer itself onto the deck of Just Read the Instructions. And there we have flight termination system safed, so they don't need to blow up the rocket at that point, which is a good thing. And
on SLS, you can see that crew access arm is moving back into position.
Yeah, and then there is some update on that, which I will go over as soon as we get the landing burn here.
Landing burn. Grid fins are going to steer Falcon 9 out over the drone ship until it's slow enough for the grid fins to not be aerodynamically useful. Then Falcon 9 will be on thrust vector control power, grid fins locked, landing legs deployed, coming right down
and
onto the vehicle.
Touchdown, a beautiful landing for booster 1077, completing its 26th flight. Meanwhile, stage 2 continuing with those Starlink satellites, just a couple seconds away from SECO, second engine cutoff, SECO 1. We say SECO 1 because there is a second burn that's about 3 seconds long, about 50 minutes into flight, but they never show that.
Okay, we got a staging velocity here at 27,320 kilometers at 137. Should stand by for the call for nominal orbital insertion.
They've been cutting it off before that recently, so.
If those numbers were right, that was a good orbit. That was a good orbit. We'll see, though.
Numbers look good. I'll say that. There we go. They haven't said anything to the contrary, so.
Yep, there you go.
And now we also have an update in regards to the terminal count. So interestingly, the terminal countdown had to pause, and it just so happened to pause at the point where they were planning to pause at T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds. The update from NASA on this is that the terminal countdown was paused due to a booster avionics system voltage anomaly, but resumed and continued to the planned recycle point. The team is now resetting the countdown as planned. Interesting. So they happened to hold at T-minus 90 seconds, which is when they were planning to do a hold anyway for up to 3 minutes. And it was an actual reason for the hold, a booster avionics system voltage anomaly. Can you kind of help break that down into English?
I don't know. It's all Greek to me. No, sure. Absolutely. So voltage anomaly could either refer to undervolting or overvolting stuff. If you consider like how, like water moving around in a pipe, right? If there's you turn on your faucet, the water's moving around in the pipe. If you don't get a steady stream, that's the equivalent of undervolting. Now, undervolting with electronics is not something to be trifled with. You don't have good water pressure on your faucet, right? It's just going to drip a little. You're just going to get a weak stream, right? A weak stream with electronics and undervolting makes electronics pretty angry. That can open up the door to anomalous behavior. So that's absolutely something you would want to stop for, Sawyer.
Exactly. And I saw someone asking, would that, let's say, end a launch attempt on actual launch day? And I think the answer would probably be no at this point, because they did continue with the terminal count. And even if they had to hold, they literally, using this real world example, used it to test out one of their test objectives, was they can hold at that 90-second point. They can hold for up to 3 minutes up until the 90-second mark. Once they get to that point, if they need to reset the clock after 3 minutes, they reset it. But if they held at that exact point during a real countdown, they could reset the clock right back to T-minus 10 minutes and try it all again. Or if they could get it fixed within 3 minutes, they could keep the countdown going. A perfect example, almost to the T, couldn't plan it better that way, of what would have happened on an actual launch day if that had occurred. Now, if they recycle the count and try again, that's literally what we're about to see them do. They are going to recycle the count back to T-minus 10 minutes and holding, and try it all again. Right now, they still have the clock at T-minus 33 seconds, and they still have one dead panel, but all of that's still to come. All right. Oh, let me catch up on some super chats here. Thank you, folks, for bearing with me on that. That is the first time I've ever called two quote-unquote launches at the exact same time, and they happening simultaneously as well. They're normally like a 20-minute gap between that, so thank you for bearing with me through all of that insanity, and hopefully everyone was able to keep up with everything that was going on while I was doing that. Okay, Western Space, thank you for upgrading to Capcom member. See you in the NSF Discord. Russell Jones, thank you for becoming a Padrat member. Turtle Sanctuary, whether it's an Ember or just a Spark, hope to see you in the trench tomorrow. Good night, nerds. Oh, it's going to be Sparky, that's for sure. It's a lot we're going to have to talk about tomorrow. Was that Test Channel, the super chat saying, point with L- versus T- was that for Falcon 9, they are the same after T-minus 35 minutes, so it would help with the graphics presentation clarify that, since the SLS count is up next to it, is L-. But I feel like it's more confusing if you put L and T, regardless. At this point, we are now back to T-minus 10 minutes and holding as planned. So we'll likely see, so we have the crew access arm back in place there. All of the pressurization and top-offs and stuff, that's done. They are going to go back to topping off the tanks at this point. And basically exactly as they were before they started the count. So all the ground electrical connections will resume. All of the propellant topping off will resume. The batteries can go back to ground power. Everything that we basically just said they were doing in that 10 minutes, they're undoing it. And now we will see how long until they go for the second countdown attempt, how long they're going to hold at this point. For reference, they have until 12:30 a.m. Eastern Time to try again for that second one. That is 3.5 hours from now. Hopefully they don't need to wait until that long, because I will lose my mind if they do.
What, you tired?
No, my voice is going to give out by then.
Yeah, that's fair.
North Viking saying no static fire? Why?
You don't really need to do this. You gotta, like, it's how Falcon 9s don't have to static fire anymore. Now, you think about SLS. Yes, SLS is a new rocket, right? But they did the green run with it. And then on top of that, the engines have 40 years of flight heritage behind them. There's a lot, the RS-25s are a very well-known system. There's no need to do that. Or at least in NASA's mind.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, at that point, you don't really need it if you don't have to. Plus, you can now get 2 terminal countdown tests out of it, as opposed to once you ignite the engines, there's no testing again at that point. Test Channel also becoming a Padrat member. Thank you very much for that. Ort Cloud, the steak is too rare and the lobster is too juicy, said NASA. Said NSF, really.
Nice.
Oh my gosh. And Test Channel also upgrading to Capcom member. Thank you for all the support tonight and for upgrading to that. We'll see you over in the NSF Discord. You can always ping and say hi to me. James, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Ralph, thank you as well for becoming a PadRat member. RD, thank you as well, becoming a PadRat member. Ortcloud saying, my eyes are pointing opposite directions trying to watch both of them at the same time. Imagine trying to watch both of them at the same time while following along with the Artemis countdown on my second screen, while also trying to go off of memory of the entire Falcon 9 launch procedure there. Yeah, it's a lot. Freudian's Lip saying, you folks rock. Thank you very much for that. And Anonymous getting the SLS assembly shirt from the shop, also saying, you guys rock. Thank you very much for that. Now, I believe we have Max back with us as well. So, Max, how was that insanity from being in the field?
You know, if that whoever was just here saying that they had eyes pointing in both directions, that's kind of how it was like. My head was turning one way, then the other, then one way, then the other, then one way, then the other. The clock's holding, Falcon's going, clock's still holding, Falcon's. Oh my God, Falcon's launching.
Mule.
Yeah, seriously. It's like one of the most insane feelings that I can't possibly begin to describe with words, honestly, as cliche as that sounds. Like I literally had to grab both cameras and run outside and just try and grab a couple of photos just for the moment, both of SLS and of the launch itself, with a streak shot and then also a still with Jerry and crew in the background, or in the foreground, I should say, with SLS with Falcon 9 launching behind them, or in front of them. Rather insane night. We're still waiting to see what else that they can do tonight with timing, and the test itself. But as EJ was saying earlier, I'm incredibly so far to this point. I'm incredibly proud of the teams that have their hands on this big, beautiful orange rocket that is currently poised and fueled over at Launch Complex 39B, because it has been a long road to get here. They have worked very hard to make sure this test is done right. And so far, despite even though we have seen that the one avionics anomaly that NASA has commented on now, which is why they held, or one of the reasons they held, it has been a very good night for all teams involved here. For them, they really have not had that much slippage in terms of their timelines tonight, which is incredible.
Yeah, they really nailed it, didn't they, Max? I'm really, 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 really proud of them. This is not an easy thing to do, and they nailed it. You know,
they still have one more test to go with resetting from T-10 and getting this avionics issue sorted, but they have time. It's not like they have like 10 more minutes left in the window. They still have some time to work with. Hopefully, it won't take that long. But that is 2 check marks off of their list done. So now we're just waiting to see the clock pick back up, hopefully in the next few minutes.
Yeah, they said, I believe Charlie Blackwell Thompson mentioned it could take about an hour or so for the reset. It may take less. So stick around. There's a lot still to happen here. But let me give a breakdown then, because that was a lot that happened all at once. By the way, to the person that was asking that number in the corner, that is an engineering camera that NASA provides. So that was the engineering camera number for reference. So here's what just happened in the last 20 minutes for those just joining. We had the successful launch of the Starlink 10-36 mission of Starlink satellites. The booster successfully landed on a drone ship, just read the instructions, in the Bahamas. Now, as for the big orange rocket on your screen, the Space Launch System, Artemis 2. They began the wet dress rehearsal exactly as planned. They resumed from the T-minus 10-minute hold, which went a little longer, so they waited for engine temperatures to reach within limits. They then went through all the procedures. They got down to the 1 minute and 30-second mark, which they began a hold. Originally, it's thought that they were holding there because that was one of their planned hold points as part of their testing objectives. NASA later in an update said this was because of a booster avionics system voltage issue, which was resolved. At that point, they then continued to the T-minus 33-second mark. That is when the automated launch sequencer starts controlling the countdown. and that is when it called the auto abort as planned. With that done, they held a couple seconds in that, or a couple minutes in that configuration, and recycled the clock back to T-minus 10 minutes and holding, which is where we are now. The plan is that they are going to run through everything you just heard again. So they're going to go all the way down, except this time they're going to try and skip the hold at T-minus 90 seconds and go all the way through down to that T-minus 33 second mark. And if they can do it twice, then that is considered a successful test, and then they will detank the vehicle, and hopefully after that we will get an official launch date, which could be as soon as March 3rd, but could also be as soon as March 6th. NASA has not officially said if March 3rd is on the table, but it has been mentioned. So either March 3rd or March 6th would be the earliest dates that we could see the official launch attempt of Artemis 2, sending 4 humans around the moon for the first time in 50 years. Hopefully that kind of clears up where we're at, given all that just happened. Whew. Okay. Continuing along here. If you have questions while we're in this next hold, you could tag us at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF. Please ask your question only once. Spamming it is going to make us not answer it, as my entire queue is filled with spam.
Is it the good kind of spam?
It depends. How much are we talking? Spam,
Is there a good
spam,
kind of
spam,
spam?
bacon, eggs, and spam, spam, egg, sausage, and spam.
I'll
Spam,
take sausage and spam right now.
Spamity spam. Anyway.
Thank you. Thank you for getting the reference, or else that would have been really weird.
Of course, Monty Python. Anyway, this is another one of those engineering cameras that we love to see. Those engines now at the proper temperature. They were too chilly before, apparently. But looking good now. All right.
Love that camera.
Yeah, that is a great view down there. Speaking of, talking about that, Michael's asking, is there a chance that if this wet dress rehearsal is as successful as it seems to have been, we can see launch before March 6th? Now, NASA's been kind of wishy-washy about it, but Max, there was mention of a March 3rd potential date.
Oh, breaking news.
We have breaking news first. We have an update on the NASA blog about this, and that is after running through a terminal count for the Artemis 2 wet dress rehearsal, the launch team paused the clock at T-minus 33 seconds in the countdown. Teams are now reconfiguring and replenishing the liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen systems in order to recycle back to the T-minus 10-minute mark and perform another run of terminal count. As planned, the count was held for 3 minutes before beginning the recycle. Having another opportunity to run through the terminal count allows the team to practice the recycle operations, which includes safing the SLS rocket and getting the propellant tanks back to replenish mode to be ready for terminal count again. The entire recycle process, as we were mentioning before, lasts approximately 60 to 90 minutes. And I mean, at this point, we're already almost a half hour since that point. So we're already potentially halfway to the second attempt of the terminal count on this wet dress rehearsal. Now, also worth noting there on that same page, the update regarding the avionics voltage issue has disappeared. It is no longer listed on the NASA blog updates that they had previously posted. So just a note. Yeah. And I know EJ, you had noticed it on. You would notice it on X. Appears the X post is still on there. So just of note.
They deleted it from the blog?
Yes.
Okay.
The NASA Kennedy Space Center X account, so at NASA Kennedy, still has it in their thread. Meanwhile, if you go to the Artemis 2 wet dress rehearsal live coverage blog, it has been removed from their updates. Just interesting note. Doesn't mean anything in particular, just interesting.
Interns,
now back to
am I right?
Now to the question that we were actually talking about, again, what about the wet dress rehearsal, if it's being successful, about launching before March 6th? Max, you've been in the briefings with me through all of this. What are the potentials of launching earlier?
Well, there's been murmurs going around about March 3rd, enough to where our very own Chris Bergen posted about it and has gotten some attention. And when confronted about it, NASA leadership hasn't exactly been the most talkative about it, to be honest. But we suspect that the opening of the launch window could push or could move left a little bit should the ability to utilize it arise. Although to this point, NASA has still only said publicly that March 6th is the earliest that they can launch. So it may be kind of like a wink, wink, nudge, nudge, wait and see, kind of surprise date deal. I don't know. But it very well could. And honestly, if all goes well tonight, we hope that's the case, because from what we have heard, that launch window opens at 5:30 p.m. Eastern time, which means that's 1 hour before sunset, which means SLS has a chance of launching in daylight in the month of March. And we saw SLS fly during the night for Artemis 1, and while that was beautiful, we would love to see this rocket perform at its best during daylight hours, just for the sake of our cameras and for the sake of our eyeballs, because SLS is incredibly bright. So as far as we are aware, we have no official confirmation about March 3rd. But we still kind of suspect it. But we are waiting for further word on how this test obviously finishes up. They still have 2 more milestones to hit with getting the clock restarted, and then taking the countdown all the way to T-minus 33 and holding once again with no issue. So we'll see.
Also of note, the crew would have had to been in quarantine today for that to happen. So I think it's safe to say that March 3rd is off the table. And apparently hearing now that the official NASA update is no earlier than March 6th.
March
So back
6th
to nighttime.
is a night launch.
Okay, delayed to April. Delayed to April.
No, there's only 2 dates in April that are daylight. Just worth noting. One of them is in the early April window, and one of them is April 30th.
And there's 0 in March, Sawyer. There's 0 in March.
I want this mission to just fly. I want to see humans around the moon again.
You'll see it better in daytime.
Exactly. Thank you, EJ.
I agree. Trust me on that. I would like to see it in daylight, but I would also like to see this launch happen and happen safe and successfully. Also, I think the panel is broken because I cannot clear that question away.
Let me see.
Oh, there we go. We're good. Sorry. It works.
Yeah, it's clean.
All right. Catching up here, catching my breath here as well. Sorry, folks. That was a lot that happened all at once. So yeah, no SLS jellyfish attempt then, huh?
Not with that attitude, sir.
It's a question. It's not an attitude, sir. Anyway. So you continue to ask your questions in chat. Let me thank some people here real quick. Ethereal Swordsman saying, been a while, good to see things are working. The Deluge test yesterday was something else over at Starbase, yeah. Fun fact, the other day I found out you can just buy an LR-101, aka the Atlas and Thor Vernier engines. EJ?
Why did you looking at me?
Excuse me? You can?
Apparently.
Everything is for sale, man.
I will say, Ethereal Swordsman came back with another super chat later saying, I'd get an LR-101 myself, but they're call for price working reproductions. So if price matters to you, you can't afford it most likely. I mean, working? They're working? I think NSF has a new expense we need.
Oh, brother. Das, probably.
Before I get fired now. Anyway. WBF Radio, where are you guys located? You are in Clearwater, Florida. We're located all across the globe here at NSF. Max is located with some of our team actually on site over at the Kennedy Space Center. I'm in a little further south in Florida. EJ, you're up in New England area.
And Boston.
I'm just gonna let you say it.
Freaking love dunking guy.
Oh my gosh.
Talking about.
Oh my God, you two.
Yeah, in case you can't tell, I was originally from New York, and EJ and I have both known each other for a very long time. So over 10 years now. So we kind of are used to each other's.
Wait, I thought that was a bit. You're actually from New York?
Well, New Jersey technically, but
Okay. So Jersey, got it.
10 minutes from the New York State border.
But not across New York state borders. Just saying.
I worked in New York State at the
But you didn't
Challenger
live
Center
in
for
New
Space
York
Science
State.
Education. Okay.
But you didn't live in New York State.
Anyway, yes,
Hey,
that's why I'm a huge Bruce Springsteen and Bon Jovi fan. Okay, and Frank Sinatra.
Hey, all right.
There's a Bon Jovi stop now on a rest stop on the New Jersey Turnpike.
Nice. Sorry, I mean, that doesn't mean that you haven't lived in New York State. You went to college in New York.
That is true. I did go to college at Syracuse University, go Orange, and that is in New York State, and I lived on campus for those 4 years. There you go. But still, that's why we give each other crud, is because, you know, we're from competing regions, shall we say. Boston,
yeah, he's from the
and
lesser
New
one.
York. Hey, I'm sorry, how many World Series do you have compared to the Yankees?
Bro, Super Bowls. All right, World Series is old news.
Yeah, say that come Red Sox season.
Yeah, it is baseball season. Spring training began, man. Let's go.
Hey, Sawyer, I think Boston had one of the greatest comebacks in World Series history. I'm just saying.
What?
What?
Did they? Or was it the ALCS?
That was the ALCS.
That was the ALCS. It's still like one of the greatest comebacks in baseball history, though.
Against the Yankees. Oh, inject that into my veins.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I'm going to go some spring training games while I'm here. But anyway, continuing onwards, because, yes, they do train in Florida and Arizona. Continuing on, that's basically where we are of the team currently on the air, but we are an international group here at NSF from all across the globe. And we appreciate everyone who's watching from all across the globe as well. And I do have to mention, Caffeinated Design did say the Bon Jovi rest stop is only to be used when you're halfway there.
No, don't keep singing this song.
Copyright, yeah, I know. Anyway. Yes, but 3 Americans on stream and they start talking about baseball. Of course.
Y'all are ridiculous.
Thank you.
I also like apple pie and NASCAR. So, I mean, I don't know what you're going to talk about here. Like, I don't know what you guys were expecting. Like,
right.
Either of you
football is a sport played with hands, not feet.
I'm genuinely curious. Do either of you follow IMSA or Formula One?
Yes, absolutely.
Attaboy.
EJ does, I don't.
My buddy
Off the
races in
rails.
IMSA, dude.
What even our topics? It's turning into a flame trench.
All right, let's get back on track.
Anonymous getting an Artemis 1 print. Love the content, love the merch. Had the pleasure of watching live Falcon 9 in Florida the other week, all the way from the UK. I wonder if that was from Crew 12, possibly seeing the second stage, given that goes northeasterly. So that's nice. Awesome. Observer saying, since the wet dress rehearsal and Falcon 9 double feature went well, can you all talk about the moon lander designs? That's a good question, because again, as of right now, the original plan was for Starship to be the lunar lander for Artemis 3 and 4, as well as Artemis 5 going to Blue Origin's Blue Moon Mark II lander. There's been some questions about that when interim administrator Sean Duffy had proposed plans to see if other companies could move quicker to get us to the surface of the moon faster. Do you kind of want to talk about the difference between the two systems? Who wants to take that one?
Well,
EJ?
I'll take care of it here. So So, SpaceX, there are two different lunar landers that are on the books with NASA. One is under the Human Landing System program, and the other one is under the Sustainable Lunar Development program. SpaceX has the HLS contract, and Blue Origin has the SLD contract. So, SpaceX is proposed and got accepted for the Starship variant, the Starship Lander variant, or Starship HLS is what it's called. It is a variant of their super heavy, fully reusable launch vehicle that is designed to land on the surface of the moon. It utilizes the same, because it's using Raptors, it utilizes the same propellant as Starship. It's using liquid methane and liquid oxygen. And it needs, so basically the concept of operations here for Starship HLS is that SpaceX will launch the lander up into low Earth orbit. It will be refilled a couple of times by subsequent Starship flights. It utilizes on-orbit refueling. And then it will go out to the moon and loiter around the moon until an Orion gets to it. Orion will dock to it. This is the tentative plan for Artemis 3. And the crew will transfer in, and 2 will go down to the lunar surface with Starship HLS, come back up, redock with Orion, come home. Now, because it's Starship derived, it is a gigantic lander. We're talking, I mean, if you look at those solid rocket boosters on SLS, the lander's almost as tall as one of those solid rocket boosters. Those solid rocket boosters aren't small. We're talking about a gigantic piece of equipment here. But yeah, because it's, ideally, because it's derived from Starship, SpaceX should be able to make this relatively quick, I guess, and they should be able to make a bunch. Now, Blue Origin with Sustainable Lunar Development is opting for a much smaller architecture, and that just because it's a smaller lander doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to use a smaller launch vehicle. New Glenn is almost as tall as SLS is, but slightly skinnier. That is going to be used for putting Blue Origin's Blue Moon Mark II lander up into low Earth orbit, and then they will subsequently refill that as well and refuel, albeit because it's such a smaller lander, you're not going to need as many refilling flights as Starship would. And then from there, after refilling in low Earth orbit, you could either A, ride with a transfer vehicle, or B, just send itself out to the moon, loiter around the moon until an Orion comes, you dock to it, you go down and land. Similar concept of operations between both landers. But the Blue Moon Mark II is going to be using liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. So we got a little bit of a propellant difference. So not only do they have a smaller lander, but they have a lander that's running hydrogen. Hydrogen is very good for upper stage engines. Now, SpaceX is using methane. SpaceX is using methane in their lander design because they opted for methane for the Starship program because it'll be easier to refuel what's called Methalox Starship on Mars. But those plans kind of, got pushed back a little bit. They're focusing on the moon right now. So, yeah, it's a little bit more complicated concept of operations, but not by much. But yeah, Blue's lander is kind of small and more suited for like NASA's applications. I think that SpaceX's Starship lander is more suited for industrial applications on the moon. But there is definitely a stark contrast between each lander, but both of them are on the books and both of them are going to fly, which is really, really cool. Now, keep in mind, just as I kind of wrap this up, we'll put a bow on this explanation here. These are the tentative plans, guys. They're the tentative plans. This is what we know is going to happen right now. Now, Sawyer, you were talking about Sean Duffy and the expedited plans that they want to do. Jared Isaacman ultimately ended up doing that too. And he said, basically, we got to get back to the moon by 2028. That's what my boss told me. That's what we got to do. I need faster plans than what you guys have planned, because Blue's architecture was not supposed to fly until well into the 2030s. And SpaceX HLS was, 2028 or 2029, right? So they have expedited plans that could change the concept of operations. This is what we know thus far. But yeah, I mean, I could talk about this whole thing for hours, but I will pass it back over to you, Sawyer. That's about as short of an explanation that I can handle for something like that.
Thank you for the short explanation there.
Yeah, I know that was short. Yeah, sorry.
I think Alex.
EJ Saw, codename Alex.
Yeah. Yes, Alex has competition. For those who don't know, Alex was on earlier. He tends to give other long, super detailed answers, which isn't a bad thing. It's a good thing.
You all enjoy it. I know it.
Oh,
hi, Alex.
Hi, Alex.
Oh.
Anyway, DCA Studios tell EGS to put the window covers back on. 321 at Astra. I can't believe they built the SLS Lego set in real life.
I know. Life imitates art.
There you go. Yeah. And ODST Moody saying, they're making a left turn. It's another left turn. I wonder what's going to happen next. Glue a string to SLS and let it fly in circles.
NASCAR is a lot of fun to watch, actually. I just watched the Daytona 500 this past weekend, and honestly, I haven't watched NASCAR live in a long time, and that was rather enjoyable.
Well, while we have this view, before it goes away, because we don't control this view, NASA cycles through these, are those engines slightly shaking, or is it just their Mark 1 eyeballs? Mr. Non-Air wants to know.
No, they wouldn't be shaking. No, that's just the Mark 1 eyeball doing Mark 1 eyeball things. With the Gox vents that are on the engines, it's kind of makes it look like it, they're wiggling around. We won't see them really do any type of wiggling until we're well into the terminal count. They'll do a thrust vector control checkout in the terminal count, just like the shuttle did. And then these things will light up. But yeah, no wiggling right now. Even though we do like rocket wiggles, those are nice.
I'm actually curious now. At one point in the countdown, because I don't see it on our sheet here, or maybe I'm blind. At one point in the countdown, do they actually conduct that gimbal test on the RS-25s?
That's a good question. I'm looking through the official timeline here, and once they, in the real world, or in the real test, not a wet dress, once they give the go for automatic launch sequencer start, the core stage flight computer takes over. The hydrogen burn off igniters, formerly called the ROFIs, now they call them the H-Boys, are initiated at 12 seconds. The core stage engine start command is at T-minus 10 seconds, and then RS-25 engine startup is at T-minus 6.36 seconds.
Yeah, because they need the core stage APU running to ensure that the gimbal mechanisms for the RS-25's function, and that happens at T-minus 4 minutes. It looks like we have a note here.
Look at that.
They're listening.
Oh,
they
boy.
deleted it by accident. Dude, they're watching.
Oh, God.
No.
So NASA, what's your take then on NASCAR? No, I'm kidding.
Oh no.
I want to hear Jared's take on NASCAR, actually.
I mean, yeah, no, he's a cool guy, by the way. If you ever get a chance to talk to him, he's an amazing person too, just from experience. At the last press conference, I was talking with him before we went on the air. Nice guy. And I know, Max, you've taken photos of him and been with him through all of his major missions too.
Yeah, but haven't had a real conversation with him yet, which I would love to do.
Well, fellas, I'll have you know, he replied to one of my X posts once, so we're bros.
Big shot over here. EJ's
you and me both.
You may as well retire, dude. Like you're way too big for us.
I know. Moving up in the world,
Yeah. And then he said nice shot for one of my Crew 12 photos, and when I saw him in the press room, I said, hey, thanks for the reply. He said it was a good shot. Exciting stories anyway. Here's one from Elias Greenhoff with a very interesting question. And this is kind of more of a thought question, maybe a little interesting, but we have time while we're waiting for them to reset here. Again, the first terminal countdown, or the first wet dress rehearsal test, made it into terminal count and went to pretty much completed all of its major objectives, holding at T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds, although, again, not necessarily intentionally, but they did hold for the 3 minutes there, proceed to T-minus 33 seconds, and then cut off. abort the test, which was planned, reset the clock to T-minus 10 minutes, and they will be doing the exact same thing one more time, except not actually stopping at 90 seconds. The plan is to go all the way through to T-minus 33 seconds, at which point the automated launch sequencer will call cutoff, and that will end the test. All that's still to come. So while we're waiting, Elias was asking, will NASA ever try to do partially refurbishable rockets again?
Oof.
I know, it's an interesting question.
I don't think so. SLS is designed to be fully expendable, even from the Block 1B design iteration and on to Block 2. I think the reusability is going to be coming from private companies like SpaceX and Blue Origin and Rocket Lab, between Starship, New Glenn, and various New Glenn iterations, Neutron at some point, whenever that comes online, hopefully soon. But I don't think reusability is in the future for SLS, just given the nature of its design and how many hands are in that one big pie across the country, because this rocket really is courtesy of congressional hearings and approvals. So they call it the Senate Launch System for a reason.
Now, Max, I think that's a very good point when it comes to the rockets itself. And yeah, and designed by committee ain't doing us any favors for sure. But what about, I don't think NASA's going to not build launch systems that get to orbit on Earth. I think that NASA will very much build reusable vehicles in the future that are designed to launch and land not on this planet. I think that is definitely a thing that could happen. I mean, because say the ideal future happens, a commercial SpaceX builds a city on the moon, and we have a city on Mars. We have all this stuff. We're going to need landers for other planets. NASA might build a lander as a payload and send it from there. So, I think it's entirely possible that we will see reusable rockets from NASA, just not like the one on your screen here, and not on this planet.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like for anything that plans to be sustainable in the future, it's going to have to be reusable. But right now, in terms of sustainability for NASA, it's going to be off planet more so than on planet. I think we're seeing something similar to what we saw with ISS. It was NASA traveled, and they passed it off to commercial services like Dragon and, well, technically Starliner. That's a whole nother debate. And then with the ISS, with retiring that, they're going to then try and move towards commercial stations. So I think we can expect to see the same thing of getting to the moon is going to start with SLS and eventually go to commercial providers, and then NASA will focus on the surfaces on the moon that will eventually be used for long-term sustainability, and then onwards to Mars. That's just my thought on that. By the way, I saw someone asking, I can't find it anymore, what were to happen if they were to accidentally forget to turn off the thing that says don't launch and it launches? That is not possible, because that is the whole point of those last 10 minutes. There is the ground launch sequencer. That is part of the countdown where a lot of the ground systems and everything are being monitored. Of course, you have teams in the Launch Control Center that are watching over everything, checking out things. If they see something pop up, they can call a hold. All of that is being monitored by the team in the Launch Control Center. Once you get into the automated launch sequence, that is essentially hands-off for the team in the Launch Control Center. All of the commands at that point are from onboard systems, sensors, red line monitors, etc. The way that they currently have the rocket configured, it is configured in such a way that it will automatically trip the automated launch sequencer. It will realize this is not set up properly for flight and will automatically call the hold regardless. So that's why, even when it switches to the automated launch sequencer, they have the rocket set up in such a way that it cannot and will not launch. There's literally a computer preventing it from happening. So hopefully that answers that.
No thermal curtain failure today.
Well, we don't want to have a...
No, please.
What about a not-so-static fire like we saw in China?
Yeah, we don't want that either.
Oh gosh, excuse me. Good Lord, I must have this terrible cold that's been plaguing me since Starship Update. I don't know.
Yeah. Basically that. 98 Central wondering, after the wet dress rehearsal, does SLS undergo a thorough check, replacing valves, hose, etc.? I mean, I'm sure they will go through it with a fine-tooth comb. The problem is first they have to safe the vehicle. Well, inert, so they drain it, then they have to inert the vehicle, and then once that's fully cleared out, then teams go out. But EJ, if you kind of want to explain that process, I would imagine by the end of it, teams are going out there to check everything.
Yeah, they'll be looking over everything. That speaks to the question that I was asked a little bit earlier about, can they just leave it out on the pad? Yeah, of course. You got to check it. They'll definitely go and check it after the vehicle's is in an inert state. I apologize. It's been a long day.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no,
Say that 3 times fast.
You sound like
Yeah.
me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, it's been up for a long time. Anyway, so once the vehicle is inerted, they'll have people go out, and you basically want to look, like, okay, the closeout crew. Just want to go look and make sure the closeout room's in the same configuration that you left it. If something fell over, that'd be weird, right? We wouldn't want to see anything like that, right? Most of the stuff on the screen right here is expensive. So they'll go out and check. In terms of replacement, I'm not sure anything needs to be particularly replaced, but we're not at the end of the wet dress either. So we'll see.
That is true. And by the way, when we talk about safing and inerting the vehicle, can you kind of explain the process of what that actually means?
Okay, so inerting the vehicle is basically when you do what's called evacing the propellant out of all of your tanks. So in this case, it's the interim cryogenic propulsion stage and the core stage, which are the orange. The core stage is the big orange thing in the picture. Those are carrying cryogenic propellants. Those are reactive propellants, and they will eventually boil off the gas. Now, Max said this a little bit earlier. They will try to scavenge some of the propellants, but they are boiling, so most of it gets boiled off. Now you have reactive gases like gaseous hydrogen and gaseous oxygen inside of the vehicle. Oxygen is reactive because if it combines with something in the right mixture, it's going to catch on fire. Hydrogen will just find something and find the oxygen in the atmosphere and Hindenburg something. So you want to get those out of there, especially when people are around. So they'll try to scavenge some of the propellants. They probably won't get much, but that's because they're boiling. And once those reactive gases are out of the vehicle, or hazardous gases are out of the vehicle, they will purge out the tanks. I'm not sure whether it's nitrogen or helium. I'm pretty sure it's nitrogen. They save the helium for flight because it's lower mass. And the reason why you'd fill it up with nitrogen is because nitrogen is inert. It's a non-reactive gas. So it's a great way to save the tanks, put the vehicle in a nice safe configuration. No super explodey gases, hazardous gases around when people get near it, doing those checkouts that we were talking about. That's what it entails. I mean, there's obviously the solid rocket boosters on this one, but just don't go near those. Don't breathe on them. Don't even look at them.
Yeah, don't have any radio frequencies nearby.
Yep.
So that's what they will do after the test. So that's a good question. We are getting close to the point where it will have been 1 hour since the first test wrapped up. So we could be within 5 to 35 minutes potentially of this clock resuming for the second wet dress rehearsal the second terminal count of this wet dress rehearsal. Exciting time. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. So let me clear the support queue here real quickly. We'll get to more questions, and we're going to keep a very close eye on that clock that you see there on your screen. Tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com saying, weird but genuine question. When using the Universal Waste Management System, is it possible they might accidentally propel themselves upwards with human gas? No. There are straps. There are straps to keep them down.
Yeah, you got a seatbelt on the toilet.
Yep, you're good.
Not even kidding.
It's true. And
It's not
footholds as well.
See, okay. I always get asked this, so I'll talk about it once, and then we promptly never need to talk about it again for the rest of the stream. So, guys, how the toilet works up there is you obviously don't have gravity to assist you with fluid evacuation. So, the toilet has a vacuum; it's pulling vacuum. So, if you have a bio break, it will pull it away from you, and you kind of, in order to do that, you kind of have to sit up against it, right? And you have to buckle yourself in so the vacuum can do its thing and evacuate propellants here. We'll call it safing the human. So yeah, you have a belt and a strap to hold you in place. There's actually handlebars too on either side of the toilet. So, you don't have O-ring erosion. We don't want that. We don't want blow by. That would be bad. But yeah, I always that always comes up every time people fly. Now, Sawyer, I'm just gonna do this because this question got brought up. We're gonna do it. So Orion does have a toilet on board. So does Dragon. The Apollo CSM did not have one, but they did have a bunch of Ziploc bags.
Yep. Which, admittedly, by the way, the one on Artemis is really nice in comparison because Orion is such a larger capsule. I believe it actually has a door as opposed to a curtain.
Yep. And it's I'm about to say
This is a unique conversation.
The toilet is shuttle derived. It's derived from the space shuttle's head, actually.
Yep.
So there's that. Shuttle derived launch vehicle, man.
I mean, we always say we'll answer almost any question here for people who are super experienced in spaceflight and don't exactly know what's happening. We'll answer all of them. That's really putting that to the test. There you go.
That's part of it, right? Like, that's a normal bodily function that doesn't cease to stop happening once you fly into space. That's something that has to be addressed, especially, like, let's take SpaceX. They want to build a city on the moon. Okay, that's going to be a big problem to solve, don't you think? You should probably make sure that, that whole system works correctly, right? You do not want that malfunctioning, which is ironic because that's happened with Dragon's toilet. But, hey, whatever. It's fine. Hey, people asked. We'll answer.
It's happened with shuttle and,
Yep. And the ISS.
Yeah, all of the above. So it's just interesting. And again, I think that's part of why it's worth bringing up too in this mission is the fact that this is a human mission. We talk about human spaceflight and we kind of ignore some of these topics, but this is a new capsule. Well, new in terms of number of flights, we'll say, because this one, anyway, there's a human element to it. We're talking about the people going on board. I, asked them in the press conference at Rollout, what are some of the personal items that they're bringing with them? Because I want to be able to tell the human story of this mission. As much as it's about the big orange rocket, as much as it's about blame hydrogen, it's about the 4 people that are going to be on board going around the moon. This is the first time Orion has flown with people on it, so we might as well talk about all the human aspects, and part of the human aspects is, getting rid of human waste. So...
Yep, that's part of the equation.
There we go.
And perhaps maybe even the most difficult part of the equation, because the entirety of spaceflight, whether you are staying inside of a capsule or heading to a different body like the moon or Mars, a lot of the equation is making the human body, which is in itself a biological machine, survive in an environment which it wasn't built to survive, both in 0G, in 1/6 gravity on the moon, and 1/3 gravity on Mars. And also in a spacesuit. Like, there's a whole bunch of other factors that we have to take into account in the way we design things, especially anything that has to do with our own biological processes. If we were working with robots, that is a massive chunk of the equation taken out of it. But as part of the human spirit, as we have, and us being explorers, that is something that we want to tackle if we really are to expand our species beyond the confines of Earth's atmosphere. So
yeah, I mean, it's also the first flight with the Equus on board, the environmental control and life support system testing on it. So there's a lot to it, but we'll leave it there. We've talked about it. As I'm sure we'll talk about it when we get closer to launch because we're gonna have a lot of time to talk.
Yep, and now that we've talked about it, we will promptly not mention it again for the rest of this stream.
Don't be. Yeah. Oh God.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe.
Anyway, Dojon saying, fly in March when I'm bringing my 6-year-old son who loves space and rockets to KSC during the window, and also for my 44-year-old space nerd self. Nice. Yeah, I mean, there's a very strong chance you'll at least see a Falcon 9 launch during that time, given their current pace. If you can get SLS in with it, even better. Just beware, it is going to be a madhouse. There are going to be a lot of people coming in. Hotels are very expensive. Uh, Restaurants are going to be very full. If you want to watch from a public area, if you can get there early, traffic is going to be wild. We will have teams out during our launch coverage, kind of monitoring how the public is gathering for this launch. So it's going to be interesting to see how quickly it fills up. Captain Q, hey EJ. I guess this is for you, EJ.
Hi.
Should I buy the Lego SLS? It's 500 New Zealand dollars, which is a lot on the expensive side. Should I just do it or wait for another time?
Oh. I think that, I mean, you never have enough Lego, okay? You never have enough Lego. You can never have enough. But also, that's kind of a hefty price, dude. That's kind of, I mean, it's cool, but what, and I'm not saying that you can't play with your Lego, all right? You can play with as many Legos as you want, right? But also, if you're just going to buy and put it up on the shelf, I mean, I don't know. That's up to you.
I mean,
but
sometimes you got to just close your eyes and push the checkout key and just bite the bullet.
That's C-Max. That's what I was just about to say. I want to say that, oh, it's a tall price, blah, blah, blah. But I'm sitting here telling you this with a Saturn V Lego in front of me and the Lem Lego on my other shelf over there. So, I mean,
if you're in a financial state where you can do it, where you can comfortably still pay all of your bills and keep a roof over your head and you have the disposable income, I wouldn't say no. Rosebud, I know you guys must be tired, but I don't try to think I'm the only one who would like to see us inside a bar. Love the vocals, but wish there was a window with a view on the commentators. I mean, that's what the Flame Trench is tomorrow.
I was just going to say.
Tomorrow, 5 p.m. Eastern Time on this YouTube channel. So if you're not already, hit subscribe so that way you know when it goes live and when we cover all these other crazy launches and things too. Yeah, this is exactly what we do with our cameras turned on, and it will be Max, EJ, and myself. So,
hello.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi. And potentially and another special guest as well. So
yes,
you're going to want to see who that is.
It's going to be a great episode tomorrow. I can already feel it.
Oh, yeah. We're a lot more loosey-goosey in that one than we are for the serious countdowns for these type of launches. And that's saying something. Sloppy saying, why would they do a TVC check-in terminal? All checkouts that are required, engine chill, igniters, etc., are usually done prior to terminal count, right?
Yes, but based on the way the RS-25 gimbaling system is actuated via hydraulics, in order to use the hydraulics, you need to run the APU or the auxiliary power unit, which is stationed on the core stage. You can actually hear it spool up on NASA's cameras. It'll sound like a, I don't even know how to describe it, a very high pitched wind up, and you'll hear it, and it's also huffing and puffing as it expends its exhaust byproducts, because I think it's powered by hydrogen. I could be wrong.
It is hydrogen. Yep.
Yes. Hydrogen or hydrazine?
No, hydrogen.
Okay.
They switched it on SLS. It was hydrazine on the space shuttle.
Got it. Okay. But either way, you need that running to run the hydraulics that actually that actuate the RS-25 engine gimbaling system. And the longer you run that, the more fuel you use for that and not for the actual rocket. And hydrogen does not like to sit around for a while. And it's also as little wear and tear on that part as possible, a part that is designed to run for minutes, not hours. So it's about wear and tear and also fuel management on board the vehicle, but for a number of reasons. But yeah, you want to leave these parts running for as short of a time as possible, and when the vehicle is sitting loaded on the pad for hours on end, it can be quite wearisome on that part to be running and spinning for a while.
And it's also interesting when it was during the shuttle time as well. Part of what they would do is after they completed the gimbal check, the steering checks, they would actually position the engines in a specific
Yes.
launch configuration because the way that they were aligned there, if you had them all super close together and not pointed outward a bit, they could smack into each other or cause vibrations that would cause damage to the engines themselves. So they actually had to position the engines basically as far away from each other as possible at liftoff, which was part of why they did that late as well.
Yeah, and it's one of the most satisfying sounds too. It's this very gradual but quick, high pitched wind up followed by this like huffing and puffing. We heard it on shuttle. We heard it on the Artemis 1 audio from the pad. You can also hear an APU of sorts starting up on New Glen's pad cameras as well for Flight 1 and Flight 2 on its various attempts. Hearing an APU startup is one of the most satisfying things. It's just so nice.
It
But
kind of
yeah,
sounds like a steam train doing a chug, 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 almost like
yeah,
that with the
it's like
high-pitched
that
whine.
mixed with a high pitched whine. Like that's actually a really good analogy for it. Yeah.
Yeah. And the best was when the shuttle would land and you would see flames shooting
Yes.
out the back at night, and people
Yup.
would be like, "Is it on fire?" It's like, nope, that's the APU. French flies, apparently, appreciate your dedication. Hopefully, it will launch in March when I'm down there. I haven't had the best of luck. I've gone to, but missed first attempts for Starship Flight 1 and Artemis 1. That's the problem. I was talking with my dad the other day, and, with Crew 12 continually pushing and pushing, and then all being in the middle of the night, my dad's like, why couldn't you have picked a better hobby? Hi, Dad.
This ain't a hobby; it's a lifestyle, boy.
You're,
Man.
you're
Yeah.
right. Yeah, it's a career choice.
Yeah, it's like being a Jets fan. It's a choice.
Ouch.
The difference is, I guess it's payback. My dad made me a Jets fan. I'm paybacking him as a space fan.
Yeah. There you go. Except with spaceflight, we get a lot of W's.
Yeah, fair. Thanks. Anyway, Flame Trench. And Hoppe is saying, EJ, who does number 2 work for?
Careful, man. You're gonna blow an O-ring.
There you
Gotta
go.
relax.
It's a little bit like an Airbus plane, but also it's not at all like the Barking Dog, which is the PTU, but still. Continuing to wait now, as we are still at T-minus 10 minutes and holding. We are about an hour since the last full rundown of the terminal count to the T-minus 33 second mark. They did have that hold at 90 seconds, which they could hold up for 3 minutes, and that also happened to coincide with a booster avionics system voltage issue that they experienced. So now they're going to try the whole thing again without stopping at that 90-second mark if all goes well, and take it down to T-minus 33 seconds, at which point the automatic launch sequencer will cut off, and that will stop the clock, and that should end tonight's festivities. So all of that still to come. That is what we're all sitting here waiting for, keeping a close eye on the official clock, which you see there, T-minus 10 minutes and holding. Here's an interesting question. I don't think there's really that much of an answer for it. WRN Hokie asking, Max, what does a launch smell like?
Well, if you're close enough to smell a launch, you're probably too close. I think that much is fair to say. Don't really have any way to describe what a launch smells like other than being able to go back to Space Launch Complex 41 in particular after a launch, especially with whether it was an Atlas or a Vulcan equipped with solid rocket motors. Because it is one of the strongest and just most pungent smells that could ever. It goes so deep into your nostrils, it's insane. It smells like car batteries. Honestly, it's potent, it's aggressive, it's sharp. Yeah, it's not something you want to be smelling for a long time, let alone touch, because the solid rocket motor exhaust byproduct, when it mixes with the deluge system water, it essentially turns into hydrochloric acid, and that's not something you want to be touching with your bare skin. So I know the question was smell, and it can smell. It can smell strong, but again, it all depends on the propellant that the vehicle is using, and also if you're close enough to smell it. If you're close enough to smell a launch, you're way too freaking close. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah, I mean, potentially you can smell some of the burning from the pad afterwards, depending on the wind direction and how close you are. But really, the only smell, as you pointed out, is after a solid rocket launch when you go to the pad. It is so acidic. It almost hurts your nose, but it's not painful hurt. It's just like my nose feels like it should not be smelling this. That's how strong and pungent it is. Like you said, it's almost like a car battery acid smell in a way. It's so hard to describe. We're trying here. Once smell-o-vision exists, we'll have Max go out after a remote pickup with smell-o-vision. Let's see here. Again, we have confirmation, by the way, of that launch that happened right during the first full terminal count that we had. Confirmation of the deployment of those 29 Starlink V2 mini satellites that launched earlier. Again, that first stage booster successfully landing on the drone ship. Just read the instructions in the Bahamas, the second ever Bahamian booster landing for SpaceX there. So that will make its way back, and when it does come back, it will go into Port Canaveral, where SpaceX unloads all of their drone ships. And we get views of it usually from our Space Coast Live 24/7 cameras. So once it does come back in, you'll be able to see it offloaded there. Again, keeping an eye on those clocks. Let's see. Cosmic asking, EJ, what fuel does Orion use?
Orion is using monomethyl hydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide. It's the same propellants that the Space Shuttle Orbital Maneuvering System pods were using, the OMS pods and the RCS. It is all shuttle derived because it's using shuttle parts. The Service Propulsion System, or the SPS, on Orion is an AJ-10. I believe it's an AJ-10 190. Chad, correct me on the trim level. That it flew on the space shuttle. So because it flew on a space shuttle, it's using similar propellants. Now, keep in mind, the service module on Orion is built by our NASA's international partners over in Europe. It's built in Bremen, Germany, if I'm remembering correctly, by ESA. That's why if you look at the rocket, there's a great big old meatball logo on the side, and then there's the ESA logo right below it.
Exactly. And in fact, once we get to finish the interim cryogenic propulsion stages, there is a new one on the books coming up, and it's right in the name with EUS. Right?
Say that one more time.
I said, once we finish up with the ICPS, the interim cryogenic propulsion system stage that they're using is kind of that second stage there. It will actually you have Europe right in the name of it with EUS.
Is that
Is that exploration upper stage?
That's exploration.
I think it's the exploration upper stage, but
I still think of it as
it's all good.
It helps remind me of it.
But that's also assuming the EUS actually comes into existence. I think that's a fair criticism. It may or may not actually be a thing. We'll find out.
Yeah, and that's all reliant on Block 1B and Block 2 SLS.
So Sawyer, even Block 1B, you mentioned, no European upper stage, the exploration upper stage, but even Block 1B and Block 2 will still be carrying European service modules.
That's what I meant, yeah.
And, dude, don't worry about it. It's been a long day.
It has.
It's been a long day. It's a little chaotic there for a second.
But calling two launches at the same time.
Yeah, right, exactly. But yeah, I'd also like to point out, and you guys know me, I like ribbing the Europeans and their space program. But honestly, the European service module has been one of those components towards SLS that has been delivered on time, just like the ICPS. So shout out to ESA for delivering on their part for SLS. But Max, as you were saying before, Boeing made a box, for the EUS. That's cool. They made a box.
Yeah.
They
So
showed off their box.
it's
Yeah,
a
it was a
fun
nice box.
it's a fun thought experiment trying to figure out what other upper stages could substitute the EUS for the Block 1B going forward. Um, yeah,
New
it's maybe we can talk about. Well, I was gonna,
Yeah.
the 9x4 GS2, which is the four engine equipped four. I'm sorry, the four engined. Oh my, no, how the the new Glen second stage with four BE3Us compared to the standard two engine variant. That is what looks to be kind of the favorite just by looking at numbers on paper. But again, we have yet to see that stage come into existence. But not to worry, we're still easily 3 to 4 years out from at least from the Block 1B variant of SLS taking flight. So there is some time for innovation left.
Exactly. And Alex pointing out in the back channel that it was not a box, it was a render of the box.
Oh goodness, excuse us. Good
That's
grief.
right. They showed a render of the engine section.
Yes, it was a beautiful stanchioned off area with a screen showing a rendering of a box. Anyway, that was from a flame trench. We talked a lot about that.
Yeah.
It's just turning into a flame trench, I feel, given the hour.
Yeah, as we hit just about to hit the 10 p.m. Eastern time hour here, a reminder that this countdown has been going on for 49 hours for this wet dress rehearsal in total. Carson pointing out in the back channel, in the time since they officially began the countdown for this wet dress rehearsal, SpaceX rolled back a Falcon 9 fairing, changed it, rolled it back out, integrated it, and launched before SLS completed its first full terminal count.
That's kind of alarming, but like in a good way to show what SpaceX teams are really capable of when it comes to Falcon 9 operations. It's already a freaking workhorse, and they can turn around Slick 40 in under 3 days now for rapid launches, which is great to see. But also them being able to take off a fairing assembly from a Falcon 9 upper stage, roll it back to Hangar X or X2, roll it back out to Pad 40 the morning of the launch window. To be precise, it was around 4 a.m. this morning. Integrate it onto the rocket, roll it to 40, go vertical, and launch on the same day is something that we haven't seen before at all. Normally, we see fairing assemblies rolling with their payloads, but usually with Starlinks, about 2 to 4 days in advance at least. Usually it's around 3 to 4, actually, on average. But seeing it roll the day of being mounted and launched all, again, on the same day is remarkable.
And I saw someone asking... Oops, I was going to say, I saw someone asking, why did they roll the fairing back? I don't think we know the answer to that, other than SpaceX being SpaceX.
Reasons.
Yeah.
Well, that fairing missed breakfast, so they had to go give it breakfast. You know? It was in the morning.
Yeah, something like that. Anyway, it's just, again, SpaceX is a private company. They don't have to explain everything to us. Then again, NASA is a public entity, and they don't always explain everything to us. But that's a whole nother story. Jared Isaacman is in office trying to fix some of that. But anyway, still at that T-minus 10-minute and holding mark, which is a planned hold. So I see people going, oh, come on, just go already. Why are they holding? What's the hold up? This is intentional. This is planned. It is part of their testing of getting down to that T-minus 33-second mark, recycling. And this is their first time that they've actually been able to take it all the way down, basically close off all of the propellant lines so that they're no longer topping off or replenishing the tanks, and now recycling back. So this is also them, for the first time, actually going ahead and testing the reloading of the tanks after some of the propellant was drained off. So after this test, the tanks, which we had seen at 99 or 100%, are going to be lower because of burn-off, because they're not topping it off. So this is a test for them to refuel Artemis after already being fueled, stopping and restarting it again, which is something they have not been able to test with this particular SLS vehicle. So I think that's a big thing that we don't really talk about much with this part of the testing is, yeah, it's great they got one wet dress rehearsal, in the first time, even though they had to hold it 5 minutes. The fact that they're able to try this recycle, I mean, I feel like that's a really big deal.
Yeah, the fact that they're at this point, Sawyer, is fantastic. That's why when that timer ticked to 33 seconds and stopped, that was, oh, what a great moment.
Absolutely. And again, this is all for learning, and all of this is hopefully some of these procedures we will never need to see, because hopefully they go through the countdown without any extended holds, without having to recycle the count, and it just launches 4 people to the moon as early as March 6th. That would be ideal. But it's not rocket science. Oh wait, it is rocket science.
Oh, good grief, Sawyer.
It's true though. I mean, we always joke it's not rocket science, for something that's supposedly not as difficult. We say that because rocket science is tricky. It's difficult. You are taming these tiny, tiny elements and atoms and molecules and trying to get them all to play with each other, play nice, and then basically create controlled explosions out the back while keeping 4 people alive through the whole thing and sending them to another body in our solar system, all the way out to the moon. That's wild when you think about it that way. I don't know if Max, you and I get to experience this quite often being out there for launches. I don't know if you ever kind of feel that way, or is it kind of the point of, well, it happens so often that you kind of forget the actual full risks that happen with each of these missions?
Well, SpaceX's goal is airline-like operations, right? And granted, there are plenty of plane spotters out there, but they aren't at the airport every single day for every single plane that takes off, right? And that's kind of the goal, is to reach a flight cadence like that with Falcon 9 maybe ish at some point, but definitely with a Starship at some point in the future. But at some point, especially the ones that launch at night, they do all kind of blend together, which is why it helps to actually document all the ones that you've been at and seen and covered. But that's kind of a good thing, considering where SpaceX wants to take their operations for Falcon, especially. If it's not, if them launching Falcon becomes unremarkable, that's a good thing, which means they're flying often and they can fly a lot. It proves a lot, not just what the vehicle is capable of, but also the team on the ground who is able to support operations, to support the rocket, getting it to the pad and launching it. I can't wait to see what they do with Starship in the future, especially once Starship operations reach the east coast of Florida. But that's kind of a good thing. But that doesn't mean that every single one you watch, you're like, oh, ho hum, it's another Starlink. There are times when it's like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, and you're just glad it goes. But it's always so special in the moment watching it go up against the night sky as this man-made sunrise coming up, and the sound pounding in the chest. It's a real special moment every time. And tonight was special as well, obviously because of this big orange behemoth over on a neighboring launch pad, and we're seeing it fly. Let alone, or we're seeing a Falcon 9 fly or almost right next to it, but also in the terminal count for a very critical test for the vehicle while it's full of propellant. Like, it's all these unique circumstances that can happen sometimes that just add to the experience, and that's why we're so lucky to be here and bring you guys all this coverage that we possibly can. It is genuinely special every single time, at least for us. I know for others who aren't as enthusiastic, I totally understand it. But for us, it never gets old.
And the other thing, and Max, you and I have talked about this many times, at crew launches, it's a totally different vibe. I mean,
100%.
That is when you really feel that this is rocket science, and that, there are people that will be atop this vehicle, as there was, Crew 12 and any of those that were at. There are people on the vehicle. That changes things so much.
I mean, there's also a lot more people around the press site, so already the atmosphere is way different. You get to see them come out of crew quarters if you're lucky enough to be at a crew walkout in person. See them come out, board their Tesla Model X's or their vehicles, whatever vehicles they may be, not just for SpaceX and going forward, hopefully with Starliner at some point, but going out to the pad and seeing them fly. It's a lot different when the payload is biologic. Like, you've seen the payload walking out. And heading off toward their launch site and their vehicle. Yeah, it's definitely way different and way more special for sure. But again, like we've seen, that was SpaceX's 13th crew launch with NASA, including DM2. It still does not become routine, certainly from our perspective at least.
Yeah, that is for sure. Each rocket launch is slightly different. Each has their own, slight quirks and things to it. It's amazing just to see them all. And again, crew is extra special. And now lunar mission. I was not alive during the Apollo program. This is going to be, oh, I can only imagine. At this point, again, we have now passed an hour since the end of that first terminal count, taking it down to 33 seconds and resetting, which was part of the plan. And the clock is now counting, folks.
Oh my God!
Here we go!
Oh my God! Let's go!
Yes! It's doing the thing!
Yes, so here we go. This is the second planned terminal count for today. So we're going to see very similar to what we saw during the first one. So we'll run through it all again as it happens. This time, though, they are hoping not to hold at the T-minus 1 minute 30 second mark and take this all the way down to T-minus 33 seconds, at which point the onboard computers will hopefully cancel the will hold the count at that point, and then that will be the end of testing for tonight.
Now, Sawyer, I wanna just chime in here for a second. They said that the cycle between the first, get down to 33 minutes, recycle to 10. They said it was gonna take an hour, and it took about an hour. They are still up on the timeline. That's really, really good news.
Almost to the T. The official T0, 10:17 p.m. Eastern Time.
Yeah, teams are certainly on point tonight, and it is incredible to see, and certainly a breath of fresh air compared to what we all experienced with Artemis 1 and our fears coming into Artemis 2. But the way things have been progressing tonight is nothing short of lifting, I guess is a fair way to say. Well, figuratively, not literally, because SLS is not lifting itself tonight, but definitely a positive change.
Yep, and so the next thing coming up will be the crew access arm retracting once again, and it is worth noting that the launch windows for the crew flights are 2 hours long. So if this were to be a launch day, they would still be within that 2-hour launch window with everything that happened today.
That's great.
Thank you,
That's
Alex, for
incredibly
pointing out in the
positive.
back channel. So there we go. There is the crew access arm starting to retract away. Up at the top, that is where the crew, when there is a crew on board, will use to access the vehicle. There are 2 different hatches, one for the capsule, one for the... Oh, there's the view!
Dude, there's the view! Yes!
Dude, that's so good. That's such a good
I love
view.
it.
Yep, one in the launch abort shroud there, and then one for the capsule. You can see it there.
Oh my gosh.
Very shuttle-esque. I love this view.
Shuttle
I got
and Apollo
nerd
as well.
Yeah, I got nerd chills right now. I'm not gonna lie to you. Total nerd chills.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Like, given all the views that we have gotten this time, apart from the first wet dress, I'm incredibly thankful to have all these extra views from NASA and teams. It's been remarkable coverage, and
This
it
is
has
how it
made
should
this so
be.
much more enjoyable.
Yeah, and the fact that on the left side, you could see the arm swinging out too from the top-down view also.
Dude, that's so cool. Oh my
So
god.
good.
NASA has done... whoever's improved the camera work for this wet dress rehearsal, thank you from all of us. All right, at this point now, coming up, we'll be at T-minus 6 minutes. That is when the core tank will will be pressurized to its flight levels. That is also when Orion will then switch to internal power, followed shortly thereafter by them finishing off fueling on the liquid hydrogen core stage portion. So it's been in a replenish mode. They will stop replenishing the tanks at T-minus 5 minutes and 57 seconds. So again, that's Orion to internal power, the core stage tanks pressurizing the flight levels, and finishing topping off propellants for LH2 on the core stage, happening in the next couple of seconds. So there we go. All of that happening right now, and then the next big thing after this will be coming up at the 4-minute mark. That is when, as we were talking about earlier, the auxiliary power unit will start up. That we were mentioning helps with the thrust vector control, the steering of those RS-25 engines at the base. That is also when the core stage liquid oxygen will finish topping off and go into closed cycle, so it won't be replenishing anymore. This is amazing. Hopefully, we could see if they do the engine gimbal test as well after the APU start. Because I know we were asking about that earlier. Believe it would be about 3 or 3.5 minutes before flight that we would see that. But so
It's
far,
amazing how quickly the time just erodes away once you're below 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's even harder when you're there in person, getting your cameras and everything ready. We are now at 5 minutes and counting. We are proceeding, again, still farther than we got during the first wet dress rehearsal for Artemis 2, and looking good on the second test tonight. Here we go. There's a look down in the engine section.
Yeah,
I love
baby.
that view.
So between the two engines, you can see the exhaust for the auxiliary power units. They're in between the two engines on the bottom of the MPS. They're two little nozzles that are popping out. You could just barely see them on this camera. Those
Not
will
quite
start
yet. I don't think the APU started up yet.
Right,
That
they'll start
happens
in
about
20
20
seconds.
Yeah, exactly. No, when they do start, they'll start chugging a little bit.
I wish we had audio for that, man. Oh my goodness.
I love that noise, dude.
Although I'm not going to complain about this view though. Never.
No, NASA's really tight. They're really on point right now. This is really
Don't cut
really
away.
fun to watch.
Don't cut away.
Here we go.
Right?
Start. And that is
APU
also when
start.
the core stage liquid oxygen replenish is completed. So the liquid oxygen on the core stage also now no longer getting additional propellants added to it.
I think I just saw a couple of puffs there from the APU nozzle, like right toward the end there.
Next up will be the ICPS, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, basically stage 2 up there, the LOX terminating replenish. That should be happening right about now. So no more liquid oxygen being added to the second stage. And then in about 15 seconds from now, they will switch the purge. So purge sequence 4, as we were talking about before, that is when they switch from nitrogen to hydrogen, I believe, or to helium, I believe it was, EJ?
Yep. They're going to move to helium for the lower mass benefits.
So all of that should be happening right about now. The next big thing after this will be both the booster and the ICPS, that upper stage, transitioning into internal power. So no longer using any of the ground systems to power it. They'll be relying entirely on the batteries on board the rocket. That should be coming up at about the 2-minute mark. Then once we hit that, the next big thing will be the core stage switching to its internal power. That happens 90 seconds before what would be a launch, in this case, the simulated T0.
Core stage LOX vent has also closed up top by the adapter.
Right on time, as it should.
LOX tank press is underway.
Beautiful, right on the schedule here. So again, next up will be all of those internal power switches at 2 minutes for the second stage and the booster. Then the core stage switches to internal power 30 seconds after that. That is the point where they had the planned hold that became an unplanned hold at the same time on the first terminal count of the evening. That was when they had that voltage issue pop up. But if all goes well, they will proceed through that T-minus 90-second mark.
So we're inside of 2 minutes. Boosters and ICPS are on internal power, as you said, core stage in the next 15 seconds.
And we'll see if they encounter that volt issue again or if they proceed through as expected for the 90-second mark. Everything seems okay so far.
Clock's still running.
It's still going through 90 seconds. Next up at 1 minute 20 seconds, the second stage enters terminal countdown mode, ICPS. Then the LH2 on the ICPS will finish its replenishing at T-minus 50 seconds. Coming up now on a minute. Again, the plan is to take it down to T-minus 33 seconds, at which point the automated launch sequencer will take over and instantly command a cutoff. If so, that will complete a second successful terminal count.
Okay, we're at 50 seconds. LH2 on the ICPS is in replenish.
Or it's terminated replenish, yeah.
Yep.
Here we go. Coming up to it. Again, they will give the go for automated launch sequence ALS start at 33 seconds. And then we should see the hold.
Yes.
T minus 29
Yes.
seconds.
Bingo.
Exactly as
Yes.
planned. That looked like a perfect terminal count up until the planned abort. That looked
Yes.
exactly like what we were expecting to see tonight with 2 terminal countdown tests. The first one holding at 90 seconds, then proceeding to T minus 33 seconds. This one, the automated launch sequencer actually taking control and commanding a cutoff.
See
That,
this?
oh,
This is what winning looks like.
I am so happy right now. I don't know if
That's
you can
awesome.
tell.
That's awesome. I am very impressed. That's fantastic.
And now the ICPS is venting again. So they are now basically in that point where they would reset back to T minus 10 minutes, and then they would enter detanking operations after that. Oh my goodness. They did it. They just go ahead and did it. Chat, join the hype. Come on.
Yeah. Great, man. Great. You know, a lot of people are I see a lot of people asking in chat and, over on Twitch and on YouTube, like, wait, they're not firing the engines? No. They're not firing the engines now. That's for when you launch. This is testing everything else. And as far as we can tell, with a couple of hiccups there with some under voltage and temperatures throughout this entire wet dress rehearsal, it went pretty dang well. Went off without a hitch. This is great.
Yep.
Oh, man. That makes me really happy. This bodes very well. Very well for a launch.
Scott Manley, you checked in at the perfect time. At this point,
Oh.
they just completed the second terminal count test as part of this wet dress rehearsal. And from what we could see, based on the visuals, based on the clock, and when things stopped, it appears to have gone exactly as per the timeline to the T.
That is remarkable. And also, compare this to what they went through on Artemis 1. It only took them 2 attempts. And even on the first attempt, they got pretty far, considering the core stage had never been filled with propellant before. Here comes the crew access arm. Look at that. Look how fast it's moving.
Again, this was, as we pointed out, in the event of an emergency, they can move that arm back very quickly. I wonder if they're kind of simulating it as if it was a emergency where they needed to get the crew access arm back quickly to show how fast it can go. Back into place. Amazing.
This is great.
And this is also something that we have never seen done before in the Artemis program. As Alex pointing out, the first time ever they were able to do 2 terminal count runs in one go. I believe there was a plan at one point, but they never got to it. And now we get to the official word from NASA themselves. Goodness gracious, I think they're just as happy as we are.
It's a big W.
The Artemis 2 wet dress rehearsal ended today, 10:16 p.m., concluding as planned at T minus 29 seconds in the countdown. NASA will hold a media briefing about the test Friday at 11 a.m., which will stream on the agency's website. There we go.
Awesome.
And a 24/7 stream of the rocket of the pad remains online at our Space Coast Live 24/7 cameras. I'll add that because they forgot to put that in their official announcement. Oh, man. There we go. All right, let me thank some people here because that just, again, that's the one thing about this. They catch you off guard. All of a sudden, it's just, hey, clock's moving. Simply thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Sloppy saying sorry about my name. So it's safe to say they checked the hydraulics TVC system with inert gases, but on ILC the system is pressurized with gaseous. What is that? Hydrogen.
Gaseous hydrogen.
Yeah.
Yep.
the
They don't
French-
check out. There's no. They don't do that with inert gases. The hydraulic system's using hydraulics.
Makes sense.
It's the APU that's pneumatically powered, not the TVC. The TVC is closed loop hydraulic. But anyway, continue.
That's fine. The French taunter, going back to more of the references with Monty Python, rocket nerds should have our own theme song. Just saying, we just got excited about a rocket doing absolutely nothing for a minute.
Hey, this isn't an endorsement from NSF, but Countdown by Rush. That's your
Dude.
Rocket Nerd song.
Yeah.
Dude.
Trust me.
Yes.
Yes.
100%.
Countdown by Rush. Look it up.
And it didn't
Amazing.
do nothing. We saw the crew access arm swing away, and we saw some venting stop.
Yeah, it moved a
That's
little.
something.
That's something.
no.
Yeah, exactly.
The rocket was incredibly, even though it didn't look like it from the outside from our perspective, but there was a lot happening internally with the rocket during that time. So just because we didn't see it doesn't mean nothing happened. But my word, this is such a breath of fresh air so far. I don't want to speak too soon because we're still waiting on official word waiting on unofficial word about test results from tonight, but just based on what we've seen so far, this is incredibly promising.
Yeah, and that official announcement saying that the dress rehearsal ended as planned at T-minus 29 seconds. Love hearing that, as planned.
Perfect.
Haxie Online, longtime watcher, first-time caller. The APU starting and chugging on SLS is one of my favorite rocket sounds. Thanks for the coverage, NSF, and Godspeed, SLS. Yes.
Yep.
100%.
No, I'm with you. Absolutely.
And then OrtCloud with a $100 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Wow, thank you so much for the generosity. All they have to say is, Orange Rocket good.
Yeah, baby.
It looked good today.
I mean, there's not much better that you could say about that. Orange Rocket good.
You know, guys, I just, if we got some time, I'd like to say something like,
Go for it.
So first of all, Florida tank watching hits different. It hits different. It hits different, baby. Am I right or am I right?
Oh, you're right, my friend.
Second
Doesn't
of all,
happen as often as it has in other places. Nor do we get the same kind of access, but we still get the same kick in the pants about it, dude. Oh my god.
Yep. It's great. It's great. Now, the second thing is guys, you know, you have with NASA, you know, SpaceX doesn't tell us why they swapped the fairing, for instance. With NASA, you get a certain bit of transparency that you just generally don't get, you know, with commercial. And now I'm not saying commercial is bad by any means. I love SpaceX. I love Falcon 9. I'm a huge Starship fanboy. I hope it vindicates the shuttle because reusability is the way, right? Like, absolutely. However, with all that being said, you know, look at how much fun we had. We just watched the crew. I mean, Frenchie's right. We just watched the crew axis arm move back and forth, right? But this is great. But if you know and understand what the wet dress rehearsal means for the program, it's such a big deal. It's such a big deal that it worked. It worked great. There was like 1 to 2 small hiccups that they had figured out within a couple minutes of them happening. Man, this launch is going to hit different. And I want people to remember that, right, Max? I want people to I want people to know this.
Hey boys,
you know
what this means?
What?
What?
This means that March is on the table.
Yeah, baby.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. Like it's just starting to settle in a little bit. Like holy crap, dude.
Yep. That's what I mean, dude. We're going this sucker's going around the moon. This sucker's going around the moon.
With people.
With people. You know, just noodle on that for a second. This mission's going to hit different. And I hope that people see that, you know, we've been talking about like, oh, there's commercial options, et cetera, et cetera. I hope people see how worthwhile it is for NASA to be conducting human spaceflight in-house. Because it is special. It is special. It is so cool. This is it hits different. It hits different. That's the best I can do on such short sleep, you know. It is getting late.
I'm sure we'll have some thoughts during the flame trench tomorrow about this.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, right.
It hits
That's
different.
also coming up tomorrow, isn't it?
Yep. We got a lot of work to do tomorrow, boys.
Oh, let's get it done.
Oh man. Yeah. So as of now, that means that we are expecting no earlier than March 6th, and we could say it with confidence that they are officially targeting no earlier than March 6th. That doesn't mean they're going to go on March 6th. They have an entire window of dates in March. I believe it's 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, if I remember rightly.
6, 7, 8, 10, and 11, I think. Or is
10,
it
11,
6, 7,
okay,
8, 9, 11? I'm not sure.
I'll double check that. Of course, we'll have all the info on the socials and everything. If you're not following the socials, you should be over on X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Threads, Blue Sky. You know the drill at this point. We've mentioned it a bunch. If you're not following over there, you're missing out on some awesome information. But yeah, March 6th, it is very possible that we could see humans heading back to the moon. March 6th, 2026, after December of 1972 being the most recent time. I get chills. That's all I can say. I get chills.
It's a big deal. It's a big deal, and we should be proud of this. This is cool. This is humanity at its best.
It really is. The other thing that we're getting closer to, by the way, you're gonna hate me for this.
Don't do it. No.
Oh no. So
Don't
here,
do it.
don't ruin the moment.
The other thing that's coming up is unveiling the third design at shop.nasaspaceflight.com on our Artemis landing page.
Oh,
Remember,
no.
we had 3 designs there. The third one is blurred out. See a little diamond shape. That's once we get closer to launch, and we are that much closer to launch, so we're that much closer to seeing what that third item is. It'll give you a hint. I was wearing the shirt with that item just the other day out for a boat tour of SLS, and it fits so perfectly. So, just saying. Of course, we still have the vintage design as well that was special for this wet dress rehearsal. Oh yeah, we had wet dress rehearsal merch, but that wasn't all just blaming hydrogen. But yeah, you can see there, you've got the 4 crew members. We're talking about the humanity of it. The little shadow of the 4 crew members is my favorite part of this design here. In addition to the A and the 2 kind of design in the background, the trajectory as well with the swing around the moon. It looks like a band t-shirt. I love it. But the 4 little people just makes me so happy seeing them. And I saw someone wearing the shirt actually in person and it was like, look at that. It's perfect. That's at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. We also have the other design, which is the SLS assembly shirt. And then we also have metal prints and posters to commemorate the occasion. This is only some of them, by the way, on this page. And of course, the SLS worm merch from Flight 1. But yeah, there's even more than's on the SLS prints there. We got to get some of the other ones into this page too, because on the actual prints page, there's even more from myself and from Tyler that were out on boat trips to go see them. There you go. So all of these are available. And again, portion of the print goes to the person that took the photo. So definitely consider checking out that and all of the photos that we have over there if you like one. Did I ruin the moment too much?
No, we put the NSF name on everything. Merchandising, where the real money from the streams is made.
Yep. There you go. So anyway, yes, moment ruined, merch epic. Hey, it worked. We got a couple people getting some items already. Anonymous saying go for March 6th. Getting the vintage Artemis hoodie as well as the New Glenn launch entry landing design too. So you joke, but it works.
No, it's good stuff. It's good stuff.
Capstar saying this will be my first time watching detanking. What to expect as NASA ends their video feed of the different views from this attempt. What do we expect, EJ?
There's guys, honestly, you might see that purging flame get a little bit bigger, but that's about it. Like, there's really not much to see. They're as Max was saying, and as we talked about a little bit earlier, they're going to try to scavenge the propellants, but that's happening in the dark behind that purge flame, so can't really see it. You don't really have much eyes on it, but yeah, they'll detank the vehicle, they'll inert it, and then they'll probably send out some crews in the morning, or they might even do it tonight, depending on how long it takes to safe the vehicle. And yeah, actually, they'll probably send them out tonight, considering the press conference is 11 a.m. tomorrow. Yeah, they're probably ready to go, just waiting for the vehicle to run out of propellants. But yeah, there's not, in terms of visual, there's not much to see.
I mean, they did say last time, I think it would take a little over 24 hours to finally get everything safe, especially in the TSMU, which is where they wanted to check last time, the tail service mast umbilical.
Yep.
That they had to wait for everything to give the all clear, which was a little over 24 hours. But given that that's not really a concern for this time, I don't know. We'll have to see. And of course, you can watch all of it. Space Coast Live 24/7. We won't be commentating the entire detanking, but we will be streaming the entire detanking over there. Alex saying during wet dress rehearsal 1, they ended draining propellant at about 6 a.m.
Yeah,
And,
they wouldn't hold the presser until after detanking is complete, if I'm remembering right.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, so that was about 5 hours. But again, to get to that specific area, as we were talking about, they had to, inert the tanks of any potential dangerous gases or things that may remain, so that people can go out there and breathe. A little important.
Yeah, you kind of need to do that. Breathing is useful to provide oxygen, to oxygenate the capillaries in your lungs so your circulatory system can carry oxygen to your muscles.
Yeah.
That's
I
important.
saw someone saying now, so Flight 12, March 7th for Starship?
Stop it.
Oh, don't
Stop
that evil
it.
on us.
Why would you say that?
Why would you do that?
I'm just reading the comment. Here, blame this person. There you go. So.
No.
Oh,
Just one word. No.
We'll see. Throw a new Glenn in there, too.
Stop it, Sawyer. Oh, my God.
Anyway, I know I'm evil. Ninja Guy Dan asking, will Orion have any power source other than the solar panels and batteries, like a fuel cell? Because obviously, Shuttle had fuel cells, but Max, I think this one's just solar all the way.
It might be, but I want to say there is a secondary form of power aboard Orion, and it might just be the form of backup batteries. I'm not entirely sure. That's not necessarily my area of expertise, so I can't really speak on that in great detail.
Yeah, yes and no, dude. There's batteries on the capsule, obviously, because the capsule separates, right? And then there's batteries on the service module too.
Yep.
Like, there's redundancy there.
They said batteries and solar panels. There we go. I don't know. It didn't pop up on the screen. Jay, your panel's breaking again. There it is. So yeah, but I don't believe there's any fuel cells on board. Or at least not as primary as we saw with Shuttle, where there were multiple fuel cells on board that helped provide power as well as redundancy in case one of them went down, which has happened on a couple of shuttle flights. Let's see here. Someone new challenge: stay up without sleeping until frame trench. Nope. That's big.
Yeah.
Nope.
What are you kidding? Yeah, we're not doing that.
Austin Skirvin with a $20 tip. Tips.nasaspaceflight.com saying, Orange Rocket good. March 3rd date? No, unfortunately, NASA ruled it out. But hopefully we will see the crew entering quarantine very shortly, which will mean that they are pointing towards that March 6th date, if they don't flat out say it during the briefing tomorrow. Kay the Scream saying, my band Chasing Satellites has a song called Space Hero. It's a theme song for astronauts and space nerds. Nice.
All right.
Jacqueline getting the vintage Artemis design on a hoodie, saying, love you guys and see you on the 6th at Cocoa Beach. I love all the people that are coming. So many people come for the launch. That's awesome. And again, keep an eye out. We will have people out amongst the public as well on those launch days. So you never know who you might run into. If you happen to see an NSF member, say hi. They may or may not have something for you if you do, because we always have either stickers or patches or something that we like to give out to people. And I know Julia is doing some amazing outreach work as well. So Heather saying, success, a perfect dress rehearsal. Thanks for all your hard work. Thank you. Getting one of the prints in the shop. Very nice. And then another vintage Artemis shirt. They're flying off the shelves, including someone who happens to say, bless NASA, bless Artemis 2, thanks NSF. Take a guess who that is.
The Space Priest.
The Space Pope.
The Space Pope.
The Space Rabbi? Oh, no, the Space Pope. All right.
Space Rabbi. I was not expecting that one.
Sorry. I don't think I know any other religious figures, dude.
That's fair. Anyway, sorry, just laughing at something posted by Max in the back channel. You are evil, sir. By the way, it said the person said, I don't get the joke. What's going on March 7th? The joke is that all of the major spaceflight events that could happen would happen at the same time as Artemis 2, something that we saw during New Glenn. And I don't think we had it as much of an issue during Artemis 1, but New Glenn's first flight happened to coincide with Starship and with all this other stuff happening. So,
And it was Starship Flight 7 as well, the first version too.
yep. So all of that around the same time. So it's stretching our teams thin is the joke that we don't want to happen. That Murphy's Law would be.
And also Boeing Starliner crew flight test interfering with Starship Flight 4, almost. Like they were back to back in what I can't talk. They were essentially with what happened, or so it was first Starliner crew flight test, and then the morning, like the early morning after, it was Starship Flight 4.
Were you? I don't know if you were even there. You weren't with NSF yet, so.
Excuse me?
Were
We
you?
called you out.
Excuse me, sir?
Wait, when did you join NSF?
Bro, I've been in since before Starship Flight 1, Sawyer.
Because when we were together at Artemis 1, you were not with NSF at that point.
Yeah, that was 2022. That was 2024.
I know. It all blends in.
See,
Anyway.
fellas, look, there's the big flare I was telling you about.
Yep. So what does that mean, EJ?
That means they're detanking. The bigger that flame is, guys, the more hydrogen is moving around. They're trying to scavenge as much as they can, but most of it will purge. It will hit the purge system or boil off. I mean, it'll boil off and then hit the purge. But yeah, that means if that flame's big, that means hydrogen's being moved around.
Yep. Yeah, I'm trying. Now I remember, Max, because we were talking a lot about our worries about the capsule before the launch, which I want to talk about that tomorrow. And then, yes, we had Booster 7 Ship 24 testing around Artemis 1's first launch. We had, during the second attempt, Falcon Heavy with USSF 44 and the full stack testing at Starbase for Flight 1. I remember broadcasting both, I think.
Also Starship Flight 5 and the launch of Europa Clipper aboard Falcon Heavy the very next morning.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, all of that. We don't want that.
I mean, we do, but we don't. We don't, but we do.
Yeah.
We do, but we don't.
I mean, I'm just going to go out and say it. I enjoyed Sawyer's double cast of 2 launches at once. I'd love to do it again sometime.
I wouldn't, but I would.
Yeah, see? No, the chaos is fun, man. This is great.
It's different when your boots on the ground, EJ. It's different when your boots on the ground.
Oh, very.
I'm not talking about you.
Well then, sir. Jeez
Check out the Plains
Louise.
Trench, 5 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, where we get even more insane like this, and we give our less filtered takes on other mainstream topics like Vulcan and Starliner. You're
Yeah,
gonna
we
wanna
get
watch
as spicy as that flame right there.
I think we're even spicier than that.
Oh.
Daniel saying, these are my, or will be, first 3 rocket launches in person, getting the shot of the 3 rockets on the pad. Honestly, that's one of my shots. I'm actually honored that you want to put that in your room. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And hopefully you get to see that third one there with Artemis going off too. All 3 of those rockets, by the way, that was a single frame. That was not composite. That's how cool it is. Just here it is in the busiest part now of the world's premier spaceport. They've always talked about, it's the world's premier spaceport. That photo right there in that time frame, living up to its name, when you had 3 rockets out on the pad, and then like tonight, you had 2 fully fueled rockets sitting on the pads just a couple miles apart. So cool. Santiago also getting an Artemis print and grabbing one of the assembly hoodies as well, saying, got the merch, we're so ready. Right? Been there, done that, got the t-shirt. We've got the been there. We've got now the got the t-shirt. Now we just have to have done that, aka launch the thing. And Josh, so with all things that could happen within days of each other, what flies first, Starship Flight 12 or Artemis 2? Artemis 2. I don't think there's a debate.
Yeah, A2. If the only way that Starship would launch before that is if they had a full stack, and they at this point, and that they do not have a full stack right now. They're getting there though. They're getting there.
Yeah, the booster hasn't even been to the pad yet, nor has ship 39 rolled out to Massey's for cryo or static fire testing. So still a bit to go on the Flight 12 order of events. But we aren't too far away now, as vehicles and infrastructure are almost ready to move on to the heavier part of testing. So, but unless they encounter some sort of like awful leakage issue on the launch attempt in March for Artemis 2, I think this guy's going. This guy's going in March, so I think this Artemis 2 for sure has the cake in who's launching first.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't static fired anything yet. When they rolled out the ship recently, it didn't even have engines on it. So, minor details that they have to work out still. Let's see. Continuing to go through here. Someone's saying, for Max, do you need a cure for the Long March disease?
I don't know about the Long March disease, but I have this thing called Tianlong. Oh my gosh! Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah.
You
No,
okay?
There you
I
go.
don't know. I feel like I've caught something that was supposed to be kept in place but wasn't, and it got me. I don't know.
Also, when Jackbeard. I mean, you're getting close to the Jackbeard at this point.
With all due respect to Jack, I love him to pieces. I don't want my beard to get that long. That's just I don't think that would be a that look wouldn't fit me. I don't think. I like mine shorter the way it is now. If I let it get any longer, it might look a bit unruly. Jack can rock that look. I don't think I can.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, I'm gonna have to pull up some stuff here for this one, but in case anyone has it handy in front of them first, Chuck is asking, do you have any idea what time the launch will be? Does the time change depending on the day? And yes, the time does change depending on the day, and they only have a certain set number of days because of vehicle constraints, lighting constraints, heat constraints with parts of the vehicle, all of that they have to kind of work out to allow Orion to have enough sunlight, also to charge up the batteries and everything. So many little details for it, so that's why we don't have like multiple attempts during the month, but just a couple of set dates. Hopefully that gave enough time for someone to be able to pull it up as I keep blabbing, and if they have the dates in front of them of what the attempts would be in March. Sounds like I didn't give them enough time. Someone's able to pull up the launch windows for March.
I just had them. I can't freaking find them, dude. Oh my gosh.
I'm looking through folders right now. I'm not even kidding.
I know. We have it. It's a problem. Give us a moment. We'll get it to you. You don't have to look it up. We'll look it up for you. All right. So, it would be March 6th. Would be 8:29 Eastern. The window would open. It would then move to 8:57 if it pushes to the next day. On the 8th, it would be 10:56. And again, these are all 2-hour windows. If it goes to the 9th, that would be 11:52 p.m. And then if it goes to March 11th, that would be at 12:48 a.m. on the 11th Eastern Time. Each of those 2-hour long launch windows.
And you know
it's a
what,
little
though?
tricky in there because we have the switch from Eastern Standard Time to Eastern Daylight Saving Time because
Oh,
that's not
God,
confusing
yeah.
enough at all. So the first two attempts, let's say that, are Eastern Standard Time. So the 10:29 and the 10:57. The reason it then jumps to 10:56 is because that is when we switch to Eastern Daylight Time on March 8th. There is the graphic explaining it a little bit better than I'm trying to.
You know what though? Honestly, the times here are not completely unreasonable. Like especially on the 6th and the set. Oh no.
That's why I was saying the 6th and the next day. I've been very careful with the wording because chat
Gosh,
was crazy earlier.
Bless it. I'm sorry, but
All
on
right, continue on.
yeah, the 6th and the day after, the times for the launch window honestly are not unreasonable. I mean that's just shy of 9 p.m. here Eastern, and that's like that's an early night for us. Like the night is young for us who are used to 3 a.m. Starlinks. So it's not awful. It's not like it was during when oh my god, when Artemis 1 actually launched. I think that was around between 1 and 2 a.m. local time, and the post launch press conference was around like 6 a.m. or something. It was miserable to stay up in. I think that's honestly among the most tired I've ever been covering a mission. was Artemis 1 when it actually launched. But these times aren't completely unreasonable. Granted, it's still going to be a long night, but to get the rocket off sooner than later in the evening or early night hours would be nice. But I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. April 1st would be better.
No.
I'm just saying.
No.
It'd be better.
That's a joke. Yeah, you're right. April Fools. That would be a joke if they did that. They wouldn't.
No. The launch window on April 1st is much nicer. I'm sorry.
And again, a reminder: each of these are 2-hour windows. So even though it says 8:29 and 8:57 Eastern PM, they go for 2 hours after that. So that would be 8:29 to 10:29, 8:57 to 10:57. Then we get to 10:56 to 12:56. So 10:56 p.m. to 12:56 a.m. 11:52 p.m. to 1:52 a.m. and then 12:48 a.m. to 2:48 a.m. by the 11th. So that's the timing windows for each of these. Oh boy. Anyway, so that is what we can look forward to. Again, the earliest being March 6th. Daniel Smith becoming a Red Team member. Thank you very much for that. And David getting the Thrust Collection shirt saying the successful wet dress rehearsal deserves an RS-25 shirt. Getting the RS-25 one. I love that shirt too. Josh asking, are the flare stacks in creme brulee mode yet?
Creme brulee mode? They're always in creme brulee mode.
Oh no, dude, it flared up a little, probably about 5 minutes ago.
Okay, but I dare you to not make one when it's like this. It still would. So it's in creme brulee mode.
Yeah, but this is low power. Its power level is much higher.
Tell me how you really feel, EJ.
Well, if someone was near there, you would become creme brulee. Just a note.
Yes.
Probably. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Anyway,
brain cells are going out the window.
Yeah, we're all
stream goes. Man, we're tired. It's been a very long day, but a very fulfilling day as well, considering the results that we have seen and just the positivity that we have gotten from this test. I think I can't speak for everybody, obviously, but maybe some of us weren't really expecting news this good from this rocket this soon. And so it's maybe catching some of us off guard, and we're like, oh crap, like March might actually be on the table here, which as far as we can tell, it is. But we will, of course, wait for official confirmation of results tomorrow morning during the presser at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, yeah, dude. But our brain cells are very quickly eroding the longer the night goes on.
And they can't even see what's happening in the back channel, which is even worse.
Probably for the better.
Yeah. Max, you really are saying those words. Anyway, Pop Trepica asking, does SLS vent all of the propellant after the test, or does it get saved? We were talking a little bit about this earlier. There are valves on the rocket that are called fill and drain valves. So that kind of gives an idea of what happens to some of it. They try and recover some of it, but they can't get all of it, right, Max?
Yeah, I mean, that's just the nature of cryogenic propellants and how cold they are, and that you are subject to a ton of boil off. And that is where you actually lose a lot of your propellant too, is boil off. So you can try and recoup as much as you can, but you are at the constant. You are under the constant law of thermodynamics, and you don't get all of it back, or even half of it back, maybe. The oxygen you can just vent outwards and not worry about, but you do have to reclaim and control where you vent your hydrogen, because that is very flammable, and the last thing you want to have happen is have a cloud of that stuff be near a spark at just the wrong time, because that would cause a bad day for a lot of people on the ground and for the launch vehicle itself. So a lot of it does boil off, but they do have to contain where those hydrogen fumes go.
Exactly. And talking about fueling, Dylan Spicer with a very good question. And I think this is a little bit of a history question as well. So, EJ, I'll get your thinking cap on here. They're asking, is this the first time that Florida has had 2 rockets fueled simultaneously? I'll add that to fully fueled simultaneously, let's say.
During the Gemini program, they had two Titan II GLVs teed up, but I'm sure it's happened at some point in time. But that's the only one I could think of off the top of my head. That was I think it's Gemini 6 and Gemini 6A, if memory is serving me right. Yeah, this is a big deal. We're getting all kinds of new firsts in Cape Canaveral history here, right? I'm rifling through, see if I can think of anything else off the top of my head.
6 and 6A was the closest time between 2 launches ever still at the Cape.
Yep.
At like 53 minutes, I think it was.
Yeah, they had 2 Titan IIs on Missile Row. One for people and one for the both of them for people, actually. Sorry, excuse me. I was thinking the Ajita target vehicle, but that's a different thing. Dude, maybe at some point there was like a shuttle fueled? No, actually, no. I'm trying to think. Maybe there was like a Delta II or something ready to go. No, but I can't think of nothing. I mean,
Alex saying apparently recently there was an Atlas V prepping for launch while Falcon 9 was launching, which means both were fully fueled. Well, I mean, Atlas is kind of, is that cheating a bit since it rolls out with all of the RP1 in it?
I mean, it's not cryogenic, so I don't think so.
Right.
I mean, if there was a Minotaur sitting at LC-46 and another rocket launch, does that count? Because Minotaur is all solid except for the upper stage. So
by that definition, wouldn't SLS count as well?
But SLS is see,
but not we're
talking solids on it,
right? Right.
The caveat we're using is fully fueled.
Well,
those solids are fully fueled.
Yeah, but the whole rocket isn't fully fueled. If
Minotaur
it's just solids.
Minotaur is mostly solids, and I believe it has a hypergolic upper stage. I don't know for sure, so it may well have been fully fueled. It's possible. I think that would be the only thing that I can really think of other than what Alex is saying. That is certainly a very rare occurrence. That's not something that happens very often.
Yep.
I mean, let's make it not rare. How about that? How about we do that? That's a good idea. We should do that more. I really enjoy this double rocket fueling. Maybe we should do it again sometime.
Apparently, there was Starlink 10-15 and Kuiper Atlas 03 that Starlink launched 3.5 hours before that Atlas flight. Which,
so basically,
is Atlas in top off? I don't think Atlas is in top off at 3.5 hours. I thought it was at 3 hours.
It's somewhere around there. It might not be exactly on the 3.5 hour mark, but it's multiple hours before T0.
Yeah, but this is the one we know for certain though. That was both were fully fueled, which was so cool. I know we can argue about semantics all day.
But the point is that the amount of times that this has happened, we could count on one hand. This is super rare.
Absolutely. So amazing. The only two things that we heard of during this wet dress rehearsal was a communications issue with some of the sensors on the rocket to the launch control center, which they were able to switch to backup temporarily and then get it back up and running. And then during the first terminal count was an issue with a booster avionics system voltage anomaly, but they were able to resume and continue to the planned hold. To be fair, those are the only 2 public things that they're announcing that were any issues during this testing. That is very reassuring.
And even if there was some sort of leak concentration in the TSMU, it was nowhere near significant enough to halt propellant loading, which went all the way through without any stopping, which cannot be said for how the first wet dress attempt went, because they had to stop and start that twice to try and allow the seals around the TSMU umbilical, or the TSM umbilical, I should say, because U stands for umbilical, to let those seals warm up and try and reseal and try and reduce that leak concentration in that area. But they went through the entire thing without stopping today on both the ICPS and on the core stage.
Now,
Once they got that comms issue figured out, of course.
Yeah. Now, the other thing to take into account, guys, and Max, you just made me think of this. Like, hydrogen is going to leak. It's just a question of how much. So when Max is talking about leak rates, and I know what people are thinking, like, what do you mean you got to leak? You got to leak fuel Yeah, dude, that happens. That is one of the, I'd say, pitfalls of using liquid hydrogen. It's such a small atom that if it turns to gas, and hydrogen really doesn't want to be liquid, it really wants to be gas more than anything. Once it turns to gas, it's so small it'll leak out of anything. So the only way to really deal with it is to take into account that it's going to leak. It's a question of how much it's going to leak, not if it's going to leak or not. So leak rates seem to have been good here this time around. Honestly, that thing went off without a hitch. It was perfect. But yeah, really, really good stuff. Amazing. Guys, I'll admit, Max, I was not going into this with high confidence, but I have never been happier to be wrong.
100%. I can agree with you, dude. I'm fully on the same boat as you. It has been among the most pleasant surprises I think I've ever had in the aerospace industry was how this test went today. And it certainly bodes well for a launch window in March.
Yeah, I mean, this is, we're going to talk baseball again. This is a home run. It's a 500. This is a 500-foot home run. That's a long way, dude. Long way.
I mean, this rocket is like a big poppy, so there you go.
You know what though, EJ? I don't think this is a home run. You know what I think this is?
What?
I think this is loading the bases, because the home run is going to be when this thing launches.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, so you said what you said, so I'll say what you said. I mean, if we're going with the home run analogy, this is judged to deep center. All right.
Hopefully, March 6th, we can all rise as SLS rises to the moon. On that note, now we're really getting out of it. I think it's time we start wrapping things up here. And a reminder, we may not do commentary through the whole detanking, but we will have live detanking views for whatever views you're able to see over on Space Coast Live, our 24/7 live cameras overlooking everything happening, the Cape and the surrounding Space Coast areas. So let me start by thanking the people that are with me right now, and we'll go through everyone that helped us out tonight. So EJ, thank you for joining in on the commentary.
Well, Sawyer and everybody here, thank you for having me. It's been a little bit of a crazy day, but when I'm in here, I know it's a privilege, and I do appreciate it, and I appreciate the opportunity here, and I appreciate you guys' time. Thank you for sharing time with us with this. It means a lot. So thank you, and thank you for having me.
In the field, we had Max Evans on commentary. Thank you, Max.
Dude, this has been among the greatest pleasures to be able to come out and share this night with y'all. Genuinely. It is a pleasure as always, and we know how lucky we are to be here and share this all with y'all. And we wouldn't be able to do it if y'all didn't keep showing up and coming back. But of course, this is going to be far from the last time that we are doing this, and hopefully almost the last time that we're going to see this vehicle on the pad with a live stream ongoing. So, yeah, we are very lucky to be here. We are very grateful to be here for y'all, and we are very thankful for y'all's support. So we will see y'all again soon.
Also out in the field, we had Jerry Pike out there for NSF. And then we also had some commentary join-ins earlier as well from Julia Bergeron, both out in the field. So thank you to the field team tonight. Also on commentary, while I was on earlier, we had one of the brightest minds when it comes to everything SLS. We had Philip Sloss out there as well on commentary. So thank you, Philip, for all of that. So Jerry, Julia, Philip, making sure we get all of the all the names up there. Also taking over hosting before me today was the one and only Ryan Caton. or Ryan Katoon of NASA SpaceflightNow.com, as we joke. Although they did get his name right in the press conference today, so that was awesome. Also on commentary, we had Alice, who joined us. It was fantastic hearing her voice and great having her insight here with us as well. I believe we've updated her card. Yep. And, of course, Alex, great to have his voice back on stream. I know it's been a bit. So Alejandro Alcantara Romero back there as well. And then behind the scenes, we had, right now, we have Carson Phillips. We also have Jay Keegan as well. So there's Carson. There's Jay. And I believe earlier on, of course, we had DJ KMR himself, Kevin Michael Reed. And we also then had the Cape Side chat earlier, so thank you to everyone that was on during that portion as well, during our normally scheduled Raptor sides, which we happened to do with the KSC views at that time. And of course, a thank you to all of you. We couldn't do what we do without you. Otherwise, we'd just be talking to ourselves for hours on end, which, I mean, we'd probably be doing anyway. But it's nice to share it with people so that we don't get put in an asylum.
Wait, you guys don't do that off stream?
Oh, I do. I definitely do.
Oh, okay, cool. All right. I thought it was just me.
Oh, no,
Wait,
I was
do what?
responding. I was
Do what?
responding to the stream while I was in the car earlier today going to an appointment. I was shouting out
Oh,
like I was
dear.
on air. I'm like, oh, wait, no, I'm not. I'm just in the car.
That's bad, man. That's kind of bad.
Well, we'll be able to talk more about it tomorrow on the Flame Trench, and then keep an eye as well for the more serious version of news this week at Spaceflight, all of that coming up. I am Sawyer Rosenstein. I've been your host for the terminal count and the Starlink launch today. It's been a pleasure being with you all. We will see you all for the next streams. Looking forward to it. Go Artemis. Go SLS.
And here we go.
There's the W. Here's ignition.
Traveling up.
Did it just do a kerbal? Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, Gino.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, it sure looks like a perfect world.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
We did have an observation. 343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly!
Bingo! Right in the center. Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No.
Oh my God.
Yikes. You bet. We don't need any more of these.